dog like
I just love that little moment. The chaotic, humble roster. Lucas says, we have the highest win rate, right? Just checking. Yeah, super fun. And then on the other side, we have Vegeta saying, we are friends before we are teammates. I think that's super important. There's many different parts that make a really good team in Brawl Stars. And esports really, especially in Brawl Stars though. We have team chemistry, synergy, communication, mechanics. And there are teams that shine in different parts of all of those little elements. But then there are some that cover everything, Ark.
Yeah, Semantic there, just so humble, just forgets that he's got a 67% win rate, yeah. And but Vegeta, I mean, I'll be honest, I've never seen him be serious. So him saying that we can be unserious, I think, like, again, I think this is part of his character at this point.
Oh, it's just part of the team.
Oh, I have to move my mic closer. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Chat, I'm fresh out the shower. I haven't had breakfast yet.
You definitely don't want it to,
but I just had to click the live button. I just had to, bro. I just had to. So I hope you all are having a good day so far.
Absolute competitors.
I
hope
definitely
everyone's
feel
good.
Like at least have fun. If you drop out
Is this
today,
Jokers? Yes.
At least if you had fun, if you were there with your friends and had a great time on
Power
stage.
of friendship. Yes, ma'am, Sonny.
Oh, yo, could someone DM me my link,
Those
please?
that I just mentioned, synergy, communication, all of that. One thing I left out is the draft, and we did see some different.
Chat. Somebody DM me my my link. Most played brawlers: Finks, Draco.
6 regions, pretty much, with the Chester up there, the Hank, and now we have a couple of new ones coming in, Ark.
Yeah, for me, Finks was just really. Yesterday was everywhere, wasn't he? Really, I mean, you can.
Chat, I'm noticing no one's DM me my link yet.
Zeta and everyone now has got their eye on that brawler. It's the one that's not really.
I'm noticing. Hello, Ruffs. Hello, Blaze. Hello. It's about that tribe thing, dude. We moved on, you know.
We saw a lot more Drake.
You know, we moved on. It's all good.
For sure. I mean, Gus as well.
Thank you, Layla.
B was always taking.
One sec, chat. Discord.
And the Hank as well.
Chat, where's my Discord?
Isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, and in the ban category,
everyone,
we all kind of knew
watch
it was
party.
Or Kenji. The only one missing from this that I feel like got a lot of hype and certainly is not delivered is Jay Young, newest brawler in the game, support asset. But I just not a big believer in him yet.
Dude, TYK, why are you pre-firing?
Especially in the initial tournament with these brawlers, the first month with them at Pro Play, people are figuring him out a little bit. But I do think Kenji's hypercharge, just
watch party day
is a lot to handle. So I expect to see them banned a ton today too.
Peace.
No surprises there. Lumi still our most banned.
Beautiful. All right, hello everyone. Hello, and the link. Yes, beautiful. Okay, we're locked in now. We're locked in. I have to make my announcements, all that.
Our Brawl Arena. And
chat, what should I eat first, apples or yogurt? Pre-firing? Yeah, it's my new, like, when you know something is gonna, like, TYK knew I was going to pull up and type in my announcements, so he pre-fired a message before I did.
What are your favorite moments from the Brawl Cup so far? You were able to post just anything you
don't want to hear me munch.
Socials, and,
Jimbo, I found Edgar.
Which ones we liked best, and we're showing those right now, Ark.
I mean, there might be another Edgar here today as well, as I know Karis might be in the building. So, but someone did.
Oh my God, Tomsy's behind him.
PS 54.
Hi, Tomsy.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a great
top yesterday.
The community really coming together for that kind of thing.
Chat, Elevate's winning today.
The opportunity to meet him yesterday.
Elevate's winning today, chat.
Recording sessions with him.
I hate to break it to you, Elevate is winning today.
Little mixed reactions there on the predictions.
Most
by the way,
wanted
so we are getting a little
sisters.
frisky with it, folks.
We're gonna talk about predictions a little later. First up, though, most wanted sisters.
Who is
here.
that?
We do have that little photo booth where you can take your own pictures.
Who is that?
Just make sure to always put hashtag Brawl Cup.
Who is that, chat? Am I supposed to know who this is?
Hashtag DreamHack Dallas 2025, and maybe you're featured tomorrow.
My girlfriend is prettier than her.
Of course.
In case she's watching.
Yeah,
I mean, well, not that I'm cheering for it, but
I mean,
at least they're playing into it.
About Tribe Gaming is that they know social media, and this is what I love about this as an organization, because you know they've still got their
Snoop with the $3. Patchy's on his way to save North America. Facts, chat. North America is being saved today by my goat Patchy Pirate.
Speak the same language as the community, and you're gonna do pretty well.
I'm very sure they had this graphic prepared.
Just woke up? Same, bro.
Not themselves, probably pre-made already, super ready for the whole weekend, and now dropping out on the first day. I'm so sorry for them, but the show must go on. And as you said before, now South America gets a time to shine thanks to Tribe dropping out. So
I'm not delusional.
Sometimes just unlucky. Well, if you're watching from home right now, if you're watching from right next.
Here are the 3 reasons. All right, everyone settle down. Everyone. Gather around the teacher. Gather around the teacher, everyone. Gather around the teacher. Here are the 3 reasons why Elevate is going to win today and move on to the top 4. Reason number 1. They have Patchy Pirate. That's reason number 1. They have my goat Patchy. He's so beautiful. You know, he's never won against any region that's not India or China, but I still believe in him today. Reason number 2. They have 3 out of 5 repeating maps from yesterday. Okay? Which means they don't need to scrim new maps. They already have strategies for the maps that they played. They just have to tweak them on ones that they lost, or maybe have, you know, slight changes, but they know how to draft on those maps already, which is a big advantage. And number 3 is SK and Zeta. They're preparing to win the upper bracket, and they're not putting as much attention on the lower bracket. Whereas Elevate, all they had to scheme yesterday and scrim for was the lower bracket. Those are the 3 reasons why Elevate is going to win today. I'm going back to my yogurt. RBM! Chat, what is this music? Let's be real. Star Dragon! Oh my god, bro. You guys have to hear how OP says dog.
No, we shouldn't be, but I feel like it's always a good time.
I feel like you also get rage baited too much.
Like winning every single game since
And we had like
Zeta.
Dude, where did... Oh, listen how OP says dog.
Yeah, the word that describes us for best is colic.
He's doch.
What is it, dog? The heck is that?
Yeah, the word that describes us for best is colic.
He's doch. Because Yoshi is a really big dog.
Compete here
French ad, bro. French ad dog, bro.
Begins. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and welcome to the Brawl Cup, our mid-season tournament that throws personal pride out of the window because our teams, they're fighting for something more. They're fighting for their region. So, let's take a look at which of our teams came out swinging on day 1.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Bilal, Elevate is winning today. What do you think? Hello, Slushy.
Always exciting to play against Zeta.
圧倒的にストレートでバチバチにボコボコにしに行きます。
Mama Kasuka.
We're just better. He was better than everything.
You're winning. Facts. Facts. Your parents don't love you if they named you Barney? Yo, low-key, huh? 2022 MSI, try put SK top 7, SK beat them 3-2. 2025 MSI, try put Loud top 7, Loud beats them 3-2. So are you saying that's part of the simulation?
Yesterday, 2 teams were sent home and 1 region was eliminated. So reality has now set in for our players that they...
Like, come on, man. Was Try really one of the first 2 teams sent home? This is so sad.
Esports at its finest. And
they're so much better than what they showed.
The Brawl Cup. So DreamHack Dallas, are you ready? Let's do it.
Welcome to Dallas, Texas, hosting the very first battle of the region.
Everyone
where
lock
8
in.
teams from around the world aren't just playing for themselves. They're fighting for their flag, their people, their pride. Teams brawled through the Spring Split monthly finals. They earned their place here at the Brawl Cup and now stand ready to represent their region on a global stage. With 2 LCQ slots and 1 World Final slot on the line, this weekend will shape the competitive scene for the rest of the year.
Here comes the Mo. Luffy taken down by Joker, but now it's Lenar, and it's not enough. Turret to use. Humble, 50%. Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
From the heart of Dallas, Texas, let the battle of the regions begin.
Who we feeling? You mean who we feeling or how we feeling? We feeling good though, you know, like Elevate got us, right? Elevate got us. Elevate got us.
Yesterday we saw 8 world-class teams take it to the stage and throw down in a Texas-sized showdown. Today the pressure turns up. Win and you're one step closer to that extra world final slot.
You really about to have 9 slots,
and watch
yeah.
Another region take it. This is Brawl Stars Esports at its finest, and we are just getting started. Now, fellows, which highlight play from yesterday is still living rent-free in your head? I'm here with Ark, I'm here with Kenny. Go.
It's got to be the Shade. I mean, it was an absolutely unbelievable set there on Hard Rock Mine out of our Chinese mainland team.
That's what you made the other day, held up very poorly.
Brother cycled.
I mean, the second part held up pretty poorly. The first part didn't.
Kind of action.
Whizzing around the entire map so quick. Yeah, I was chatting to Adrian backstage about that very thing, and he said like that was exactly what the design of that particular brawl was meant to do. I think for me, it was the way the tribe was clinging on for dear life in that final match. In that
SK or Zeta?
There was a moment
what's up, Go? I'm gonna go with SK.
Lotus, but it wasn't to be, as we know, and now NA's hopes lie with Elevate.
Yesterday we had our group stage phase GSL format. 2 groups of 4 teams. The 2 best teams of each group made it to day 2. And now the top 4
Let me wash my hands one sec.
can still fight for their lives here, can still fight for survival and stay in today. We're gonna have to say goodbye to another 2 today, Ark.
Yeah, this is the thing now. It is the crunch time of day 2. In Group A, of course, we've still got Elevate. Revenant, Xbox went home yesterday. SK Gaming and Zeta Division will be up first here today. In Group A, for Group B, we've got Humble, Loud, Toxic, Lotus, and Tribe Gaming, of course.
Oh, are you going to look at me? Well, they unfortunately went home, but Elevate is here and North America is strong. We will not falter. We will not falter.
We're gonna win! We're gonna win!
Which teams
Alexander with the 2 Bulgarian. Where's Genie?
For your favorite
I
teams
don't
over
know.
at event.brawlstars.com.
I don't know,
Our
bro. I
predictions
just
for
didn't.
the first match pretty even. Here, SK Gaming is playing Zeta
Didn't
Division.
reach. I mean, we spoke a little bit last night, but we didn't try and get set up. W Loud? Yeah, I like Loud. I've always said it. I like South America.
It's SK Gaming. For me, they are looking so strong coming into this competition. 2 monthly final wins. And, you know, every single year I just feel like SK Gaming are just a little bit late when it comes to their performances. This year is a different story entirely. They started last year with a grand finals win in the monthly finals, but then trailed off and had consistent semi-finals exits. So for Joker, for Yoshi, for OP, I feel like this roster is just never looks better for the organization.
Oh my god, okay, okay.
Has what it takes today. Let's see if they think so too.
And playing about Zeta for me
Chat,
will
is this
be
fine
really
level?
hard.
Is this fine audio?
Because I have to beat
too loud,
tempo,
just
that
right,
used to beat
too
me
quiet?
every time. And I will also face my friend Shizuku, so I'm really excited to play against him.
How is it? How is it? How is it?
SK versus Zeta Division. It's going to be a head-to-head race with 2 of the teams that had the highest
Did I
win
say
rates
loud?
Joker's certainly familiar with the lad on the right-hand end. Tompo has ended many hopes and dreams across the eras of Brawl Stars, but especially recently when playing as Reply Totem.
Chat, be honest,
this guy lost to him every single time. It felt like they always just get matched up in the postseason, but now a little taste of revenge here in our Brawl Cup. Never hurt nobody.
In the other corner, we have Zeta Division, the team from East Asia.
Is it a big nose or a regular size
season,
nose?
But won the following 2 monthly finals with
Who's winning? Dude, Elevate. Don't even worry,
living
bro.
in
Don't
our
even
head,
worry.
Ark.
Don't even worry.
Yeah, absolutely so, and no doubt SK will be prepared for it, but Zeta always have a trick in the back pocket, and of course the mechanics
Holy
are unmatched.
Goats.
And of course, look at their charisma, of course.
Holy
the aura
goats,
is
bro.
insane from this team. But again, for Zeta Division, their sort of gravitation towards the Brawl Cup just got better and better, and coming in that last monthly final.
I'm telling you guys,
Suzuki
Suzuki
Grand
Mogs
finals really resonates with me. They are at the top of their game, there's no denying that.
They probably were thinking that they're going to face off against SK Gaming today. Were they nervous or were they looking forward to it? Let's hear it.
SK ゲーミングはヨーロッパで1位通過のチームなんで油断せずに全力でバチバチに勝ちに行きたいと思います。
I wonder if they had to do this a second day. Probably. You're a bit quiet.
We talked about this man's trait
bring my mic
before.
closer.
He has 100%
I'm
win
gonna
rate
turn
in all
down
10 games that he
stream a
played
tiny
Shade.
bit then,
His team won,
'cause
Kenny.
I don't know.
I think today an underrated storyline as well is going to be a battle for the Shade. One thing when watching scrims of both these teams leading into the week, SK
Close my
not
chat.
afraid to bring out the Shade. We saw what it can do yesterday in a perfect draft setting. It's a brawler that will
Where's
excel. I don't
Tensai? He's
consider
not
an
teamed with
S-tier
Sight
brawler
Tempo anymore.
In Tapo's hands it is, but maybe for a
With what you
generic
said
player
about
like
Shade,
myself,
yeah.
it's more of a B kind of feeling. But if
Why are
you
you
get the
happy?
right
We
setup,
want you to be
have the
depressed.
best
I mean, I am
team, it's just
depressed.
hard
Like,
to stop.
Like
This
Tribe
is a
really
match we
decided
were
to win
all
everything
just
until I
waiting
couldn't
for,
benefit
and
from
now
it, from
it's
them getting
time
a
to
spot, and
meet
then they
our
wanted to lose
teams.
to China and,
But first
and
up,
Loud.
our
But
players
like,
still feel like
what am I gonna
SK
do? Like,
has
I'm not there. I'm not
something in the
gonna
back pocket that could
belittle them.
surprise
I'm not
Zeta Division. As we
gonna
know, they haven't been the strongest in the draft.
say they're
in the
bad. They're
past.
not. Like,
Is
I'm
it gonna be?
just, like, what am I
now
supposed to
that
do? Like, I'm down
SK Gaming
bad.
comes up with a new pick that Zeta Division just can't handle.
Timing for me feels
Yesterday
right.
was a
With
disappointing
Joker leading
day,
this squad,
such a
I feel like, as we were
disappointing
mentioning before, a man which goes back historically with this very squad. The only time that Joker's ever been able to get the win of Tampo was at the SPS Masters in Japan, and that was the very event where we saw Crazy Raccoon come third, and Tensai was in tears as he really wanted to represent his home region successfully, and they failed that. They came third.
Why would you
and
be
you could see how
beneficial
much
if
it
Tribe
meant to
won?
Tampo
Because
today.
the
This is what it's all
prizes
about.
here,
For this region
become
in
first,
East Asia,
your region
they
gets
are
a world
so
spot. Become
humble
second
around the
or
region,
third,
they're gonna
your
want
region
to
gets
bring
an
it home for
LCQ
themselves.
spot. So it's like,
Now, our players are ready.
I would
Let's
have
give
a
them
much
warm
higher
welcome to the
likelihood of making Worlds or LCQ if we got another spot from coming top 3 at Brawl Cup.
We have a clash of titans on our hands.
How much money? I don't know, I don't
Dallas,
care.
make some noise for your next two teams.
Not a lot,
it's
though.
Zeta Division
Not a
and
lot.
SK Gaming.
All right, big match coming up, boys. Big match
Zeta
coming
Division
up.
is Shitampo, Levi, and Shizuku.
Big match coming up.
SK Gaming are Ope, Joker, and Yoshi.
And realistically, why Czar have any reason to try versus Elevate?
EMEA versus East Asia. It's SK Gaming versus Zeta Division. You put your money on SK Gaming, Kenny. You still feel like that?
Look
Looking
good.
at Zeta Division's faces,
Trying to like
they look
swap
pretty
teams,
locked in.
maybe, you know, try and
One
get
thing
new
that
possibilities
I
in the
can't
second
remove from my
split.
brain,
Like maybe he
this
wants
is a
to like
legacy
show
year
his
for
skill.
Shitampo. That is a scary
on the
man
big
on the
stage.
GOAT list, the Mount Rushmore, and I think he can stand alone if they do the unthinkable, and he takes two players who have never made it past an LCQ, does something like winning a Brawl Cup or placing well, but more importantly,
The stream
if
on
this man were to somehow
1080?
win a
Good
World
question,
Finals,
good question.
I don't know how you can't consider him to be an all-timer. The fact that all of us
It is.
picked SK Gaming to win this.
When they not on
honestly makes
SK?
me nervous
No,
in
they
the sense
swapped
that,
him for
I mean,
OP.
the desk is not valuing Zeta Division enough. This is not a one-sided match. I really do feel like this is going to be tight.
Yeah, just do not come at Shitampo with a magnet.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a
but
really
yeah, I
intense
agree. I
game.
feel
Like, this
you
is
know,
going to be
we've all got
good.
SK Gaming here, but I'm actually kind
This
of
is gonna be
surprised
good.
that we're so united.
Are
on
you
the
late?
casting
Nah,
destiny
it's
on
just about to
predictions
start.
Because, I do not
This is
feel
gonna be
like
a
this one's
really
gonna
great
be a doozy.
match.
I think this is definitely one that deserves to go all the way to a final set, and that's what I'm hoping for here.
Both of them have won 2 monthly finals in their region. Now they are about to take it to the global stage for the second time. It's day 2 of the Brawl Cup here. SK Gaming versus Zeta. Both black and white logos. It's beautiful. But who's going to be the better logo?
We'll go
who's going
3-0
to
to
be the logo
someone,
that is going to
maybe.
hoist
Number 1
that
EU versus
trophy,
number 1
the
EA?
bragging
I
rights,
know.
the
This
glory,
is,
the first winners ever.
this is about as
from
good
the
as
Brawl
matches
Cup.
get on LAN,
And who's going
chat.
to take that extra
The
slot
stakes
for World
aren't, you
Finals
know,
to their
all the
home
way
region?
up at the very
Not the first
highest,
time
but this
Joker's
is
won
about
a
as high
mid-season
levels of
tournament.
matches
You
we're going
alluded
to
to it.
see.
The SPS Masters and international
So,
competition we had
try
just a
and
few
watch
years
and learn,
ago,
you
where
know?
he did
Miss
take on
Dono?
some of the greats
Hell
of East Asia.
no.
That crazy raccoon of old roster obviously changed up a little bit.
I didn't miss a Dono.
Departure.
Gaffer.
But we were talking about
I
before.
didn't miss a Dono.
This feels like the SK Gaming core that they've been looking for. They've been all over it the past few years. Lots of top 4s, rocky regular seasons. This year it's coming together a lot earlier. All that matters is when they peak, obviously, but I do feel like there's a real chance that this SK Gaming squad is a world contender.
Yeah, but Joker just always seems like all roads lead back to Zeta one way or another as an organization, doesn't it? You know, you look back to the World Finals last year, and SK Gaming were that team to be able to topple the current reigning champions of the world of Zeta Division then, who were obviously an EMEA squad. Years prior to that, every single event that Joker ever attended, it was always a Zeta
Ever
Division
dated
squad
a
that he would
femboy?
meet in those World Finals. Well,
No, I
today,
haven't.
SK Gaming
you?
have got a fantastic opportunity ahead
Just
of
realized we're
themselves
not getting
to
Tribe
really
versus SK.
make a
Yeah.
statement.
Yesterday was number
Pedro,
1 SA versus
the
number 1 NA.
side of
It was.
things. I feel like in terms of the draft and the analysts of Zeta being able to really get a deeper dive into what they're going to be bringing in is going to be crucial here.
Thoughts on your goated region?
We talked about
No
SK Gaming
thoughts.
being all over it,
No
but
thoughts.
they've got a knack for selecting good
We plan to
rosters.
lock
I think
in
it's
and
safe to
carry
say
an
they
A?
won half of our World Finals. And they did in a stretch of 3 years in a row. Some of
Yeah,
that being
I
from
mean, a
East
lot of
Asia,
people have
obviously an
said
EMEA
stuff
squad
like
there in
that, like,
2023, now known as Foot. But this is a completely new
Oh,
set of
you know,
players.
now that you
I
see
mean,
Tribe
Levi's,
is, you
Zuko,
know, this,
mostly
you know,
unproven
not
in the
all
sense
that.
they've been
Like,
great in
surely
the
you
region,
just
but when it
lock in
comes
and
to that
win.
international competition,
Anyways.
LCQ's as far as they've made it,
And,
they've fallen short now
like, I
multiple
don't think
times,
Tribe
whether
is
together,
bad
whether
at
separate.
all. I think
This
Tribe
is a
is
real
good.
opportunity
They
for
just
them
had a
too. I
bad
think it means
day
a
or
lot to them. I mean, you talked about
maybe
just
a
the
wake
emotion
up
back
or
at
I don't know,
SPS
whatever
Masters.
it was.
It's
I
the
don't
battle
think
of the
they're
regions
bad,
for a
but
reason.
like,
I mean, I think teams like Tribe Gaming are certainly kicking themselves right now because they didn't
I don't
represent
know.
the region like
I
they
gotta
were
make
supposed
it.
to.
I
These
gotta
guys
make
have
it.
a lot on their shoulders. They're carrying an
I
entire
gotta
region,
make it.
including some of the
NA
greats like Tensai, a
is
top
always,
past world champions.
you know, like
Just
NA's
looking
always
at
got
the
beef with
organs
EU,
of
but we've
Zeta
always been
division
seen as
has
one of the
always
best
some
regions,
trophies
and like
before.
I just
They
hate this
have been
disrespect. You know, I gotta
back-to-back
save
world
us. I gotta save our
champions. On the
region.
other side, we have SK
I gotta be our
Gaming
savior,
waiting
you
to
know?
win their very
Have I ever
first
dated an Asian
international
girl?
tournament. Wouldn't be the first one
yeah.
for Joker.
Like,
Now
I
let's see if he can
thought,
also lead this
I thought
T2
NA,
victory.
like, I thought
70%
Tribe
are
could win
actually
this
voting
tournament.
for
I
Zeta
thought
here. Only
this could be
30
NA's first
agree
tournament
with
win.
us too.
Home ground is an advantage,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know.
kind of,
Like, I thought Tribe
it's
could have
nice
won.
to see at least the poll, which is looking
So
less
to
one-sided
go
than
from like
that.
thinking
But
Tribe
even
might
that is
actually
still,
win
I feel a
to
little bit
what
slanted.
actually happened,
Kind of wild as well to think back to the World Finals last year. Both of these two teams losing
really
to Humble,
crazy,
wanting to make
to be
a
honest.
name for themselves here today.
We're starting into the very first draft of today. SK versus Zeta. Shade is going to be banned out from the side of SK Gaming, as well as Gus and Hank. No surprises there, as you don't want to hand that Shade to Shatampo one more time. Let's see if later on we do see that 100% win rate gets slanted a little bit. Buster's going to be the first pick here. Something we've seen from SK Gaming yesterday, and it worked well for them, Kenny.
Finks on the rise as well, so I'm
Hope
keeping
he's
an
a really
eye out
good
for
buster.
him.
You blame
Keep
me?
note
Yeah,
too,
my
especially
fault,
with this
bro,
map
my
pool, we've got
fault.
Lair Cake right now. If
My
we get there
fault.
later, triple dribble. This is where Shade can pop up. Both of these teams really like that brawler. They used him a ton this week. Buster is a first pick, a little interesting. I don't think we see it all the time, but he is one of those free brawlers in
What do
range
you guys
that you all
think?
should be looking out for.
Throwers
Phenomenal
counter
brawler,
Buster, so
lucky
does
that you all can get your hands on him,
range.
no matter what player you are.
I'm kind of surprised. I was going to say Janet's dropped off, but it was the first pick for Zeta more often than not. But I was surprised we didn't see her as much as we as I expected to see yesterday. To be honest, very much a first pick brawler on this map, often banned out. So great to see Janet coming in for Zeta Division now as well. Definitely a good time to consider tanks, as the Buster certainly is going to be on their mind. Is a good first pick from SK Gaming. So HP wouldn't be the worst of things. Ollie would be available as well. Wouldn't be a bad shout. The Hypnosis, of course, would help out tremendously in trying to herd your opposition around. Gus as well, pretty safe bet for them. Gene going to come in as that kind of mid-controller to Gus in that respect.
Yeah,
Of course,
I don't
the
see
vision
why
gear can be
not. I don't
pretty
see why not.
handy. And speaking of hands, the magic hand, of course, to be able to pull in and eradicate your opposition very swiftly.
Two good things just happened.
Why
for Zeta
Janet?
Division.
I don't
One,
know.
they got Gene, who I think's a staple in this map, especially the
I don't
mode
know.
right now. It's just so frustrating for the vision, for poke damage, the magic hand, some big pop-off plays, but also a Gene Buster combo would have been nasty. It's just a very passive synergy. They don't have to get on the offensive unless they want to. Buster can get that super, obviously, just by standing next to Gene. Gene can heal. Such a good synergy. Gray going to be the choice here.
Gray.
Now, Gray plus tank. Also a frequent strategy, no longer just a cheesy hot zone strategy on ladder. These pro players have picked up on it a ton, especially with hypercharges getting the mix. Gray has risen as well.
Yeah, quite dangerous now. Wouldn't mind necessarily a throw here from Eskin to have some control, but I'm definitely scared now with that busted Gray combo. As I'm sure Zeta will be very cautious to not find themselves on those back lines.
I don't know what you go
They
here.
get something like that
Said
control
Ollie?
on top of this aggression and HP.
I think if they go
feel like
Ollie,
it
it's
could
free
be something which
Jackie
Zeta might
for
struggle against the
Zeta.
wall with when it comes down to it. Yeah, Juju, love it, absolutely love it. Of course, Gree as well going to be helping
Yeah.
into a potential take if Zeta.
If they didn't have Gray, it would be a monster barley
really
game.
nice draft
Like a
here from SK
monster
Gaming for me.
barley
Well-rounded.
game.
I mean, both of these teams have certainly been stronger in the draft category this year. The fans certainly agreeing there. Juju, a frequent one. I mean, sometimes you'll see some cheeky little barley gameplay.
Walker with the two. Hello, go. Hello, buddy.
Category, but I don't know if you
How
do
you
that
doing, my
into a
man?
Buster plus a Gray, especially with something like a walking cane that could just nab you. It sounds like Stu. Stu's been a frequent one for Zeta Division in particular. They like this little aggro. It's a brawler that's certainly fallen down the tier list a little bit, our professional gameplay. But if you're good, especially a Suzuki, for example.
Eh.
Phenomenal stew player. I don't mind.
Like
this.
what their strategy is they want to break the walls
brawler, which they use in scrims quite a lot, just shy of a 60%
and just
win rate
poke
as well,
them
so
in.
they can definitely rely on it to bring in the goods.
I don't
But
like
agree, it's
it.
not
I
necessarily
definitely
the,
prefer
the big
SK's
heavy
draft.
hitter that I want to see in a map and mode like Bounty and Layer Cake, but in their hands, it makes me
I've
feel
seen
quite
Zeta
confident
pull
they can
stuff
bring
off
something with it, and the speed
of,
zone as well
like,
as the
with
gadget,
this type
really
of
great support,
gameplay,
allowing
so
everyone to
we'll
get really
see.
quickly into the map.
The goal with the
Potentially
2 should have
wall
went
break as
Bell.
well is an option.
Yeah.
To explore if they want to go with that too. And just give themselves some options. Let's see how SK start. Miss Walking Cane, not great there from
Okay,
Joker.
blue star for
Getting the thumbs
OPE.
just warmed up, and Tampa now moving forwards and aggressing. Left-hand side, Yoshi will need to try to connect as many of these shots as early as possible to be able to get the Gree down and just to have.
They're really
that
going to
in
take their
back pocket.
time here. They're not going to
just
rush
able
anything.
to bolster that HP, walk forward, grab a blue star without much of a threat of dying. Now a little scouting report being done by Janet. You're going to see that gadget a lot. Of course, Levy can dish out some nice heat there. There's the walking cane. Another miss there.
Good
They
juke.
really
They're
need
really
land
trying to
those.
not give Sight a hit because they don't want him to break walls.
Yeah, getting some break of the bush would go a long way here for SK and just
No hits. Literally
take away some
nothing.
of that unpredictability, really, as Zeta are really getting themselves stuck in at home. Taking it slow, for sure. The blue star still
God,
SK gaming
bro.
as you'd like to have.
Am I wearing
in this
SK?
kind of
Yeah.
play style, which we've seen time and time again from a team like SK. And
Yoshi's got to be
for
one
me,
the
they need
pet.
the utility, though, ready for this inevitable push coming in from Zeta. If Zeta are able to deprive as much as they can, then they're not going to have anything.
pinch?
Finally, Gree there from Yoshi, but he is
Oh, yeah,
out of
he can
position,
walk
going
on
back
water.
there, utilizing the water, trying to connect those
Forgot
shots
about
to get
all
that
that.
slow effect.
SK clearly buying their time. You're going to see this a lot in professional Brawl Stars. Grab blue star, play defense, and especially with such a passive composition where Buster can just charge his super
Buster
up in a
pull
moment's notice.
coming.
Yoshi can play the distance. Now they're on the offensive though. Grabs
No
one, dishes a
kill.
second. Not enough for a kill.
Oh, no kill is bad. Because now they, you know, they kind of got supers. They're set up.
Yeah, no hypercharge yet for Suzuki. Nice shots from the OP. Takes to the skies now as well. Shtapa goes in. A nice
No
PK
kill.
from Joker, who finds
Nice,
Shtapa
nice,
as well.
nice.
That's 3 stars lead.
Nice,
Now,
SK.
as
Well, I don't know who I'm
Suzuki,
cheering for,
5
but-
stars for SK Gaming, and
Nice.
nothing to stay for it for Zeta, but a magic hand coming in for Levy.
They're going to have to make a big time play here early on, and it's only
They
game
need
number
Joker.
1. Chitampo moving alongside his teammates.
Oh.
A massive pull goes through. Joker lands the mark. Trade 7-2. Plenty of
Wow,
time for
well
Yoshi
played.
to get around this left
Well played,
side.
well
Joker
played.
Bottom right corner, and SK
Yeah, it's a
Gaming
tough,
come through in
tough
game
ad
number 1.
draft.
A very comfortable start.
Oh my god, it's these SK sucks chat. Or
Exuding
chant,
there
but it's not SK
from
sucks.
SK.
What is it again?
And for Zeta, I feel like they
I always
probably
forget
will
what it
switch
is, but
up
I swear
their
it sounds like
gameplay this
SK
time
sucks.
around and go a bit more on the aggressive early on.
Someone got me, surely.
Shannon,
They
of
almost
course,
won.
really elevates
Well,
picks on this very much
kind
primarily
of.
because
If Joker
of our
misses the hook, they just got to go
hypercharge
for blue.
addition.
Oh my
Really kind
god.
of nice pull to start things off. Now those
2-1,
canes
it's
from
fine.
Joker are starting to land the mark. That's
SK
2 stars
Ja.
raised to 1 of Zeta. The blue
SK
star gets
Ja.
his hands over swiftly. Now taps into Suzuki. Tampa coming into this left-hand
Chat,
side.
surely Sight breaks that
Again,
wall,
Getting
right?
themselves ready in this mid, healing back up accordingly, and then ready for that push.
Zeta were much more aggressive, but in a negative connotation. Now
Surely
they've
he
given up a
breaks
1
it, right?
star, a death, and they've got the blue still with SK Gaming, so it didn't work out. Yoshi, once again, just buying
Does
time.
he really not want to break
Suzuki
the
now
wall?
a little more aggressive. Just dropping that base,
I
trying
guess
to make
not.
sure he can get visibility on the enemies. Even if it goes down immediately, they at least have an idea where SK are lying.
Yeah, Yoshi's
Joker
already
have
done
super?
a good job there of establishing the Gree as
I
well.
think he does.
Hypercharge
Yeah.
is there.
So
for
Joker can go
OPE,
for a pull.
Who's so dangerous on this pick now with the TP in the dimensional doors.
Dang, good play, good play.
Coming in, but immediately forced out there as the montage, blocking every shot, and the heals as well, of course, from that great pick. Really
Suzuki
working wondrously well for SK Games.
putting in
Suzuki
good
still
work.
on the bottom right-hand side, though. The Gree goes out. Meanwhile, Tampa low in the mid as well, and the pull is there.
Oh my god.
And now some stars handed over a 4-3 scoreline.
Okay, pretty
Close once
clean,
again.
pretty clean.
Gap down to 1 star, and SK Gaming right back on defense. Ooh, a nice little walking cane.
Joker
Not
has-
enough to stretch the distance, though. Now the
Whatever,
pressure being
teleport
applied.
again.
Chitampo, right hand in, skating up and down. We
So
haven't
he can
seen
go
him
for
get
a
ton of
pull play.
supers, and Stu obviously
He's
relying
probably
on
going
that.
to go
He's
for a
trying to
pull
flank,
play.
Get really aggressive. OP with the
Oh,
pull, though.
good play, good
Takedown
play.
goes through, and SK Gaming will extend.
Good play.
There's still time though. 20
This is
seconds
crazy, they're
on
just
the clock
standing there.
for Zeta, and their third now joining the mix of Chitampo. It's time for one final push, but SK Gaming are absolutely ready for it now. With TP in from OPE as well as the hypercharge there.
Oh, they only need
Blocking every
OPE.
shot, but he's low. 4 stars above his head as well.
Oh,
Will be
well played by
plenty
Joker.
for Zeta to be able to reap the rewards of, but everyone's low now going into
Well
Suzuki
played,
falls.
well played
It's
by
8
SK.
stars for
Very
SK
well
Gaming,
played by
and
SK.
they will take this first set.
Very well played. All right, chat, I'm gonna eat an apple.
EMEA get on the board first. Now it's relatively uncontested as well. I don't know if that was a draft thing, a getting settled in thing. We knew this SK squad were legitimate. But a lot of believers at home in this Zeta Division squad. Been phenomenal in the region.
Agreed. Bad
Didn't
drop.
have any qualms really with the draft. I just feel like SK played it better for the most part. I like that they had a thrower. Obviously, once Gray gets established, they can kind of use that teleport. You saw how many times he was in and out with the healing. Also allows Buster to just pop up, drop a little shield, and now they can move up or down as they please.
You're a doctor. You have to go away now. W Apple.
I'll be honest though, in terms of the stats, I've never seen so many donuts for Zeta. It's kind of getting a little bit alarming, but I think for me, the draft was not a bad draft by Zeta, but it just didn't really have enough muscle behind it.
Sure.
Didn't really have any ability to really kind of force their way forwards and push their agenda. It was basically just playing into SK, and that's exactly how not to force a game in with SK. You want to be able to take control, you want to be aggressive, and you want to push them out of their comfort zone. SK like to play defensive, they like to take their time and allow you to make the mistake. And that's kind of what we saw.
It's easy to pick 3 good brawlers. No problem with any of these. I mean, Stu may be a little on the low right now in terms of where he's been in the past, but where's the quick burst of damage?
Yeah.
Buster can land a pull, tap, you're dead. TP from Gray, surprise attack. I just feel like there were more options. And Juju, obviously, that constant pressure in the grass, unless you get a big-time wall break with a gene pull, what were they really supposed to do?
Well, I think we both agree.
I love watching double
draft
sweep.
speaking for Zeta needs to be a little bit better in the next map for sure. Some more tanks and some more defensive
What do I have an SK jersey?
Should be up next.
When you go to events,
Gem grab, that is where Zeta needs to tie up this scoreline because again, at this stage of the competition,
after the events
really
are done, the
afford to
players
find
like to
yourself
trade jerseys or do whatever.
Now they've had a chance
or
to get
give
warmed up.
someone a jersey. So
Already got no excuse.
I have
But
a
for
bunch
SK
of
Gaming, this is
jerseys.
exactly the
I
style
somehow
that
don't
they
have a
want
tribe
to
jersey,
have
but that's like
without
the only
penetrating
org
those
I
very
don't
same
have.
words to the squad.
Nice jersey.
as we
Thank you,
speak.
Ilaria. Thank you. Thank
Taking
you.
themselves slow and pacing themselves, I think, is
Take
where
notes.
things are quite key
Ratio,
here. But
bro.
Double Switch, of course, very
Ratio,
tank
chat.
friendly. But now with Amber's introduction, there is that consideration. Definitely a pick that Zeta would like to get their hands on. I'm looking here at Finks as well, certainly so.
It was a
Trying to
sign?
get the bans.
Chat,
Kenji
what?
is a must ban. Lumi, of course, as we
Dude.
know already. We're not going to be seeing that in the bans. Kenji is a
Dude, what? In the rage bait?
Tap, you're dead. TP from Gray, surprise attack. I just feel like there were more
Chat.
options. And Juju, obviously, that constant pressure in
Who the?
the grass.
Is that real? Am I just gonna be rage baited every single like? Dude, what just happened to my computer? Is this like what is this? Hold up, I gotta screenshot this. This is too much. This is too much. The level of rage bait is just unreal. Like,
on the spot here.
Like, okay.
I saw a lot more of yesterday than I was expecting.
Can someone send me that screenshot? I just realized I
Other
can't
tanks
while
on
I'm
the board, so we
streaming.
mentioned Buster. Hank's still readily available. Amber, somebody that's obviously
Is this real?
climbed back up, especially with the hypercharge and that open lane for visibility for constant damage. Really nice. Several
this
options,
real?
though. I mean, Pam's shown up in the mix in the pro
Guess
meta.
who
Didn't
that
see her much
is?
yesterday, so maybe just a practice thing they
I have
tried
no
out,
idea.
don't go with. But of course, our #1 most picked
I have
brawler,
no idea.
always a safe bet.
Since that additional movement speed, it just
I have
feels
no
like
idea.
every single region has paid note to it and getting the rewards. You know, prior to that buff, there wasn't really many people
this
who were
real?
experimenting with things.
Is this
And it just
real?
meant- yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Is
Now
this
I think
real,
that
chat?
Zeta might be cooking, and SK are clearly feeling okay with that just a
Dude,
pick.
what did
They
I
kind
just-
of would have felt themselves that this might be likely to happen.
Bruh.
So the fact that they value Chester more
Bruh.
means that they're willing to go into that counter and play a bit more passive, a bit more defensively in that regard as well. But I know what you were
Chat.
saying about the Pam pick as well. It is still one of
Chat.
those kind of odd brawlers to see come
Chat.
through, but one that I'm not seeing many teams
Guess
experiment
who that
with,
is,
but
dude? I don't
SK
know.
do. Very much so. It's
I don't
kind of
know,
their second
bro. I
highest
don't
pick
know.
In terms of those scrim rates. So
It's
I
not
wanna see
Jason
whether
Bub,
that is
so
a
I don't
potential mid
know.
there to come through here. It's an odd one. It's not necessarily tried and tested Gene. Yeah, I like that. I prefer that myself. It's a bit safer. And of course, the vision gear can be quite crucial with that particular brawler.
Gene's a more frequent one nowadays just because that visibility, it feels like teams are just relying on the safety net that he has on the table. And Chester can obviously be able to do a great job on the lane, whatever it ends up being. If they want to get something beefy like a Buster, obviously if it's shield, different story, but you at least can dish out a quick amount of
Chat,
damage.
I feel rage
Arrow is
baited.
one I did not expect, though. Obviously, the mobility, this is going to be their, not gym carrier
I
by
feel
any
rage
means, but
baited,
this is how
chat.
they're going to take away gyms and get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, this is SK Gaming kind of making up
Feel...
for the fact that they've not managed to land the chest, the Buster pick. And
Rage baited.
It's definitely a brawler which is never really on my mind, but it's
Henry?
one that I think
Dude,
many
who
don't
is
anticipate
Henry?
seeing, and it can make some plays. It
And
really,
why
really
is Henry,
can.
dude?
And again, like I said,
Why is
he's
Henry on
fantastic
me?
with tanks. Like, it's just a bit secondary, though, to that Chester, in my opinion. There's the Lily, yeah. And I'm really quite
I wasn't
shocked
paying
we didn't
attention to
see
draft,
as
so I
much
was
of
getting
Lily
raged.
yesterday
Really
as I was
into
expecting to
this?
see. Because in scrims, she's really, really high up there in terms of the plays and the win rate. So on this particular map, I can see it working
Chat,
out
I don't know if I would
fantastically
go
well.
Lily
Going
into
the realm,
this.
getting behind your opposition and flanking around the map.
I really don't
communicating
know
back to
if
your
I
team
would
and
go
then
Lily
timing
into
the
this.
strike. That top left-hand side really is going to have to be checked constantly now
Leap
by
thinks
Zeta.
Buster.
And
Chat,
that's
I think
because
Zeta
it's
has
away
draft
from the
again.
objective.
What
I
was
think
first
now
pick?
Zeta have got a much
Chat.
bigger problem on their hands.
Yeah, I want to go back. but
Number
I have
one
to watch
seed
it.
out of EMEA. First one to take a set on the board.
What was first pick?
But Chitampo, I have a feeling won't be
What's
going
up, Airman
too far
Chester?
away. Here we go, set 2, folks. Gonna be a start in
Chester,
the middle.
Binks,
Each gym spawning per
Buster.
side, and already it's Suzuku getting sneaky. Gonna approach that
yeah,
grasp, and he went
yes.
straight up the middle. I mean, playing some mind games here. That's something you have to constantly have in your mind.
It all made
though,
sense until
all
Lily.
the time when Lily's on the field.
And it's gonna
I
keep
mean,
OP back
Lily's
as well,
good
because
enough
he
that
needs
it can
to play
do
that
a
motion, being
couple
ready for
plays
his
into
team to
counters
ensure
now.
that strike now going
But-
into the right side, and there's a perfectly timed time warp there as well from Suzuku. They were managed to
I don't
secure
know.
OP in that regard. But now look at the top left-hand side. Yoshi going into
Really good
breaking
break
the
by
bush as
Yoshi.
well. It's going to force all of Zeta to that right-hand side now.
Rut roast
Nowhere to
Suzuku.
hide.
Holy
Ooh,
value.
remove him
He just
immediately.
hit all
Oh,
of
goes
them.
through
He's
the
gonna have
OP,
hyper.
trying to get there
He's
as
gonna have
well.
hyper.
Nice little dive in.
Or he's
Enough to
one
get some
off
good
of it.
aggression,
He might get
but
2 this game if
still
the game
forced
lasts a
early.
long time.
SK Gaming, complete control of the map as well. Buster reflecting. He's a momentum shift.
He's gotta be so
Tries to move
close
the
to
team up a
hyper.
little bit when they're facing a deficit. The only way they're going to be able to
Did
march
he get
forward.
it? No.
Yeah, Zeta are very clustered, but that is going to only aid into the Buster. That time warp is going to ensure that SK Gaming are
Mid-time
their
warp.
timer out here.
Goes
They've got many
invis.
gems in their pocket now. There's a nice pull there from Joker, and Levi very, very low here, but able to survive.
Free
on.
kill,
And now the
but he
gems are
used
top.
it-
They're gonna be
he
able to
doesn't
pull
get
this
out,
around if
though,
he
because
wishes,
he
but
uses
might not
invis
have
to
the
get
games.
in.
He's buying his time for as long as he can. But
Nah,
Joker
they used
does
2
bring out the
hypers to
spawn,
do
and
nothing.
puts
I
those
mean, I
gems
guess they
back
got
in
some
SK's pocket.
gems, but...
Even though they don't escape with the gyms, they bought time. You pointed it out. Now they had the mid a little bit longer, were able to recover, and now it's a 3-gym deficit and a little bit more control. The red roster, top right-hand side, SK Gaming playing from the left.
They're gonna have
9th gym being
the
acquired.
next gem.
Now
Okay,
SK
yeah.
Gaming just one away from a countdown.
Joker's
Zeta
got
division are gonna start
pull.
making
Yoshi's
moves.
got
Hyper
hyper.
charge there for Yoshi, and OP wants to go in prematurely as well. Get some good taps for his time. But look at Suzuku as well.
Oh,
lurking
really
in
nice
the realm,
timing.
Coming in and goes in. low
Really
HP,
nice
Joker picks
timing.
it up, and the gems still lie with SK. Tampo too low to be able to contest it. They might just get some more with Joker here. Not a bad time to do so. Protected there
Wow.
by OPE. And with the clock ticking down, Zeta, that's
Wow.
this push, they're not going to make it in time.
Not a strong showing so far. Okay.
SK looking
Little extra aggression,
good.
'cause why not? Gonna
SK
pass this
looking
back.
good.
SK Gaming taking another
SK's
game
looking
on the
really,
board.
really, really
This
good.
is shocking, Arc. We really haven't seen much life out of Zeta Division. Sure, a few pop-off Lily plays there, but set
Really,
number 1
really,
felt pretty
really
good about
good.
the blue side, and now as set number 2 approaches, things are looking a little bleak for East Asia right now.
We didn't cast yesterday together, Kenny, and I don't know whether you're aware, but 2 of my matches were sweeps, and 1 was a 3-1, so it might be a curse.
We bounce back here, brother. We bounce back
we
today.
need to see more from Zeta, that's for sure. They're just playing a little
They're
bit
getting
less
cooked
aggressive
on
than what we're
draft.
used to seeing from them. And SK
Oh, my,
Gaming already
I was going to
capitalized.
say, why didn't they go
as I was
Tara,
saying
but
that,
Tara's
A
banned.
beautiful
Okay.
pickup, double pull there from Levi.
gonna
And now
say,
OP is so low, having
greatest
to heal up
Tara
that
game of
right-hand
all
side.
time,
But
probably.
a shaky start there from SK.
Much more even footing. Duel on the top right-hand side. 2 tanks going at it. Ope, double barrel. Now charging up that health point. Suzuku does have a hypercharge super. Gonna elect to use it
Well
right
played
now.
by
Ope
Suzuku.
falls. Levy still holding strong in the mid. Chitampo, low HP, gonna have to recover. A perfect shield being placed
Really,
for him.
Joker's playing vengeful into
the
a
action
Lily.
yet again, and aggression onto Chitampo, who's
That's pretty
getting a full
interesting.
hypercharge from him as well onto Levi. I'm not sure how he's going to fare. Low HP now, as in the meanwhile, Joker and Yoshi take care of business. Some gems sitting in the mid there as well.
Really
A
nice
connection
super
there
by
for Yoshi as
Yoshi.
well. A nice bomb onto the Chitampo, who's going to have to be healing up. 3 gems now sitting, but they can't go in. Levi surely has got gadget to hand.
Joker's
and that
just sitting
pull
there with
is
pull, which is
devastating.
smart.
Oh!
Oh!
Rage takedown!
Really nice
Beautifully
roll by
executed
OPE.
by Joker. And now a middle contestant as well. Suzuku all alone. Ope dashing away on the
OPE,
right
I mean,
hand.
Suzuki's taking his time. They can kill anyone for the lead. Oh, 2 hypers? Oh, boy. I've seen bad things happen on this map before, chat.
Flying shots on the left hand in. A dive forward. Lily secures one.
Oh, boy.
Joker in trouble. Ope has to
Oh,
roll away.
boy.
Unsuccessful. Zeta with a heist.
They right, robbery.
Oh,
Montage
boy.
from Liver, just the nick of time as
Oh,
well.
boy.
That was the-
Oh,
and
boy.
now
I've seen it on
the
this
lights
map
are on for
before.
Zeta.
Oh, boy.
They've got to ensure this countdown. SK Gaming now pushing forwards. And
Oh, he got
Yoshi
red
has
Chester.
got the Super Bowl. What is it going to be?
He got
What's
red
in the back
Chester.
pocket? It's going to be a slow as well. And OP has now
OP's
the
got
charge
roll.
going in. He should be able to connect with this. Will the enemy say they dropped the gems and they're all scattered? But Zeta
Do they have
still
enough? I don't
protect
know.
them in the back
I don't know.
pocket. There's still time.
I don't think
SK can
so.
recollect, but that was close.
No.
Here we go again. Levy
Wow.
with a takedown on the left-hand side. 6 seconds on the
Wow.
clock, and Opay finally has a super.
Oh my
Here
God.
he goes, barreling forward, makes the mark. It's
Oh.
enough to not get a takedown, though.
Good
Just
game.
within striking distance.
Good game.
Zeta
It's always
Division
this
have
map.
won.
This map always is crazy. Oh, not this guy again.
Call me biased, but I'm glad for Zeta there because they needed
Oh,
something
boy.
of a little bit of a lift.
We gotta
it was
get you that.
getting a
We
little
gotta
bit
get you that
scary.
3-2,
We
bro.
got
Oh,
that
boy.
side.
One game at a time, brother.
Start the day with a 5th and final set.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Definitely
Oh, boy.
much better from Zeta, but far from out of the woods. This set very much still all up for grabs, but that is the best we've seen from them so far today.
Ooh.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm sure Brawl Nation is right there with you. SK Gaming and Zeta Division. It's set number 2, all tied up. Yashi owning this left-hand lane as Suzuku tries to encroach on enemy territory. Joker back
Cluster
line.
mid
Okay,
versus
now has
Gene
a
is
supercharge
so
up. He can get
just
sneaky too. Gonna be rolling
mid.
right on down. Ooh, a little missed mark there. Will make the connection. It's a great counter into Buster, and he does get the elimination, but it was a little unclean.
Yeah, unusual to see OP making mistakes for a couple of pixels off
Ooh.
in that regard. But the gems pretty much even at this present moment in time. OP says you're going to slide
Oh,
into
OPE,
definitely not the
beautiful.
ideal gem carry to have, but
Oh my God,
now
I
those
thought he was
gems
gonna get
drop
out
this
there.
fall into the pocket of Levi. Joker has the magic hand.
Free gem
That's
for
definitely
Joker.
going to be a concern, but realistically, who are we going to necessarily want to pull in this situation?
No easy ones. Now Super
Sight!
approaching the enemy side.
Oh my
He's
God,
right in the
Sight,
face
what
of
are you
Yashi.
doing,
Does
brother?
have a hypercharged super, just suiciding. Ooh, the pull goes through. Instant reaction
Sight
there at a
tempo,
Joker. And
sight
they'll pick up a nice
tempo,
frag.
sight tempo.
Has taken care of some of the bush, though, on their spawn side. Might not be great necessarily for them, but definitely worth doing. Zeta all hunkered down again, as Levi has got hypercharge. OP going in with the shielding, but gets taken care of very,
this could
very
be their
swiftly.
chance to go
and now
in.
response of Zeta's zone going in with there with a hypercharge Buster. And now Lily is lurking, going to find Yoshi surely here. And
Oh,
Yoshi
what a
comes out
waste of a
450
hyper.
HP, low on that side of things, and depending
Ugh.
upon the body blocking of his teammates. Look at the gems now, just 2 more for Zeta, and they'll be on countdown.
Oh, what a pickup
Combo
by
with a cheeky
Sight.
little gadget. Opay
Oh,
going to be
bad play
rolling
by
in.
Levi.
Not enough, though. Suzuku
Does it
there to
matter?
recover for
Oh,
his
God.
teammate, and Levi
Oh,
will
God.
have one more shield to grab this countdown.
Oh, that's a nice time there.
I
from
feel like
Levi to
Joker could've
utilize
just
that
went up
montage,
and
but
pulled him,
SK
couldn't
Gaming
he?
cannot get gems from the mid. They've got to go, go, go. OP uses one to, he's got another one in
Yoshi?
the back pocket. Suzuki's going to fall down. But
Hyper,
the gems are still
you got
taken
him.
For now, for Zeta, they should be able to hold on. As SK Gaming have run out of time. And the set goes to Zeta. And we're all tied up.
Oh my God. You stop with the sign!
Should be able to hold in the back. Gaming cannot get gems from the mid. They've
Cover for his teammate, and Levi will pop one more shield.
I guess he was worried about the Lily, but couldn't. I thought, I guess if he just,
Suzuku there to recover for his
if he just straight lines right here, what can this Buster do?
teammate, and Levi will pop one more shield.
I guess
to
a
grab
free
this
pull.
countdown.
cannot get gems to fall down, but the gems are still safe and sound. For now, for Zeta, they should be able to hold on. As SK Gaming,
His HP was so low, bro.
Goes to Zeta, and we're all tied up. Definitely a bold decision.
Man,
on
I
their
don't like
part,
that
but
guy. I don't know who
do not
that guy
feel
is, but I don't
paid
like
off.
that guy.
Can I say as well? I
don't
want to
know
see
who Lil
more
Bro is,
cards
but
in
I
the
don't like
crowd.
that guy.
That was took me off guard. It was absolutely brilliant. But seeing some of the humor and some of the OGs in the crowd has been fantastic this weekend.
Y'all are rock stars, all y'all attending here at DreamHack Dallas. Big time crowd on this Saturday, showing out for SK
Is this
Gaming
real?
versus Zeta Division. 2 #1 seeds, 2 monthly finals apiece so far this year, and now entering a crucial set number 3. This isn't win or
this
go
real?
home per se, Arc, but this certainly means more. It's a guarantee for another day, a top 4 where LCQ spots are on the line, World Final spots are on the line, regional pride on the line. Both these teams showing a great fight for that.
Yeah, keeping seed is so important in this competition.
Oh, side tempo, side tempo,
If
side
Humble come out
tempo.
later on here today, then
Side
that's gonna
tempo.
matter. If you win this matchup, you're gonna probably be able to avoid.
I don't know how they
the
won
world
that. I
champions,
really
and
like
I think
SK's
that's a
comp
pretty good
more.
spot to find
Katuda
yourselves
with the
in.
membership.
Then
Take
up
notes,
to
Unk Bobby.
Caboon
Oh,
Canyon next
okay,
then
okay,
for
okay,
Heist. A much
okay.
closer set in Gem Grab.
Oh,
SK
ho,
Gaming
ho,
had a
ho.
very good start,
Chat.
which slowly is now diminishing. But I think it came down to draft. in my
Zeta
opinion. We saw
is
Zeta have
very good at
not
this
necessarily
map.
the best
They
of
beat
drafts in
everyone in
Bounty,
scrims
but one that was
both
more of a
times they played
comfort
this
idea.
map.
Going into
They
Heist
beat
now,
Elevate on this map. This is a very Zeta heavy map, I think. I don't know how prepared SK is for this map, but
great sharpshooters. So in terms of SK's strategy coming in,
oh my
they need
god,
to make
dude.
sure
What
that
are
this
these
balance
memberships? I mean, I appreciate it, but goddamn, bro, goddamn.
Risen in the ranks. A very
God
fun one to
damn.
play here, and also according
Imagine
to the
if
balance
world
changes,
winners
has now
are from
become
EU and
much
only
more
qualities
viable.
SA got
Amber
them an
certainly
extra
in the mixed
spot.
melody, an old-timey one that's aggressive, and I know
True,
East
huh?
Asia loves to cater towards. It's going to be in the band stage, though. No Lily, no Finks, no Eve. Very unique bands on that left-hand side.
So, well, the Eve band's not too crazy because it is basically the highest win rate for SK Gaming here. Colette coming in. Love that pick from them. But Angelo's still not banned out here. And that's definitely a Zeta Division pick for sure. So interesting that they didn't want to go for that despite banning the Eve, which is primarily what you'd like to see. But always good to see a Chuck ban. Lily ban here, I think is absolutely necessary here as well. But that Melody being banned up by Zeta is an interesting one. It's certainly one that they would like to have picked themselves. So definitely was... With the coin toss, I imagine on their side, kind of considering to
Are taking
opt
notes?
against
Yes,
it. Carl,
yes,
can we
yes,
open
yes.
here as well.
Writing
First
everything
pick from Zeta.
down.
Love to see that particular brawler. The amount of aggression, the hypercharge, of course, the hot coals on the safe, it can shred through that stuff.
Another one I'm looking out for here is going to be Angelo.
Agreed,
Direct
Rafiki.
matchup
Yes,
into
yes,
Colette,
yes, yes,
especially
yes.
now
Taking
with the
notes.
change to Heist.
Yes, sir.
We're not
Yes, yes,
necessarily
yes, yes,
always
yes.
prioritizing just burst damage on that Heist safe, right? Angelo's somebody that can bring that control, and it used to be, I was a little hesitant, because if you're just playing to win the map, well, there's still a comeback mechanic. Supers like Colette, like Crow, not in our current meta right now. So I don't actually mind these more control-based brawlers, and Amber kind of a hybrid of both of those.
I was thinking it could have been a Bonnie
Got my
there, 'cause
notebook
we saw it
out.
yesterday and did kind of
Got my
work out
pen.
pretty well. It's still going to be available, I imagine, for this. But, oh, actually, SK going to pick it up first.
Checking notes.
Did not see that
Go.
one coming. That's definitely a Zeta pick to have.
Bonnie.
Yeah. SK kind of taking
That's really my
the playbook
first
away
note
from
in my
Zeta
notebook.
somewhat.
Go Bonnie.
The Amber's not a bad shout.
Is
from
that my
Zeta,
first
but,
note?
I was absolutely expecting the Bonnie and
Is that
the
my
Amber, to be
first
honest
note?
with
I'm
Zeta.
putting my.
Well,
I'm
I
putting
think
this
Colette
away, bro.
scares them off
This
of
is not
the
gonna
Bonnie,
help.
so in return, Zeta
This is
Division
not
go
gonna
away
help.
from it. Colette, obviously pretty good into those beefier brawlers, right? So just cuts through that HP of Bonnie
Goddamn,
with
bro.
Clyde. And when it's in the Leon-esque form, it's a little trickier. Here comes an East Asia special, though, folks. It's going to be Charlie. This one's always an interesting one, and I'm still hesitant on it because the win rate just hasn't come through. In terms of logic, on paper, Spiderlings are great into all three of these single-shot brawlers. Cocoon never hurt, but it just hasn't had the performance we've been looking for, but maybe Zeta Division are the key to unlocking it.
They're just trying to shut down Bonnie, leave the Charlie on defense the entire
Am
time.
I gonna have
The
to see
Cocoon
that
great into
for the next like
into
3
Colette.
hours?
It's going to be great. Also, then into
Is this
the
real,
Bonnie,
chat?
but I agree with you.
Is this
We
real?
casted the last monthly
He's
final.
like,
in
are they
this
just gonna
region,
keep
and,
showing that
we
over and
saw
over
it
and over
so
and
much,
over?
And as soon as that monthly final was over, no other region was doing so. But it was.
I don't know who's
primarily
comp I like.
successful
I think I
mostly in Heist.
slightly
So I
favor
don't necessarily mind it, but it is
Zeta's,
a heavy
but I think it's
risk,
really
no doubt about
even.
it.
Set number 3
If the
underway.
Charlie
Two
works like it
number
would
one
on
seasons, some of the
paper,
best
then
on
I
the
favor
planet going at
Zeta's.
it here on our
But
Saturday
Charlie
morning.
rarely ever works
Joker,
like it does on
instant
paper,
elimination,
or
dive
like
in
it
from
should.
Ope. It's a team wipe early for SK Gaming.
A little tippy tap on the safe there from Yoshi. And again,
Little
with
tippy
Bonnie's
tap.
rework now, OP able to go straight back into cannon form and hold
Real.
down fort.
Little
Once
tippy
again,
tap.
yet
Oh,
again,
nice
it's
side
hits
tempo
down
with
to
the
Tampo as
taps.
well.
OP.
Now it is
Oh,
hitting there.
good try.
Is now the flying hook from Tampo goes in. Yoshi gonna have to do some work.
Bro got
here on
put
defense.
in
Gets
the
a lovely
cocoon.
tap, a very important one of that, because that is where Carl really wants to sit.
Well
All
played.
things considered, they
Loki,
only
Amber,
give
and a
up
Bonnie isn't that good.
13% on that high
Now
state.
that I
Could have
think
been
about
much
it.
worse for them. SK
So
Gaming
maybe I
now
like
once again
SK's comp
contesting
more.
Ooh, Joker with perfect precision. Nicely done. Now
Joker
the
is
left-hand
hyper,
sideline. Now
Yoshi
Joker
with the Pierce.
exploding. Super available, connects for 10, and they'll pierce
Joker
through
dead,
that
but that's
first set of
fine. He
ice
broke the
damage.
first barrier.
Very important time to get through that stack on the safe, as now they can regroup and continue the assault. It's quite concerning for me that Zeta have not got a single scratch on the safe. And really that playmaker is going to be Tampo now. There's Shizuka coming in, the hypercharge as well.
Oh my
This
God.
shot
Oh,
by
he
Shizuka
almost
gets the
messed that
one
up, but he
needs to
didn't.
Land the cocoon. The Yoshi then pulls him back out
Oh my
immediately.
God.
So there's a hypercharge in the safe. 44%.
Chat, surely
is
this
all
is
that is
over.
left on the Zeta Division side.
Oh, they're going to have to pop off here, too. Several layers of this onion to get through on the high safe. Levy, left hand in, dueling with Colette.
Did he miss that burn? How did he miss that? Oh, he hit it at the end. Sight might be able to break the first barrier. He does.
Job first done,
That's very big. Very big play.
Yeah, it's so,
I think it's over, though.
In that regard, and SK Gaming has been so consistent. Look at that.
If he gets those pets on safe.
Cocoon allows him to spend all his time on
Oh my god.
Spiralings going in there as well. It's going to make it a lot harder for Yoshi to be able to get his job done.
It's game over. It's game over. It's game over. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I forgot how hard Bonnie counters Amber, so I was wrong. SK definitely is draft.
Perfect to make this work. Look, it's just a brawler that I don't believe is high enough on the tier list. I love it on paper. It's something that I
turn
feel
up
like
the video quality. It's as high as it gets. It's 1080.
Other regions just didn't believe in this brawler. East Asia really the only one in Zeta Division. Oddly enough, for a team that I feel like never actually used it on their run to monthly finals win last time. It makes sense. I love the extra spawners, but in terms of high safe damage, it's not crazy unless you get down the sidelines. It's just so much range you have to outgun.
Speaking of the draft, you know, it makes sense, like you say, but it's just not bringing enough.
Zero ping Amber 2s. Wow, that really didn't hit Yoshi.
Able to pack the punch. Chitaba goes in, and that shot from Yoshi not going to be enough to seal his demise. So OP now just making up some lost
pretty
time.
good play by Sight. Really good. Joker's playing amazing here. Joker always plays really good on Colette.
Now healing up in the mid. Yoshi got super as well. Certainly going to be a welcome gift. That poison going to trickle down on the side of Zeta if they need it. Oh, one Pierce there as well. Tambo's now low HP.
Do they get him? They don't. Insane from Joker.
Is down on the side
Insane.
Of Zeta safe.
This is trouble.
This is over, surely.
Now dropping some
that was a really timely
right
hit from
side.
Suzuki. He
Tampa
didn't let Joker
into all these long-range brawlers, and without a lot of walls to bounce up, no close quarters combat makes it much more difficult. Now he's going to be taking off, going right down to the other side.
Joker's not going to hyper until they break the safe barrier. All right, now he hypers.
Gaming can match in terms of damage. I mean, they're already ahead. There goes Colette, down below 30%
breaks
now.
The
they're
next
just continuing to pummel away.
They do defend this, though. OP's leaving him.
Tavi's got to stay there. OP's choosing to leave him as well. And I think it's the right
7%.
A tapping 3% is all there is left, and this
Game
will
over.
be done. OP misses the shot. Now he buys it 1%, and this should be okay. SK get it done. They get this.
Well played, SK. Well played. Well played. Well played. Well played.
Most daunting set of the day, I would say, for Zeta Division. It never felt great in the draft for me. And by all means, these guys are the pros, but I just feel like there are a lot of holes to poke in that. And even though it was 3 just single-shot brawlers on that left-hand side, I feel like the Colette pick first kind of locked out Zeta Division because that was a frequent pick for them in practice this week. So maybe throw them off their game a little bit. I mean, 2 solid brawlers, Amber and Carl. I just don't know if this is the best spot for them. And then again, the Charlie to end things off just
too tough.
Cutting it for me.
It made some sense in terms of like the counter, but it just wasn't good enough. And like I said, we were watching that monthly final where it was used so heavily in East Asia and just wasn't warranted in every other region. And I think it's time to let the Charlie sit.
Yeah, it might be time to let the Charlie go. Why Charlie over Tara? That's a good question.
What an important step that was. They can
That's a good question.
To keep this pressure on.
Can I ever play Amber on 0 ping? Does he know?
Him because it's not an easy brawler to make work in heist. Certainly not into what they were playing with. So to have that Angelo really tap in the way that he did, I think having that as a valuable defense went a long, long way. Heist is done. Triple dribble for Brawl Ball is up next. Certainly, Brawl Ball is a mode that springs to mind.
No, bro. I wrote down pick. Oh, I guess pick Bonnie did work.
For Zeta, they have got tricks up their sleeve. We've seen this, but now the shade thing is kind of getting a bit old, in my opinion. It is so obvious to see that I think the SK, if they don't ban it, are going to have a strategy against it no matter what.
Both of these teams are going to be well equipped for it. It's something they practiced a lot leading up into this. Obviously, Zeta Division kind of known for it, for pioneering it a little more recently. So I do think brawlers like Hank, Jackie, Shade, all going to be kind of in the rotation somewhat for either picks or bans. They're all kind of associated with each other. So curious to see if those tanks or aggressive brawlers come through. Chester also a frequent one. Of course, we have to keep our eye out for Finks. It is Brawl Ball, but I just feel like he's such a valued brawler by our pros right now.
That in the VC? Dude, there is no VC.
We saw in the BBL as well that Willow was
BBL!
By SK, and that's one of the brawlers that's really high up in the win rates for Zeta Division at 88%.
Why is Zeta so bad at drafting?
I don't think they are. So looking for that, and for them themselves, their most played brawler in scrims was Shade.
I think SK is just good at drafting.
And they were like, okay, we see why that
doing
works
today
well.
good, bro. Good. I had this crazy nightmare last night.
Clearly want to play
that swept my region
They are, of course,
lost to South America and China.
be opposed to a Chester ban here.
But
I
now
think
that I'm
the
awake,
tanks
I'm
come out to
happy
play
and
for
I'm
sure, and to be
excited to
banning
see
out
them
B
face
and
Humble
others
today
for
after
counter
this
purposes
match.
can go a long way. Buster as well.
What did your mom say about Tribe? Oh, she was rage baiting
Bans
when I
come
went
in.
down.
They
bro.
are the heavy
She was
hits to
rage
consider.
baiting for sure. She was
Lots of throwers can come into play
absolutely
here, too. You
rage
mentioned
baiting.
Willow, a shocking one that's shown up quite a bit.
Sup, cutie?
Keep
What's
an eye
up,
out for
Connor?
Dynamite. Not going to call
How
it
you
too
doing,
early
bro?
by any means, but if you want to throw her, real possibility. Of course, with the bans coming through, no throwers being banned, so probably not at the top of the list unless they see something super that they really want to pull out. So Juju, Willow at the top of mind for me here if they want to go thrower. No Hank. Jay Young getting the surprise ban, I would say. It feels like EMEA have used him more that I've seen in practices recently, so that might be more a selective ban.
Certainly for Brawl Ball, I feel like it's his best mode, so I'm kind of expecting it to be seen a fair amount. Like you say, in EMEA, certainly been utilized a lot, so fair play on Zeta to be able to spot that one in their data. Lou going to come in. Certainly not the first brawler that springs to mind on this kind of map and mode, to be completely honest. It is saying, well, we are ready to counter your tank, but B is still available for that same reason as well. So keeping the walls is where Lou's going to thrive. But if SK Gaming wants to go with some wall break options and maybe even have a stew with a bit of wall break potential too, then how much is that Lou going to be able to do?
I mean, they could literally pick B right here, and not only is it a good brawler to counter out tanks, but it's also a good
Tribe
matchup
wouldn't have let
in
this
Lou.
go to
So
set
I
4.
do
They
think
would have gotten,
question
yo,
marks on
chill
that
on
first overall
Tribe.
pick again.
Chill
Lou
on
not a
Tribe,
bad
chill on
brawler, but
Tribe.
with Hank out of the way, that's going to be one of the more traditional counters. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, I like B matchup. Now they get anti-tank as well. B's just a great brawler.
Chat,
One
they're
of the
going
higher picked
shade.
ones for a reason this weekend.
Zeta is going shade if they don't take a shade
Feels like
counter
Zeta
here.
might not be on point with their draft, but let's hope that they are cooking up something hot that I'm not seeing through. And then we go to final set. I'm biased. I am. And it's one of those things that was not banned out by either team. And as we were saying, you know, it's a high top pick for SK Gaming. They play it the most in scrims. It's got a 68%
You know what,
win rate for them.
though?
So certainly it's going to be.
I
taking
feel
a lot
like
to show
Zeta might know how to
it's
play
done,
around
but,
the shade.
I
Like,
like
this
the
is their
pick.
comfort. Like, they
Jackie's
definitely
certainly
know
on the
what
table
beats
here for
shade.
Zeta.
Whenever
I
you're
think
really
it's a
good at a
traditional way to
brawler,
go
you
against
know
the
what
shade
beats
here.
it.
The problem is if they draft it early,
So let's see
now
what they
SK
go.
Gaming have a chance to respond. So this is a tricky spot, I would say, for Zeta Division. That's a good 2-3 turn there for SK
see what they
Gaming.
go.
Do they go with their choice of Flare for aggression? Do they build some health points up? It is going to be that Jackie. Yeah, I just feel like it's a natural counter. When you see shade, folks,
Jackie.
you got to think Jackie. It's just one of the better ways to deal
Even
with it.
into B, they go Jackie.
Jackie didn't have the best of games yesterday, though, for North America. But I still feel like the brawler has got a lot of potential. No heals, though, currently for Zeta. And that's kind of where I'm thinking.
I think
next, or
Juju, yeah, could be really
potentially
solid. But the
take
issue
your
is if
options
they go
as well.
Juju,
Let's
SK
see
gets
how
the
they wanna
freest
fare
barley
this
game of
through,
all
but
time. So I don't know
feel
if
that
I would go
Jackie's weakness
Juju.
is like being able to break through some of that cover, and that's an SK Gaming final pick to decide as to whether they want to go for it.
Ollie, I
coming
agree.
through for
Because if you
Zeta
go,
Division
yeah,
as
you can't
well.
go Juju or
That's got
Anita. You
quite a
need to
low
go
win
something
rate
that
for them in
Barley
scrims,
doesn't
but
wreck your
nonetheless, I
team.
feel the brawler has got so much weight.
I
to
really
throw
like that
behind
Ollie
this
pick.
situation. But again, little healing on the side of Zeta.
What do you guys
For
think?
SK
Maybe
Gaming now, a chance
anti-stun
to see
Frank?
through this and, they got the beat, but they want
Maybe
to keep the walls
an
is kind of where I'm seeing
anti-tank?
this go.
I wonder if they go for a flashy little Primo here on the top of mind just to kind of dive in.
I wouldn't go
Obviously, they
Primo
got
into
shade for that
Lou.
aggression. I think Thrower would
I think
be
if you're
a
gonna go
toughie.
with tank, it
Frank
has to
could
be
a
anti-stun
spicy
Frank.
one, too.
Ooh.
Oh, instead we're just going to bring the big, bad shotgun. Goodness gracious. What a direct answer
Dude.
to both Ollie and Jackie. I just never think of Shelly because it's just, you know, not an S-tier brawler by any means. It's the first brawler we all unlock in the game, but SK Gaming unafraid, shooting fearless here. I think it might be a pretty wise choice.
The big barrel of boom is going to be wielded by OPE, and in my opinion, he is the best Shelly player in the world, which sounds like a weird thing to say. I know it, I get it. It's the first brawler that you get in the game, and one that we rarely see in Brawl Esports.
I know, Tylo, I know.
2023, that little period that we had there, for good reason.
I mean, it's a good
OPE is
Shelly pick,
absolutely insane
maybe.
with Shelly, and I just
OPE
really
is
hope
a
that
really
Zeta
good
are
Shelly
prepared
player,
for
that's
this,
very
because I think
true.
they're going to struggle.
That's
Expect
very
action.
true.
Lots of aggressive brawlers here. Yashi already with a big sting available as Levy just clings to that L-shaped wall. Shatampo already on the back heels and Ollie rotating, trying to find the perfect matchup. Everybody making adjustments. Nice jukes. Joker, super available. Activates it now, piercing through the wall. Gadget goes through. Levy dumps the ball off on the right-hand side. SK still with an opportunity to get one through.
Great round old hive there as well from Yoshi, and great taps to follow things
Ooh.
up. Nice slow connection, and there's the splash that we were hoping to see from OPE.
Good defense by
Zuki there
Sight.
surviving there
Sight's
on
on the
a
Lou,
slither.
bro.
The amplified shot from Yoshi still available here, but going to miss one. Healing up as well, and
Free
goes
kill.
down from Zuku. Nicely done there from Zeta, a good defense, but so much cover now has been blown open. As time goes on, this game is not going to favor Zeta, not by a long shot.
SK Gaming unwavering on offense so far. Zeta Division have to claw their way out of their spawn side. They have yet to show signs of the other end of the map. Jackie
Good
just
B
with no range.
at.
Ollie has to have that super to be a looming threat, and Lou, such a big ask of him to be perfect here. There's the buck blast going through. Joker piercing through the walls. The pull goes through.
Really
the
nice
natural
pull.
counter.
Really nice team
Jackie,
synergy.
A great answer into that shade.
Well, Zeta are holding on somewhat for dear life as we approach the 1 minute mark left, but one thing I've got to say is
good super by OPE. Yoshi, not the greatest play there. Ooh. Nasty goal.
Lovely stuff, but there is still time for a response, and if SK can get it in overtime, this is not going to go well for Zeta.
Unbelievable click of the button there. It was looking so bleak for Zeta Division.
In the corner
now, all of a
it
sudden, a little
goes.
confidence exuding out of him. Pocketing this ball, top right-hand side, though. Goes with the ice rink down the other
Why
way.
didn't
He
he go
has
for
to hit these shots on Joker. Luckily for him, Joker's gonna have to take the time to heal. Jackie, respawn, sprinting right at the enemy side. Just has to go straight towards these walls, because otherwise, not a chance.
Good taps from Joker.
Shelly getting super would be very
high coming around again, but just shy
breaking
there.
that 2x2, yeah.
20 seconds, SK have got to push this methodically slow. There's the
Yoshi dead, but it doesn't matter.
But the ball passed through to Joker, surely healed, just straight in from OPE.
Wow.
And now
They have two supers, Ollie super and Lou super. They need to make it work now or it's game over.
Zeta have got to push this really early.
This is
super,
exactly what they do. Zeta Division know they don't have the range, so they attack early. Levy, hypercharge though.
Oh, what a play!
They're looking for the
Wow.
through the net. What
Really good team play. Really good team play. Really good team play.
They had
Really,
one
really,
shot
really good team
realistically
play.
there, because if that wasn't a goal, it was certainly going to be one for SK. Zeta get
Really
the lead
clean.
in this set.
Really clean.
The comp that I'm still not convinced by. And SK should feel confident for that reason, because I think that they look stronger for me. But they've got to get this wrapped up fast enough. They cannot allow this to linger out, because
Chat,
they
they're in
can
game.
if they want to play defensively, but it's still a bit risky to do so against a team like Zeta, and already a very
We
promising
missed
start.
so much.
There's
How do we
already
miss
only
20
one member of
seconds?
Zeta
Like we
still
just
remaining.
watched
If
the
they're still
game.
gonna connect, Structure, we have to walk this through.
Like we
And there's
just
the barrier
watched
to
the
go
game.
first
We
over
knew the
25
next
seconds.
game was going to start. Why did we have
Not
to
gonna be
wait
playing with their
20
food
seconds? Like, we
any
didn't even see what
longer.
happened.
An instant tap
rage
there,
bait.
goal in sub at 30 seconds,
rage
and once
bait.
again, Zeta Division going to be
That is
pushed
rage
back.
bait.
A little bit of luck, obviously, with the incredible bounce shot there to push them into overtime. Perfectly timed aggression, but
not
Joker,
luck, bro.
same can be said for him. Kicking off to the right hand, and Chitampo so low, though, they really
They
can't
already
make a move with
lose?
this ball. It's left to Suzuki, who's just going to throw it away. A hop, and now he has his super
He
available.
had
It's
to
still
use
not enough.
super
No
there.
Joker, moving towards the top of the map, buying time. Thankfully, Zeta were able to respawn.
Certainly felt that could have
This
been a goal
one's
there
gotta
for
be
SK
over,
Gaming, but
though.
playing it slow again, not the worst idea in the world with the comp that they are running. Tampo low, Joker knows it going in, but the freeze is going to force him back out there as Levi then forces him back in and gets the takedown as well. Yoshi with the amplified shot. Quite wide down to Suzuki for me, but now the slow going to help things out there for sure. Oh, great timing there on Chitampo, but now Jackie comes in for Levi and gets behind OPE. A great timing of the super there, seals the deal.
Zeta Division have to take advantage. They've been cornered the entire time. It's just been a game of hot potato on defense. And Chitampo, once again,
Sight
gonna be in a 2v1 scenario.
dead.
Ope
No.
dishing out damage. Levy moving up the middle of the map. A pull goes through. Ope goes
Good
down.
play. This is their
3v2 situation.
chance.
Hypercharge
Lou
available for
hyper,
Chitampo, but
Ollie
Yaki taking
super.
advantage of the matchup.
Yeah, crucial tap for that reason as well. He's going to be staying eyes on Chitampo, but he's now pushing himself
Suzuki's
forward.
going to go in
That
a
hyper
second.
charge
He's
is
just
going in,
waiting
it's
for
going
his
now.
jump.
It's going to freeze out OPE as well. The ball from Yoshi. Hypnosis there from Suzuki, but it's going to be him all alone versus two. Hypercharge from OPE. It's going to be able to get the ball clear
Good
for now.
defense. Really good
But that was a
defense
valiant
by
attempt from
SK.
Zeta, but no ball. 30 seconds on the clock, and Zeta needed a goal.
SK with complete control of the ball and the middle of the map. Super
E hyper, Shelly super, Shade
rattle
super.
tie
Like
for
surely we
safety
just
here.
wrap it
Zeta
up,
Division
right?
have to get aggressive.
Connection there from Yoshi slows down Chitampo, and it's OP that comes in with the ceiling
That's
of it.
game.
And 10
That's
seconds
game.
now as we approach things. It's not going to be any time at all.
Match
for Zeta.
point.
That ball is firmly in the pocket. There's not even enough time to get from one side of the map. There is a hypercharge though for Levy, and even he knows that that's not enough to get there to steal it. And now that means that SK move on to match point.
Front row loving it. SK banners flying here today. A lot
baby.
of support for Ian.
Oh, baby. Match point. Oh, baby.
They've made some incredible plays. They've gotten us to a set 4, but can Zeta Division deliver when it matters most? win and off to day 3. SK Gaming just one away from pushing Europe to another.
Already a tough start. Zeta going on the aggressive, but Chitampo too low. A good slow from Yoshi.
Ooh.
He falls very, very quickly. It's now going
Good
to be
play.
OPE in the 1v3.
Really
to
clean
defend.
start for Zeta.
His teammates respawning in a good time for it. That was a very aggressive start from Zeta, and they need that to be able to survive this series.
Sight lose
Love Zeta
super.
Division shooting fearless right there. Unafraid to lose. Let's just get aggressive.
They're gonna
Let's
go
shake
in
something
now
up.
because
It's
Bro's
not working. And now
frozen.
Levy
Miss
off
the
to rim.
net.
Chitampo with goal. No! Ball's just short. There's too low of HP as well. They have to make this perfect. No! Blunder out of the Wizards. No
Wow.
way.
Wow.
But they faltered there.
Wow.
Unbelievable
Wow.
from SK Gaming to be able to survive that one out, because that should have been a goal,
Wow.
in my opinion. Ball to the left, covered there by Chitampo as well, who has
Oh,
a
missed
big
super.
break from OPE. I feel like he might have wanted to get a bit more for his time. Jump there from Suzuki, not going to be doing too much. These taps from Yoshi really got to land, survive this, because Zeta mean business.
There's a perfect start. They got the eliminations, they had control, they had a goal, they let it go, and now these walls are slowly falling down. And it's just gonna get tougher and tougher. Suzuki without a super,
Real.
not gonna be able to match.
I wouldn't
Joker could
jump.
Just shoot through
Yeah,
these
no
walls, and now
jump. He's
Suzuki
taking his
just
L.
pinned. It's gonna be a 3v2. Once again, back on the defensive. Ope popping that hypercharge, gotta be close to
That should
super.
be a
There it
free
is, but
kill.
he's going skating. Chitampo shuts them down.
Oh,
Response.
good play
That
by
ball's still
Sight.
pocketed on top left-hand side.
Sugar go on the aggressive, will find Chitampo as well.
They're
If
fine,
Yoshi
they're not
gets involved
scoring.
here, it could lead to a goal, but no.
They got
Leva
two
coming
hypers
back
and an
into
Ollie
spawn.
super, so they
Has
could
that hyper
definitely make
charge.
something happen
Gonna
here.
get some of this wall down.
They've seen him have a
OP
really good team
potentially goes to
play.
the left-hand
Sight's probably
side
got to
do
focus
just
to
that.
Shelly.
Now the hyper charge from Levi, keeping SK Gaming back. It's a nice jump there. from
Horrible.
Suzuki,
They
who's gonna be
wasted
going for the ball
everything.
now, and it's
They
a bit
literally
wide
wasted
open.
everything.
Communication from SK
And
was
didn't
there,
get
though,
one
but they
hit,
have to
one
shut this
kill,
down.
nothing.
All of them
It's
staying
over.
alive.
It's got to be over, Chad.
Slither of wall will keep Joker up.
One
Oh, and a
mistake,
nice
it just
pass
rattles
by
you,
Yoshi.
man. It just
Still
rattles
0-0.
you.
Sub 30 seconds
One
to go
blunder
in
just
Zeta
rattles
Division,
you like that.
clinging for space. If this gets to overtime arc, you got a B, long-range gadget from Shelly, and on the other end you have Jackie.
That should
What are
be
you
a
supposed to
kill.
do?
Oh,
10 seconds. For Zeta, a tough situation.
Yeah,
There's
it's
two
just
men.
gotta
It's
be
all
game.
around the ball. Levi going to be pushing for this now, but does he have
Oh,
to
really
get
nice
go,
movement
trying to
by-
get things whittled down? There's a big smash there from OP.
He's frozen.
Again,
How'd he
no
miss?
goal on
Oh,
either
they're
side.
rattled, bro.
It's
They're
gonna
so
be neck
rattled.
and neck going into overtime.
Levy with an opportunity. Super shot available. Gonna be trying to recharge that HP. Goes for gold, not even close.
What was he
Stopped at the
going
mark
for
by
there?
Ope at the goalkeeper. Yoshi.
Oh my God, Sight tempo.
200 HP will
Sight
keep
tempo
him
moment.
up.
He's
Still
whiffing. He's
ball
whiffing
control
every
for Zeta
shot. He's
Division.
been whiffing all game, chat.
OP's got the
He's
hyper
been
charge as
whiffing
well.
all
We know that
game,
Vicious
chat.
Speed can do, but Yoshi has got to tap these shots now. SK advancing. What a huge smash there with the hyper charge from OPE, and Joker has the speed.
Good
The
spacing,
slow
giving
from Yoshi,
Suzuki
the
time to
tough
heal.
Levi, but still, Zeta stays standing with 30 seconds into overtime.
Free kill.
Hypnosis there from Suzuki, gets Joshi taken care of. And this is a wide open
Sight.
shot for Zeta. The pass to Chitampo, but the knockback from OPE.
Oh my
Joker
God.
intercepts. The ball is wide. Yoshi's
Wow.
SK Gaming, and it's not enough.
Wow.
Zeta comes back. They survive it out.
Wow. Wow.
Let's
I
go
do
to
not know
distance
how they
throw,
won
Nation.
that. I do not know how they
Wouldn't
won
expect
that.
anything less
I have no idea
than
how they
two
won
number
that.
one seeds across the world. I'll be honest. Draft diff,
Like,
right?
zero idea.
But these guys are just unbelievable.
Zero idea.
We saw the trick shot early on. Levy, despite
Wow.
a brutal matchup against a Shelly, still a top frag for his team. Oh, by the way, Joker
Wow.
Yeah, I saw that. I did spot it, and that makes you think, doesn't it, that after all that, what a brawler pick that Zeta love to champion on this very map, to get 20 takedowns and to still come short. You've got to reset that mental going into a fifth final set. And SK for me are still the favorites, but it's about how they come in now.
I can't believe they
mentally
won that.
to this
I
one, because
actually
that should have
cannot
been their step.
believe
Like I said, for me,
they won
a
that.
now draft. I'm surprised that the Lou was as effective as it was on the side of Zeta, to be completely honest. But again, comfort picks get it done. 80% of a win rate for them in that regard, and it proved its worth to them.
So
come back
crazy.
under that
I'm
kind
so
of
glad we're getting a
scrutiny.
set
It's quite
5 here.
incredible.
Well, Joker's going to rise the ranks of best shed players on the planet. We had Chitampo on the other end. We saw some excellent work out of Chinese mainland. Now we head into one more set. There were some blunders along with this too, so I think the fact that Zeta Division somehow erased that from their memories, just keep grinding. I don't think there's a lot of teams on the planet that we could say SK Gaming has some hard matchups, some hard counters, some very favorable picks on paper, and yet
Wow.
the gameplay out of these guys. They're somehow always still in it. And I think a big game changer too, the emotion, the vibes. At Worlds, you kind of see it a little bit, but this just means a ton to East Asia. EMEA are a region of old. It's historic. We've got plenty of world champions. Chitampo's hungry, though. He left Crazy Raccoon. Let that sink in, folks. He left.
All right,
Crazy
buddy.
Raccoon
All
for
right,
two
buddy.
players
All
who
right,
have yet to
buddy.
make it past
All
LCQ,
right, buddy.
Trying to make a reputation for himself.
No
his
need to
team,
say
and
that
his
now.
region,
No need to say
and he's
that
showing
now.
up in a
No
big
need
way.
to say that.
I would even
No need
argue
to say
that for
that.
me, for Zeta, it means the most out of any region here because they're so patriotic. For them to represent their country and to be able to bring something home in that regard for the World Finals, and our slot at LCQ for them, we've seen already in the past that coming second, coming third is not an option for a team like Zeta. It's only first on their horizons. Anything less than that is a fail in their opinion. Despite not looking like it from our perspective, it is from theirs, and that's the one that matters. So going in now to a 5th and final set. This is where it all comes down to. Open business for Hot Zone. And a chance to be done for the day for one of these two teams, but most importantly, get to the next round of the competition, keep their seed in that regard. No one wants to go to an elimination match up next.
Zeta Division burdened with carrying an entire region. SK Gaming first overall selection on open business. Going to be the Lou. Now this is an interesting one to grab first. Be out of the equation. Stu no longer there. I think Lou is a safe one, not only for the mode, but Hank a very popular selection. This is a very safe one to deal with general tanks, but also especially him.
Double Finks ban as well. I think that's probably pretty wise.
I don't know what I would go mid.
Seen such high players.
Finks B and
the question between tanks and long range for sure now going to be a question mark for Zeta. Is that Lou going to be looming in over the situation?
Banned.
I still don't mind Bo in that regard because the Lou's going to be taking up a lot of area control. For Zeta, it wouldn't be the worst idea to have something of that kind of thing for themselves. But Chester, they're going to have that kind of insurance
rage baby.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
A little bit.
Not
like
the best
crazy.
two tank counters, in my opinion, to have. Kind of favoring a little bit more towards the Chester than the Lou here, but in this kind of objective, it makes a lot of sense for SK Gaming.
Most frequent tanks we see on this map, Hank, Draco, and Frank, and obviously Draco's
busy with the 10, you and Sans taking notes. All jokes, you've been a fan since 2022. Yeah, we taking notes.
Not to that level. There comes the Hank, so Lou.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, it's like a.
They love the milkman.
I don't know, bro. It's like a player. This is what hurts the most. Like losing doesn't hurt as much as watching people play on stage, where like I feel like I should be playing, you know. So
as well.
We definitely taking notes.
Still to come for Zeta.
Talked with Chino a bit last night. Talked with Sans a bit last night. You know.
Pretty swiftly. Again, I quite like the idea of the Frank myself.
We all want to win. Yo, Kenji is open, huh? Kenji is open, huh?
Let's see what they're thinking. Draco, yeah.
Kenji is open, huh?
But the heals is where, for me, Draco thrives. And we haven't really seen too much of that. We were seeing Barry a little bit this past weekend, and that's where I would think that SK would be heading with this.
Bro. I appreciate the 10 though, homie. Thank you very much.
It's a bit troublesome, especially against the Hank. With that much HP, you need to stay standing on that zone.
Come on.
You lose.
Someone's got a Kenji.
Yeah, it was open.
Yeah. This is another 5. You think Zeta might win now? SK nerves are probably high. Yeah, but I like their comp, bro.
Maybe Zeta might be.
Look at their comp.
Yeah, this is tough. Couple
dude, Domi,
I think
they literally have Kenji, Lou, Dragon.
Here into the Kenji in particular. I know that's bold, maybe not.
Chat, I don't know what I would go here.
Choice, but something we
you just got to go a hard counter, huh? 2 tanks to math, though? It could be. What do you even go? Like Colette?
Kenji comes through. They're going to need all the damage in the world. They need a quick burst to deal with something like a Kenji.
Griff? The thing with Griff?
It's going to be Cordelius. Wow. Zeta Division. Selecting a brawler that by no means is bad. But
the thing with Griff,
here. Nerf Hank. What's this? No. Yeah, I like that one better. The I love Hank.
Hey, buddy.
He put down his sign. The thing with, dude, I forgot what I was
worried.
Saying. Whatever.
I'm going to bring it back down to business. I'm worried for Zeta. I don't know whether the Cordelius.
Oh, right. The thing with Griff, it just takes too long to get the kills.
It feels more reactive.
Like, you need something that gets the kills fast in Hot Zone, so the other team isn't standing on the zone and cycling time while you're getting kills. The Hyper makes it better for instant kills, but you only get Hyper once a game.
Take Kenji away from the situation, but it does worry me a little bit.
The Cord is interesting, though. Cord definitely counters Lou.
Battle of regions.
I don't know how hard it counters Dragon.
Set number 5, Joker on the top left-hand side.
And Kenji, but we'll see. I'm interested. They picked it for a reason.
Here. They've tasked him with playing one of the more difficult matchups that we have. Not an easy brawler to execute with. Has a super available because SK Gaming taking over.
About difficult matchups. 2 tanks. Like I think they're gonna try and get him to. I don't know.
Frozen out there. It'd be easy pickings there for Joker. I
don't know.
And OP doesn't even get to get involved. Plenty of time to heal up as well.
Like, it didn't kill the
Everyone
tank.
else
He
do
used
their
the super
thing.
on the tank, and it
Now
didn't kill the
respawn
tank.
comes for Zeta. SK,
I'm
full
kinda
control.
interested.
So much utility as well in that regard. And now approaching 50%. Zeta are so far behind.
Good kill.
SK surviving.
It's
there
not
as
the end
well.
of the
Trying to
world.
make a big play out of Cordelia is just not enough. That's a good roll of the dice, though. Now they can drop the wall on that right-hand side. Suzuku sprinting down the sideline. Joker looking to meet him. Now an ice rink on the ground as well. It just makes it too tough to stand on it. You start skating with enemy brawlers there. Oh, and there's that hypercharge. Joker
I think it's
popping
over.
off with a big-time brawler.
Nice there from Joker yet again. And now as we approach 20%,
Ugh.
Zeta are so far behind. They've lost all control. There's a supercharge there. A hypercharge for Yoshi going to connect on both
It's
Levi
cooked.
and Shitambo
It's
as well.
cooked.
Suzuki
It's
going
cooked.
straight. It's the eye of the storm.
I
It's
just-
two members of SK Gaming. What can he realistically do?
I don't think you
It's
can
gonna be
give
match
someone
point for SK Gaming.
like if Zeta
Another
had
opportunity
B
here.
or
Greenier's number one. Felt like a
Finks,
pretty
you
clean
can
game.
go Hank.
I mean, not a lot of
But they don't
positives,
have
I
a
would say,
strong
on the
tank
Zeta
counter,
division
like a
front.
super
That
strong
was
tank
over
counter,
in the
and the other
blink of
team
an
is Kenji
eye.
and another
It's a
tank
difficult
and the
task,
best
and then once
anti-tank.
again,
It's just
similar to
like,
what we saw in set
geez,
number
dude.
4. Feels like a great draft out of SK Gaming, but will mechanics
SK's
on the
been
field
drafting
prevail?
very
Zeta
nicely.
division are going to have to answer
Oh,
the call.
Joker.
It looked a
Oh,
little bit
weak
defeated,
start by
in my
Joker.
opinion. Can they find something within themselves now to bring this back?
Sight said I'm turning
Tambo
up.
staying in position on the right-hand side. Nice connection there from Yoshi. Lovely
Levi
stuff.
said, hell
Pinpoint
nah.
precision. Gets the freeze, ensures the takedown, and keeps these spawns cycling in for Zeta. Meanwhile, SK Gaming staying on their feet, staying on the zone. 20%
Trying to
now
spawn on
climbing.
Yoshi's forehead.
Zeta's not looking much different from the last round, in my opinion.
Noah found real no way to enter the middle. There's a takedown, a much needed
That's a
one.
kill,
Shitambo, it's
yeah.
gonna be a close call, not enough. Joker slices through him.
Joker did
Levy
use his
still remaining in the
heal.
middle,
I
though,
don't know.
building up
Oh,
some
he
much
missed.
crucial
Oh my
percentage
god.
points on that hot zone.
I guess it didn't matter.
Well, OPE still on the zone against 3 members. Survived on for a pretty decent amount of time for me, but now we're all
He's
tied
gonna
up.
take Yoshi for
Zeta
sure.
have got control.
'Cause the other two
Hypercharge,
can handle.
Tampo as well can choose
Good
to
super.
eradicate. And Yoshi there, some area denial will
Okay,
slow
well
the pace
played.
slightly, and that's the concern. But you see there, just going straight onto the zone, not too worried about it as everyone is down now.
Wow.
It's the aggression coming in for Zeta. 60% now as they're
Well
fighting
played,
back.
well played.
These boys can ball. No doubt about it. Suzuku having a
Nothing
much
you
better
can
game.
do about
Shitambo
that.
landing the mark, but Joker playing a very powerful brawler, and now they're back in the mix. Shitambo all alone on the left-hand side as SK Gaming have a full roster of 3 stacking the mid.
Joker low, and Shitambo then forces OP into
Red
the
Chester
realm. Force behind that
only
wall,
got
but
one
it's
hit,
SK Gaming that's
though.
still staying firm. Hank coming in now on the right-hand side for Suzuki now trying to find
Not even
something,
close.
but not able to find the range. Just got to close the gap now. SK Gaming looking better as they approach now. With only 20%
Yeah,
left on the
stun.
zone.
Good super by sight.
They've got to force
OPE
OP
one
out.
shot.
He's barely
Oh, the
alive.
tie.
Suzuki brings him down, but the 1 HP marker keeps him up. Kenji diving in on the action, grabs the kill.
Oh, he
It's
had to
gonna be a
break his
1v1
shield
duel.
first.
Suzuki
Oh,
versus
no.
Joker, up in the air again.
The
Looking
misplays.
to
Oh,
slice and
boy.
dice. They bring
Oh,
him down.
boy.
They have a hypercharge available.
Oh, the miss.
Got a Shitambo. Ope cycling in. It's back and forth the whole way. The entire Zeta Division roster skating, but they stay alive. Double
Oh my
match.
god. Oh my god. What a match. What a match, bro.
It all comes
What a
down
match.
to one game of Hot Zone.
What a match.
For East Asia, for EMEA, this game means everything to stay in this upper stage of the bracket.
Oh boy. They got the correct lanes
Here we
this
go.
time. Like they got Joker
Nice
off the
little
court.
10% coming in for the red roster early.
I think
Suzuki.
Joker's
Well,
dead. But oh, Joker, that was
unbelievable.
insane.
And he goes down, but
That was
most
insane,
importantly,
Joker. That was
gets to see
insane.
easy access to the hot zone. They're playing this objective so well.
Sight
Great
with the
start for
wiggles.
SK. Objectively speaking, though, pretty balanced for the most part. As now
Okay,
Shitambo
Sight gets
really
the
is
kill.
starting to
Oh
cook.
my god,
On a
this
pick
is
that
such
we
a
are a
great
little bit
match.
dubious of now. Yoshi with a
Really good
beautiful
super by
position there on that
Yoshi.
super. Suzuki's frozen out there, nowhere that he can go, just sitting duck from that top left-hand side. SK Gaming now creep towards 50%.
Things getting scary here
really
as well.
good zone
Well
time.
past that 50% marker, Gadget keeps Ope up. And finally, Zeta Division, a slight moment to breathe, but Joker
Holy
right back in the
sight,
action.
bro.
Tampo has that hypercharge Super 2, needs to land the mark. It's a must. They're going to demand a lot out of their Great King.
Oh, he wasted his hyper.
Suzuki now.
He
keeping
wasted his
OP and
hyper.
Joker's
Why
press,
did
but
the
Joker has
casters not say
hypercharge,
anything
and when
about the
he gets
wasted
that
hyper? That's
you know
like
it's gonna be
game, bro.
devastating. 60%
That could be
now,
game.
10% lead for SK Gaming. Tampo going to be coming on the left-hand side now, has a super to hand. He's going to take OPE away from the zone.
That could be game.
But Yoshi still standing. SK Gaming going the aggressive. 80% now and closing. Zeta starting to fall behind a little bit here.
This is going to be tough.
That's got to be game.
Climbing. The blue side looking.
Oh my God. He hit everyone. He hit everyone. Oh boy. They have too much HP to stop, surely. Yoshi is hyper. Red Chester? What a time to get Red Chester. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, he gets a stun? No, it's over. It's over. Wow. What a game. What a game. What a match. Holy dudes, what a way to start us off today, bro.
Incredible execution overall. Fist flying and Dallas on their
well
feet.
Played, bro. Well played.
SK Gaming will extend their march to global domination out east.
Well played, bro. Well played.
Tomorrow with an undefeated
wow.
record here at our Brawl Cup.
Wow, 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 wow.
Unbelievable. Came down to the wire, and it genuinely could have gone either way. What a way for SK Gaming to start their day and to finish it, because they're done. They have not got to worry about anything more until tomorrow. That's going to be a beautiful night's sleep, isn't it?
God
Always
damn.
feels a little bit better.
God damn.
With the win. It was close though, and all things considered, Zeta division, I feel like
that hyperplay could have been the
draft
difference
that they were looking for, but would love to hear what SK Gaming have to say about things. Let's send it over to our main man, Barney.
Thank you so much. We told you that we were going to bring you a clash of titans to kick off day 2 of the Brawl Cup, and you did not disappoint. Joker, first thoughts, how are you feeling right now?
Honestly, I think I've lost my voice.
Well, we'll do a quick interview, don't you worry. Now, I guess the most notable part of that match was, even after losing that gem grab, you guys still piled on the pressure, you kept the aggression up. I guess that's just the way you play, right? You didn't really deviate from just being hyper-aggressive all the time.
Yeah, we were trying to reset our mental after losing that set, also after losing the 4th set, because honestly, I think like we could have won 5-0. Like the sets we lost were definitely winnable. Yeah, it's just frustrating to lose like that, but if we keep our game style the same, we will win the next sets also.
Yeah, I see your point, and I think I bumped into Yoshi earlier today on the way to the arena, and he actually said, I just want to play them now. Like, I'm ready, I want to play them now. You guys seem so prepared at the moment. Do you genuinely feel like this is your year, this is SK's year?
I mean, it couldn't have been better for now. This year has been insane, and we hope we can do the same tomorrow.
That's right. Give it up for Joker and give it up for SK Gaming, DreamHack Dallas. Let's go back over to the desk. We've got more games to play.
Alexander, the 2 Bulgarian, Zeta versus Elevate redemption match. Yes, bro. Yes, this is what we've all been waiting for. Katsuda with the 100 Argentinian. Love SK chat. This is what we've been waiting for. And A's redemption.
The lower bracket later today.
And A's redemption.
And that's set number 2, double swoosh. Ope with the hypercharge. The spray still hits the buster, but Levy survives it very, very barely. And then set number 4, Brawl Ball. Joker gives Zeta Division a little taste of their own medicine with the shade absolutely popping off. And still, he seems quite calm now at the end of this match.
Maybe.
Joker's always a very reserved kind of guy, and a very modest guy at that. You know, he just is the kind of person to keep his eye focused on the objective at hand.
Agreed, Domi,
the job's
agreed.
not done.
Busy with the 5. Well, you were wrong. Joker MVP. Yeah, Joker played insane.
You know, to the night, going back
Joker
home
played
to the
insane.
hotel.
They didn't lose their mental, which is really good.
Eyes on the prize for tomorrow and working through their objective.
And in the end, the Kingslayers claim victory over the mechanical geniuses. And what else would be nicer than to also listen into their voice comms from that very last set?
Guys on me. He's on full mid on you. On full mid, full life. Top mid. Top in mid. Okay. Okay. We don't force it. Waste time. Go in.
A lot of energy and
WCOM slash the $5 Zeta got this. Zeta come back. Dude, we want Elevate to win, not Zeta, bro.
Final finals-worthy match.
Elevate.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see both of them rematch in tomorrow's finals.
Elevate.
First up, though, you got to vote once again on
Elevate,
eventofbrawlstars.com for the
Elevate.
MVP of this match. And it's the voice we just heard. It's Joker.
Well deserved. I mean, obviously the Shade gameplay was elite despite losing in that set. I like that Joker was kind of hard on them though, and I do agree. I feel like they had a lot of drafts and had a lot of winnable moments that they just didn't quite get over the hurdle. That's just what happens when you play such esteemed players like Zeta Division. It's never easy to bury them.
I agree. I feel like for me, SK Gaming are just that team to keep an eye on for me. I've always had them down to be in the grand finals. I'd love to see a EMEA versus EMEA grand finals, but I mean, like you said,
so
Zeta
fun.
Division could well come back around to be in that grand finals and have a grudge match.
We're having a look now one more time. Group A is almost over. Our group phase here, SK Gaming takes the win here, 3-2. We had to go all the way to the very last set here, to the very last round, double match point. And again, Zeta Division, we're going to see them later today playing up against Elevate.
Yeah, which is going to be NA's last hope.
Revenge.
NA hope. Hashtag.
That's all we have.
Get it going.
Smooth to Germany,
Once we're
dude,
wrapped
for
up
real.
today for the Brawl Cup, it's not over just yet. We're going to have another little show match for you. Brawl Arena, the second look at this very brand new game mode in Brawl Stars. And it's a super cool treat because we're going to have 100 Thieves versus your favorite Brawl Stars creators of Tribe Gaming. I'm super excited for that one. Next up is going to be our next match of Group B, though. It's going to be
That was a
Humble.
crazy match. That's going to be a lot to
And
live
it's
up
gonna
to for
be
the next
loud.
match. That's going to be a lot to live up to. Found out, found out, found out. Say tempo down, chat. W timing, W aura. Found out, found out, found out. Holy dude, that was such a good game. That was such a good game, chat. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. I can't get over it, chat. Such a good match.
DreamHack Dallas, are you ready for some more Brawl Stars esports? Today, this is the epicenter of our all-world Brawl Stars it is. And we're going to have a super cool format for
My
you.
notebook is
Day
here,
one
bro.
is
It's here.
already over.
Someone
We have
explain
some
the
very tight
format or
matches.
table?
Today, it's even closer.
Yeah.
We get our fair
basically,
deal of close matches
that
today, I
last
feel,
match was
starting
the
out
two
with a
winners.
3-2 at the beginning.
I was Stu.
There was two games here. There's different groups, okay? So, imagine this table, but for two different groups. So, SK won their match versus Singapore. So, they moved on. And then Zeta won their match versus Elevate. So, they moved on. This is on, both of this was on day one. And they played each other on day two, which was just the last match. Meanwhile, also on day one, the loser Singapore and the loser Elevate played in this match down here. Okay? And then one moved on. Well, this is a bad table because this is for finals. But like one moved on, okay? And then I guess the loser of Zeta versus SK, which was today, goes down and faces the winner of Singapore versus Elevate, which was Elevate. Oops. That is the format. Dude, stop it. And then the next matchup is going to be played
those two teams. One
on day
side
3.
is the current world
That's how you
champions.
beat
2024 was their year.
Sight? Dude, you're not a real fan, bro. Last time I played Sight, I swept him,
event
bro.
in their region as well.
Which, hey, I can't say that word, Domi. Elevate done? Yeah, Zeta looked really tough there, but I think if Elevate locks in, there's a chance.
They got every reason to as well. Little fun fact as well about Humble. I mean, they've never actually played against South America at all. Only Lukey in the LCQ of 2023 has played against Status FA. But for Semantic and for Boss, they've never played this region.
The team didn't make LAN last year. Do you think their performance at LAN will be worse? It doesn't matter.
Should be interesting to see how it goes down. Loud, obviously,
I played at LAN last year. At SCMN. Or on SCMN, on LCQ. And I felt like I played good. I don't know.
One of the better South American teams.
I feel like
a little bit here. I mean, obviously,
in my first LAN I played good, and
EMEA have had consistent
I don't
results.
know.
And on the other hand,
for whatever reason, I don't know what the reason is. For whatever reason, I don't think there's been like one LAN event that I've really played bad at. So it's just, maybe it's just luck. Maybe it's because I play more before the LANs. Maybe it's because it's on stage and a lot of people are uncomfortable and I'm not. But for whatever reason, I don't know. I just feel like I got it on the LANs.
On the other side, though, South American
Break it down for him, bro. Yes, sir, Scott. I appreciate the 10. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, my goat, bro.
5-set match into the Brawl Cup.
Self-proclaimed? I mean,
one
not
of their
really.
opponents. Yesterday, it was also a 3-2 set in the end against Stripe Gaming. They had to play 14 out of 15 possible sets.
Yes, sir.
In the
Yes, sir. They got the
be
Bronx hair, bro. When was
again.
the last time you played at LAN?
Awesome what they're
When was
showing us
LCQ
then.
last year?
Serious all-team cardio coming out of these fellows because they have gone
Either
the distance.
September,
I mean,
August,
14 to
or
15 inning
October.
yesterday.
I think it was
Thank goodness they won
August,
because they
though.
deserved that rest. They probably needed that rest just to
think it
get
was
them into
August.
day 2.
We wanted to know from them
Loud wins
what
this
it
and NA
means
doesn't look
to
as
them
bad.
to take that extra slot for World Finals home into South
Respectfully,
America.
I don't think Loud is winning this, but we're gonna cheer for Loud,
O
yeah!
extra é muito importante porque a gente ganhando, a gente faz os times da região torcer pra
On
gente
first
ganhar
match,
também, que
SK.
aumenta a nossa confiança e a gente ganhando também pode mostrar pro mundo como a América do Sul pode ser forte, né? De certa maneira.
What are you saying? I don't know.
Se a
It's
gente
funny,
ganhar, a
but
gente
it's
já vai estar
rage
direto
bait.
no
It's
Mundial, então
funny.
já vai estar muito bom, que a gente já vai estar garantido, né?
They got the Loud necklaces. I like that.
Relaxa.
Loud chains. Nobody thought Loud was winning yesterday either, but look
Wanna
where we
look at
are.
one man in
Do you
a
think
bit
that
more
was
detail
more
here?
Loud
His
being
experience
good
in
or
Daniel
Tribe
Gold
being
to
bad?
Loud.
Be honest.
Yeah, and of course, when you look back through Firecrow's career, you know, going back to 2021, that was the best performance of South
Yeah,
America
chat, make sure you guys like the
yesterday.
stream. I don't know what the likes are at right now, but make
Finals.
sure you guys
It
like the
wasn't
stream. Make
easiest
sure
of
you guys
journeys
get
for
that
them.
going.
Definitely a lot of sore memories in that regard, but a chance of
I think the
redemption.
script writers? Yeah, I also think it was the
Now
script
it's
writers.
time. Let's welcome Humble and Loud to the stage.
Chat, SSG dropped these guys for me.
Dynamite
And then they beat
performances from
Tribe.
both of these teams on day 1, but can they keep that momentum
They can have this
going?
one. I'm having
It is
Worlds.
Loud versus Humble.
Yeah, I like both. I like both teams. I'm a fan of both teams. I'm a fan of both teams. Dude, yesterday I got in bed. I got in bed last night, bro. And I was like, I messaged Semantic because all the players are up late because they, you know, have to practice and whatever for tomorrow. I was not a fan of Loud. Dude, I've been friends with Firecrow since 2017. Him and Alec26 were my two earliest friends ever. So like I'm always cheering for Firecrow. So I was in bed chat last night and I messaged Semantic and I was like, is this real? You know, talking about how unfortunately my region didn't do good. And he was like, man, like whatever. I didn't want to say what he said, but he said some stuff, whatever. And then he called me. And I was like, dude, why are you calling me? He's like, join. I was like, okay. So I join. And he turns on his face cam. And he's like, look, I'm strategizing for tomorrow. I'm like, that's cool. And then I'm like, is that it? And he's like, yeah, that's all I wanted to show you. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I hear a knock on his door and I'm like, oh. He's like, stay. And I was like, okay. And then he opens the door and he points the phone at the screen and it's Cannon. And I was like, oh, what's up, Cannon? I guess I could just mute it while telling the story. I was like, oh, what's up, Cannon? And he was like, who was that? And Semantic was like, it's Bobby. And he's like, oh, hi, Bobby. I saw the Botez sisters in the bathroom. And I was like, the Botez sisters. And he's like, the chess. And I was like, oh, right, the Botez sisters, the chess ones. But then in my head, I was like, which bathroom were you in where the Botez sisters were also in the bathroom? Like, what, you know, what exactly was going on? And then they just started scheming, and I'm just sitting there on the phone. I'm not saying a word, and they're like, oh, let's go this on Hideout, you know, first pick, bandit. I'm like, I'm just sitting there. Like, I'm not saying a word. Like, I'm dead ass just sitting there, and I was like, why am I here? Like, I'm just, you know, I was just in bed to talk about, like, you know, just messaging you to be like, yo, what happened? Like, why am I here? And they're like, oh, Boss and Lukey, where are they? And then Cannon's like, oh, you know, those guys. Just stop with the sign. I get it. It was just, I don't know why I was there. So after like 3 minutes, or a few minutes, I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go. I hope you guys enjoy your scheme session. Good luck tomorrow. And
comes out
like,
strong here, and that is one thing that you cannot
story.
deny about a region like South America. They have
That's
got a lot of people rooting for them back home.
I think Humble wanted that way. I think they even put out on social media, Loud is going to win today. They're rooting for their opponents just to
see Frank's ball knowledge. Oh boy.
Let's see if that strat is actually going to work out. We're going to start things off here on Out in the Open.
Oh boy.
Humble versus
Loud. Oh boy.
Humble are masterminds of social media, though. I don't know. I feel like the reverse jinx,
I'm
not going to read into it too much, but nonetheless, they should be favorites. I'll absolutely take
see what Domi
a
wanted me
value
to
prediction
see.
of the defending world champions here and go against the grain of the folks at home. Here come the bans. No Kit, no Pearl. Those are two unique ones. Lumi, a very standard one. Angelo makes sense. Jae Young, it's dependent on the team, but Humble, I think a team that definitely uses this brawler more than most.
Isn't Humble social media?
Yeah, I didn't see the sign, but earlier saw chat telling you to take notes. Now get it? Yeah, I didn't get it. Chat started spamming take notes, and I was like, bro, like, what is going on? Like, why is everyone saying that?
Very safe pair of hands,
Then
of
I
course,
saw.
always.
Granick said he called you in VC to show you how to prep before a match. Did you take notes?
Humble demonstrating in the scrims, but
No, bro.
is coming in
No,
loud,
you're just
and
rage
that's
baiting
up
me.
there as the
Oh,
most
also
picked
one more
in
thing
scrims.
he did was he's
60%.
like, bro, look at this tweet. Look at this tweet. And I was like, okay. And he just sent me all the times that SA has beaten Tribe. And I was like, dude, like, I get it. Tribe lost. I don't get a spot. I get it. I get it.
I think for good reason. But the Buster,
I get it.
is one as well that I think was a pretty worthy ban.
I get it.
Me, Byron could be an option here. Go with
I get it.
idea to be Eve, that left-hand side lane. When Angelo's banned, I mean, that makes the most sense to me.
I get it. You know what? SA does own Tribe, but anyone from SA, they know I'm their daddy, bro. They know it. They know
Also,
it.
like having spawners in general,
They
though,
know
in this
it.
spot, I think it's kind of a free supercharge. Just
They know it.
Ollie where Eve can outrange.
They
and
know it.
obviously make it a little trickier for Ollie to.
They know
use
it, bro.
super
They
if she
know
can
it.
just
They
walk
know it.
behind the
They
water.
know it.
So curious to see how that interaction goes down. Gene, of course,
They know it,
always
bro.
super safe and stable. And the visibility and the damage output.
Uh,
It's an interesting one.
IRL
Meg's,
Scream
made a
Sniper,
little
I
bounce
guess.
back, I would say, in our meta, and it makes sense to me in Knockout specifically, because Meg essentially has 2 lives, and when 1 life is really all every other brawler gets, it's nice that when you bring her down from the robot, you at least have another second leg.
Real ones
Very,
know I'm the real
very North
Gustavo.
American,
That's true, TYK.
Byron's still
The
available
real
here if he
ones
wants to
know
be able
that
to
I'm
heal
the
up
real
this
Gustavo.
Ollie going forwards. Gus as well wouldn't be a
Why are you
bad
wearing
choice.
an
Byron
SK shirt?
for Loud. I think that is going to be putting.
I just
definitely
wanted
Humble in a
to.
precarious
I'm just
position,
trying to wear a
as
jersey,
this
you know,
is how
get in the
South
mood.
America like to
Even
work,
if Elevate
just
wins,
by
you don't
being
get a
very,
spot.
very aggressive.
This is the
And
math.
As we know from this region,
If
Byron are very
Elevate
stable.
wins,
In fact, the very reason
they
why
move
we
on to
saw
the
last
top
year
4.
In the finals, the
in the
finale
top 4,
between,
they
various
face the
teams
winner
in
of
South
this.
America being able to come out on
Likely
top.
Humble.
I think that this now
If they
puts the Ollie in a
lose,
much better position,
they
and
go down
I'm a bit
to the
concerned for
3rd
Humble.
place
How they fare on the
game,
defensive, because
which is going to be
certainly
either
Loud
versus
will be
Loud
on the aggressive
or
early.
China. So the realistic
Defending world
hope
champions, taking on
is that
a hungry
hopefully
region, a squadron of players
they can
that
somehow
have to
pull
put an
through
entire continent on
versus
their
Zeta,
back. And only one team get a guarantee into tomorrow.
and then
The
beat
fight starts here. Lucy
Loud
off to the middle of the
or
map, and
China
Samantha
in the
putting
3rd
pressure
place
on
match.
heavy machine gun
That's the
fire up
realistic
mid.
hope.
And Firecrow just getting aggressive here. Whoa, going for it.
That additional speed from the wall. He was
Obviously, it's going to be
in
difficult.
a bit of a precarious position as
to
for
beat
Zeta.
Zeta.
I mean, he almost went down early on here.
I mean, they almost beat SK while being
Gas
outdrafted every
coming in,
set.
surely. Boss has got
But
super
we'll
as well,
see.
so the hatchlings are going to be coming in.
We'll see.
Firecrow can't really close the gap right now.
You're
These
my
taps from
what?
Humble are definitely
You heard me,
landing
Katuda.
the mark spray of this Meg semantic. Oh,
Oh!
Luki as well, bringing it back. Leaving 2 members now of Loud for the pickings, and Dino very low on this left-hand side. Surely a little bit of attack from Boss. All
Loud winning 2 times against us at NA. No, imagine you beat both of our NA teams. Like, oh my god.
I would suggest going back into spawn because you don't want to be feeding into Lukey here.
No, they don't want to be giving up any more supers. Lukey getting a few extra taps there as a bonus. Fire Crow now with super available, so that'll change interactions into this second
trying to
one
riz
here.
me as always.
Boss can just travel over the water quickly.
That's like that SpongeBob meme you sent me, Katsuda.
Fire Crow though, just instantly getting aggressive. Curious to the gadget choice. Yeah, that's it. He was looking for a dodge there. Has the super available. Now they're the ones putting pressure on Boss. Little extra speed due to the
beat both NA teams. I hope
in the
not.
back line. And it's Loud who started aggressive, but have been forced all the way back.
It's the map that Casa BS won the monthly final against them.
Forced into that spawn area. And Loud haven't really been in this game so far. We need to see something of them. In that regard, it's going to be a game.
When is Elevate playing next match? Fire Crow jump!
Position there and just surviving. Something that we noticed yesterday as well. Fire Crow does outstay his welcome.
Chat, how did Humble get this
able to stay alive there to help Kaido to get the heals coming in. Their time will not be on their side. Dino just baiting out with the springboard, going to be going in now. That might help out things a little bit on the right-hand side to get a flank behind things, but time is against Loud. They've got to go now. Down there goes Dino. It's going to be Fire Crow there with the Hypnosis. The double connection, though.
Oh my god.
Good, but not for them until Humble come back.
That jump was a sell, and Finks also didn't gadget back, which would have given him more ammo. They could have definitely won that. Thanks for streaming this, Holmes. I got you, Schmitty. Thank you for the 4. Damn, I'm getting double my usual amount, bro. I got you. I got you. I mean, I was gonna watch anyways. Might as well like spread the
Really got him.
Obviously, the watch. You're getting egoed? What'd you say? Brian with the 5 as well. Is Sussy Baka one of my minis? Nah, bro.
Loud need a new playbook. Good taps from
both my minis right now are just SSG
they're playing a risky game for sure, but now forcing
good shot by Boss. Do you guys know No Skin Eve is glitched?
That's the person you want to keep standing on your team, especially when you're trying to push through a tanky
and it shoots faster. Did you guys know that? Look
how
fast the shots go.
Synergizing with Dino. It's going to be a tough ask. These Gene heals, this Meg
You're tripping? No, I'm not. Look at the shot.
Now Dino falls.
It's been like this for a month.
This set is dwindling fast, Kenny.
Over a
the
month.
Underdogs not looking off to a hot start here. Humble with another round.
Played them the other day, thought it was you.
Just convincing stuff. Loud really haven't taken any situation or had
Isn't Broxy one of the best brawlers on this map? Yes.
Humble steamrolling their way through. Now Fire Crow going for a bold strategy. And this Gene
I guess they just wanted to go something more aggro instead of poking though. Wow.
Teammate falls right in front of his face. Finks looking for tags. It's going to be a 3v1, not a chance.
Chad, so let me ask you again. You guys think Loud played good yesterday, or do you think Tribe played bad?
That was a little bit too convincing for me, Kenny.
Yikes.
Went from
one more chance to change your answer.
So that was a swift set. I mean, there wasn't really any moments of opportunity there for Loud. And these stats, they're not going to look great. And in terms of the drop, that's what I was afraid of.
Oh, that's a tough screenshot to swallow. I mean, Lukey had one
but
kill.
For Loud, they would have had a better time if they had wall break.
Enemy team. Just a tough look.
Yeah. Is Humble switching first out? Very safe pair of hands.
Gene won. They could have went something like. The issue with Brock is, although it's good, RT and Gene is a really lethal combo because you mark someone with the RT and then the Gene poke does like how much damage for a little Gene poke if the RT is marked? I think it's like like 1.3, 1.4 thousand, something like that. I don't know. So you can't give them that combo.
Scrims, but
and I think they thought if they went Brock, they would have got that combo for sure. The Ollie pick's kind of questionable.
Now coming in as well. That is
oops. Like Ollie Finks isn't bad. But then the other team just goes
a Humble special. They would have
like nothing here fights back versus an Eve. So the Eve just has free draft. Plus on top of that you get a water brawler. So that was a no-brainer for Humble. Like having a water brawler or a Brock is just like too easy. 1633, 1233, dude, I don't even know.
He pointed it out.
And then they obviously need to go anti-tank, so they went Meg.
And knockout, bring it down
as well.
Yeah, I guess they could have went last pick Brock because like the Byron did nothing, and they would get a wall break. I guess they could have went last pick Brock. I don't see why not.
Nearly enough, and Kydok, in my opinion, one of the best 2 players in the entire world.
Seen some interesting compositions practice leading up into this event. You mentioned a few of the big bullet points, though. We have tanks, we have anti-tanks. Lou, B, Griff kind of being that buster gets in there. But Barry
How do we not miss
certainly
anything?
come to mind for both of these teams. I know that Loud have used
when
them
they got
to
pushed
get
back,
wins in
Loud
the
couldn't
past.
do anything?
Humble
Yeah.
used it in their World Finals day. So this band stage.
First pick, Frank possibly soon to follow as well. I wouldn't be at all surprised if...
Did Ark just laugh at me?
Draco, B, and Lou gone for the left-hand end. No Kenji, no Lumi, standard stuff. And then, of course, Finks removed from the equation as well. So now it's up to Humble to make that first overall selection.
I want to see more cards.
Know that Loud have used it in points. It wins in the past. Humble used it in their own brawler. So I do think that this Hank overall selection is going to be mostly uncontested. They're going to have to get creative. Meg is where they head next. So now
Dueling
back-to-back
Beetles.
sets where we see this
First
brawler.
pick, Hank.
Interesting.
Meg.
I'm not overly convinced still, but
I
maybe
like
this is
it.
my opinion towards the
I
ball
like
itself.
it.
It's not the
I like
flashiest,
it.
let's be honest, and one that many of the pros would prefer to not play, actually. Let's be completely honest. I mean, it's no stew, is it? Let's be honest. I think Kydok...
Really weird pick, because if you go...
Frank, yeah, they've got to pick the Frank.
I like it.
Otherwise, Humble are going to absolutely consider
I
it
like
as well.
I like it.
With so
I
many
really
counters
like
out
it.
of the way now, it does allow Loud
The
to be
4
able to
best
work a bit
anti-tanks,
more with
Lou,
it.
B,
The Humble,
Finks, Lumi, are all banned.
This Hank Berry could be one of those options still available for them on the heel side.
Best
Or
anti-tanks
Pogo,
available,
combine that. Chester,
Chester,
here as well,
Riv.
to really counter out that Frank, especially the bands they've got so far with the Lou, with the B.
If they went anything that's susceptible to thrower...
Classy, that is what I did not see coming. Out comes the lobster there, is
Oh.
the berry we were expecting, but the lobster, the hypercharge is very, very strong and classy, no doubt about it. But prior to that, Kenny, a very, very mid brawler, one that we wouldn't see necessarily in Brawl Esports.
So
Barley, Barley would do dangerous things to this comp. A Barley can do dangerous things to this
We're going to be
comp.
thinking on the fly here a little bit, folks, but I do think this
A
Clancy
Barley
is
can do
meant to address
dangerous,
the big
dangerous,
burst of damage.
dangerous
Obviously,
things
it
to
takes
this comp.
time. The hypercharge doesn't wow me because it takes so long to get there. But if Clancy can get there, and especially into easy matchups,
You know what?
like Meg
It's going to
and
be
Frank,
tough to play into a level
pretty
3
much
crab with
standing
heal. I'm
obstacles. I
not
think
going to
Clancy's gonna have a
lie.
decent time, but the biggest key for Meg
But
is
they
bringing her down
definitely have a
quickly.
win
Clancy
condition.
just has such a big burst
They
of
definitely
damage.
have a win
Interesting
condition.
stuff to say the least on both ends. Humble up 1-0 against South
Of
America's
course.
#1
Gambits with the
squad.
10.
Let's see if
You're going to
Steph
be a
changes things up.
semantic laser for the rest of your life.
Well, there's no doubts about it. The
Of
crowd
course.
here,
Of course.
very much behind
Of course.
Humble.
Look who spawns
Making
in.
up for that slight deficit in the
Look who spawns in. They need to win this set. I mean, you know, obviously, but like, they have a real chance of winning here.
Start so far for Loud, but now Luke comes in with some great value and a
Missed.
super there to close the gap. And as quickly as that Humble retake things
Brutal.
in a very convincing way.
You need to win the start when boss doesn't have a level. They're not good at the start.
On tier 2, and if it gets to tier 3, it's an
Over.
issue. Look at the big burst of
Over.
damage.
Game over.
Who goes
Game
down?
over.
They'll take that trade
Game
all
over.
day long.
Game over.
Calm down, boss. Leave some for the rest of them. My word, hypercharge already for Lukey. This game's only just got started. Humble haven't even
Game
got
over.
50% yet, and the amount of utility is flying here for Humble. Boss already at the max stack level. Adino low here. Firecrow trying to get his
Done.
foot on the zone, but not able to even close the gap.
Done.
Humble are all over this game. They're not even trying to get the imp
This
check.
is
They're
why
just
they're
playing
world
with their
champions.
food at this point.
I think most people would have looked at Griff for that.
I'm not
high
saying
amount of damage in a quick rapid
SAS
succession,
comp,
but Clancy,
but they
not
just
so
made it
loved
look
by
so
most pro
easy.
players right now. This
They
is
just
a
made it
unique
look
case
way
where he is
too
popping
easy.
off.
And
Loki
SA
gets
could
banned from
easily
the
win
end. I
this
mean,
game.
Barry is taking on a Frank right now.
Easily.
This is insane.
Easily.
Humble are just making this
Easily.
look so easy.
Gambits with the
I mean,
5. You know if they win with the crab, you're never letting
yesterday. We
You
expected
and
far
the
more
crab,
back and forth
man.
so far. Humble staying still standing on the zone. And they're going to be approaching now 100%, not even 20% dealt on the objectives by Loud. This is falling away.
Unreal,
from Loud.
Gambits.
You
Unreal,
feel it.
buddy.
It's in the air and Humble
Unreal.
have
Sam
never
with the
looked
5.
better.
The Bobby should take notes
No
message
life
makes
out
you
of Loud
sad.
right now. Usually
even
a
get
team
me
that's
started,
very
man.
animated, relies on big
Are you
vibes,
repeating everything?
but
I don't
this has
know.
been brutal
I got
to
a yap,
say
you know.
the
It's hard to
least.
yap for hours and hours on
Humble
end.
just looked unstoppable. In terms of
Okay,
scrims leading up
they're
to
gonna
this
make an
week, above
adjustment
and
this
beyond
game.
the best team even
They're
heard
gonna have
in
a
the
better
interview.
start. I'm
Wanted
sure
to
of
make
it.
sure
I'm
that they were
100%
number one
sure.
walking to this event. They're confident. I don't know if they're cocky, but
Oh,
doesn't
baby.
work. The execution does
Oh,
work.
baby.
What a start from Loud, finally showing some signs.
Oh, baby.
Lovely stuff.
Oh,
Brilliant,
Lukey is
great connection there. And an important one
baby.
at that is going to be giving Loud a little place to breathe here. Semantic, though, coming back in immediately so. That connection, though, wasn't nearly as clean for Medino. And that's where the utility lock.
Wow,
Semantic
good
does
play.
clear things up.
Wow.
Making up for lost time. Kydog now out of mech as
dead.
well.
Hey, Scott!
Just going down.
Atta boy, Scott with the $100 donation. Yes, sir, bro. Tell me take C notes, dude. That's my go. Yo, can we get some W's in chat for Scott, bro? Dude, you don't pull a fish in, buddy. Oh my God. Holy Scott. Holy aura. Dude, Scott, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for the $100, dude. I love you. I love you, Scott. I love you. Brutal barley hypercharge. Like no value. Scott, I love you. Scott, I love you. Scott, I actually love you, bro. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. What an absolute legend. What an absolute legend, Scott. Okay, see what happens here before I keep blazing Scott. Wow. Oh, Kyle gonna get the hyper off Adinho.
Another one goes down. This time, no connection for Adinho, and a last call will
Semantic
cost
traps.
on that left hand in. Plenty of time to heal.
It's getting better for Loud. They're staying
There's a
alive.
chance.
Not on the zone at the moment, but Lukey comes in with a huge hypercharge.
There's a
there
chance.
As well. Has to heal himself up though. Kydog as well, so be very
Adinho
careful
got
about
too
making the
close.
kill, actually, onto Boss.
Fire Crow
Unbelievable there as well
hyper.
for him, but it's gonna be Humble versus Loud for now.
Oh, there's a little
And
spot in
Kydog
the
is back into
zone.
the mech. That's great
Oh my
for Loud
God.
now, but with only 10%
Oh,
for
big
Humble.
whack.
Can they keep them off this zone? Boss
Can't get the kill. Super hits it.
Now, tied up.
Oh, they
Can
win.
Loud get these
They
points?
win.
95. There's only 5 more
The
remaining.
fish.
Can they get it down? Oh, they do.
Oh
They're
my
gonna get it
God.
down.
Down with the crab. Yes. Down with the crab. Scott, I love you. I love you, Scott. I love you, Scott. I love you, Scott. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, bro. I love you. I love you. I love you.
And now they're gonna have to fight for their
All right. How do they get a better start, though? How do they achieve getting a better start? Because Adinho's just, he's not going to pull 2 people again.
It's already at stage 2. Clancy off to the races.
That's not going to happen twice. Oh, they're
First
having a
signs of
horrible
weakness
start.
for Humble in this series so far. Missed gadget there for Dino. And Lukey again, playing this
Wow.
berry to perfection. Cycling so beautifully well, coming back.
Wow.
And as well. He's all over this.
Oh!
time. But it's Kydog there with the hypercharge that stays in the zone and gets the value. Now Firecrow coming in with the
Why
heal.
are you-
Oh, boss! That
W
was
being a
disgusting.
crab
But
fire
it's Dino that is still the tank that is yet to be toppled. And now getting rid of all that
Here he
grass.
goes.
It's going to leave nowhere for Humble to hide.
Hypercharge, covered, gonna go
We'll
in
go-
now.
or
looks
Lukey
for
going
Super,
in.
keeps Semantic alive. Dog trying to flank. There's a few pistol shots going down, but when Meg is in this form,
Dead.
not a chance. A one-shot onto Firecrow. Poor little guy just couldn't
Good
hang.
slow by
Now it's
Semantic.
gonna be Frank once again battling. Dog just running to the other end, just hoping they don't see him. Adinho.
That could be game chat.
No connection.
That could be game
Lukey
chat. Game us with the
messing with
$5. Chat spam crab emotes. Hell no.
Beautiful.
Hell no.
Humble. We're back in the driving seat. Dino has
It's
got
over.
the hypercharge
It's
on
over.
that right-hand side.
It's over.
But no super.
It's
Good
over.
value from Lukey still hypercharged. No super, but he coming far away. He's already
Over.
popped it prematurely as well there on the right-hand
Over.
side.
Game
And Boss
over.
has his. Now Humble locking down all the hatches. 15% away from taking this set. And Loud flows to the objective. A huge area splash there. It's the hypercharge of Firecrow is good. Heals now as well, but Loud are so behind.
I mean,
They
they're in
cannot
the
leave this zone.
zone.
They've got to hold back Humble.
They have
for a tremendous
control.
amount of time
Can they
to
somehow
win this
hold
set
versus
now.
a level 3 crab and a berry, though, is the question.
The BSC in 2025. Now Humble deciding
Big
going
stun.
forward. They make contact
Little
with
Meg,
Semantic.
this is their
They never
chance.
connect. The pull
Miss
does not
pull,
go
this is
through.
it.
Boss has
This
his
is it.
available. One takedown, make it to hypercharge, and Lukey is just stunting on the other team. It's Humble taking yet another step.
small spanner in the works. A little deviation, but nothing that the world champions couldn't muster. Loud now have got a big problem. Oh, look at those stats as well. Boss, 17 takedowns.
Enough of your crabs, chat.
DPS.
Enough of your crabs.
Semantic on 14, 489 for him. But worthy
Damn it!
Barley pick, 537 DPS for him. But it's all about the objective. And that front, Loud, did not really look nearly as promising as Humble. When you think of that set, it could have actually been one apiece.
Oh my
for Loud
God.
now to be going into this third set.
Oh my God.
It's really tough considering that they know
Oh
they came
my
this
God.
close to tying up the scoreboard, but now, being 2 sets down, is a tough ask.
Oh.
Everything came together there for
my
Humble. That was
God.
such a freebie for Hank. You saw the band stage come through, and it was 3 of the best ways to deal with Hank. They know they have the first overall pick. Click, easy money for them.
Oh my God.
Now on the other end, they're just grasping at whatever it takes to get the best of them. A berry composition goes through in this
Daisy with
creative
the 2.
planting
Scott
pick
paid
that
for
not a lot
Bobby's
of
dinner.
pro players
Dude, Scott
believe in.
is
I think
like
my suspicions were correct. They wanted
actually
that
the
big,
love of my life.
high
I
output
swear.
of
I love
damage
Scott so
because
much.
Clancy, it takes a
I
little
actually
bit,
love
but with the
Scott so
matchups that
much.
were given, it was easy for him to get that super. I'm going to give a major shout out to
So
Lee. How many
much.
times did we see Barry at 1v1 that poor Frank? That's not how David and Goliath is supposed to go down.
Scott is beautiful.
He was everywhere. And, you know, Barry did get nerfed because we were seeing so much cyclability, but he still made it look like it's just still it. Going in there next to Sneaky Fields.
Oh my
It's going to
God.
be Brawl Ball,
Oh my
or
God.
Humble. And this is
Oh
a
my
mode
God.
where Loud could bring this back. It's definitely a regional favorite. But against Might of Humble at this stage of the competition, it's going to be so hard. The almost full reverse sweep now needed. Takes nerves of steel and composure. But so far, Loud have been a little bit quiet, ironically.
It's gonna be a
For
clean
South America,
sweep. It might
a region
be.
that have always got something to say for themselves. We've yet to really kind of hear them from the casting
I
desk.
don't know what I just did.
It's definitely a team that's put us on some set 5s, but this would be the
Why do I
tallest
have an
ask
ad in
and
my
the
own
biggest
stream?
ask of them this year. To do it against
I just
world
can't be the
champions
maps,
down
right?
2-0, live setting, DreamHack Dallas, and fans watching at home pleading for Loud to try and make an upset for their South American region. And the bans will come through in just a moment. Kenji certainly at the top of mind here. I think
Sneaky
thinks in the
Fields.
equation.
Sneaky
and please
Fields.
remove the- yes,
Sneaky
they removed the
Fields.
hang. You had to. Please, no wait. You gotta know better, Loud.
Solid bans for me. Stu gonna be open here. B first pick for Loud. An 80% win rate on that particular brawler. Chester still going to be available as a potential tank counter here for Humble.
Why do you look
if they
kind of
wish to
sad,
go
like
for
I
it,
zoom
but
in your
they
face? You
like
look
the
depressed?
tanks
Because I hate
themselves.
watching
The
this,
Primos,
bro.
The Franks, they'll bring them out without a hesitation. Ash as well.
I hate
very much
watching
up
this.
there. Jay Young as well, not banned out.
I can't stand it.
Definitely a good mode for him. One that we've seen banned
I
out
can't stand
quite
watching this.
frequently so on Brawl Ball. It's an option here for Humble.
Why?
If they want to go for that as well. And Max.
It just
the
makes me
speed.
sad.
We've already seen Lukey really grab
makes me sad.
Brawler,
It really
combined
just makes me
with
sad.
yeah, there you go. Nice stuff. Good stuff from Humble.
There's just a lot to keep in mind when B comes out because we want to get aggressive. We want to go for those tankier brawlers, which are.
Like, I don't hate
the goal
watching
scorers,
this.
as
I
we'll
love
call
watching
them.
this. It's
You
the
need
best thing
somebody
to
who can
watch.
walk that through the
But
net.
it's like,
And now that they have Jay Young, yeah, they're going to go for
I should
Ash.
be there. I don't know.
think Ash
I should
pretty
be there.
good selection to go with this because I think when the big brain thinking comes through, if they wanted to get something aggressive like
There
a
was,
Shade, which teams have leaned more towards recently, I think you still have to worry
there
about
was only
ball break and
3
other things
teams
like that. Jackie gets in the
that
mix, is still
was
available
top
too. There's
4
just so many
in
things that these pro players have to juggle. I think this is
2022
about the
Worlds.
safest return they could have asked for, especially Ash with all the spawners.
2023 or 2022 MSI, 2022 Worlds, 2023 MSI, 2023 Worlds. There's only 3 teams that were top 4 in everything. Tribene,
If they want to go for it,
Saitempo and Tensai, and my team.
Double down on this tank.
And then the other team was Joker's team, Chaos's team.
Yeah, exactly that. This is good from Loud.
Like, you know, this is part of my, this is my thing.
At a bare minimum, it's going to be entertaining. El Primo
And it's still
Frank
the same
have to be
people
side
that
by
are
side,
there.
just like you talked
Still
about.
Joker's
if they go with
team.
Frank, they bring in the wall break. We see
It's still
B
Sai
Frank,
and
we see
Tensai.
B Stu, we see B Griff. This
It's
is
still
their way of going
Chaos.
around
Last
that.
year
And
he
now they
came
get big
fourth.
beefy brawler. Humble are going to have
It's still the
to
same
find a way
guys.
to handle all
It's
of
always
these
the
health
same
points and
people.
the range of B, and I'm not sure there's one particular answer out there that's perfect.
And I'm just
They have
sad 'cause
multiple
it's like,
goal scorers. They have an aggressor in
I
El
guess you
Primo.
could
They
say the
remove
same,
counter
the same
for
thing
Frank,
for my
and that's gonna
team
be,
and
yep,
for
that's gonna
Tyrant
be
and
needed
Zeus
there.
team. It's
At
like
least
we
they're
were the
gonna have an
teams
extra
that were like
spawner.
taken out of
Humble
that,
have used this
and
brawler
Humble
quite
was
a
put
bit
in there.
Brawl Ball in particular as a way to deal with these beefy brawlers, and now that they have a spawner
So
no,
it's like,
Nita's
damn,
not
bro,
gonna keep up
like,
the range of something like a B, but it's
want
a
my
pretty
spot
good
back,
solution
like.
into the Primo and the Frank in particular.
I want to get back. I want to play
I
there.
really agree.
but
I think that the Nita into the Primo,
I don't know.
it's going to be getting a lot of value if Humble don't feed it. That is where I'm thinking their mind should be at. Pick dog.
Take notes.
Take
notes.
Keep the cards coming.
Take notes.
I'm feeling it, for sure. I don't know
Take
if we're going to
notes.
see a dunk. I would put my money on saying no, but hey, the players are watching, right?
Kicking off here. Fire throw.
Oh, that was a good
Battling
jump.
against Luke.
That
He's
was
gonna
a
get
really
traded.
good
Bruce the
jump.
Bear lives on, though. Adinho, top right-hand side, cornered by Samantha.
Really
Foss.
good
Super
jump.
shot.
Holy
Bang!
dude.
Punches one through. What a perfect tag and a follow-through shot along with it.
Not the start, the Loud. We're hoping for a huge area, side lane
Got
clear.
like a fan art channel for this? I mean, I could. I don't see why not.
Luki then clears up the left-hand side, waiting for the ball from Boss. Shoots straight to the hands of Dino. That may have thrown him off, to be fair. Good connection there onto
That
Luki.
be dead.
Loud clear up. Should be a defense now as Kaidog in the corner gets stunned by Bruce. Oh, dirty stuff. Humble, though, have got to get this ball. The robotic rat should take care of Firecrow. And Humble now bouncing with that Jae Young between.
I haven't
his
played
work
enough
mode down the
scrims when
heels coming
Jae
in.
Young has been good
Fast
to
mode
know
as well.
exactly how good Jae Young
There's
is.
still not enough. With the respawns coming in, thinking better of it. They've got the first goal on the board. They can afford some time to themselves in the mid.
That was a very depressing.
Like, I know he's good, but I just haven't had the
Single shot brawl with no
experience
fixing available,
myself
just had
to
take it.
know
Is
everything.
going down though. Adinho using the stats to march forward, going to activate, explode all of those rats, but most importantly, takes down every single one of those walls for B to have easy access.
Ray with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate it.
No HP. And now Humble continuing so their advance. Adino's struggling with the Bruce Bear as well. Samantha has the additional speed. Didn't find the shot to loot.
Much love, homie. Thank you, Big W, for you, GOAT.
With these shots from Boss, it's an easy goal for Humble. And most importantly, a match point.
Those 10 ladder games with you wasn't enough
South America
testing? No.
Feeling the pressure right now. They'd still have another life, but Humble would be guaranteed an escape into day 3 if they win this game right here. It was a good fight in set number 2, but set 1 and so far set 3, pretty dominant stuff. Loud, pressure higher than they felt all year long. This is going to have to be pretty darn perfect. Now it is a full maximum reverse sweep.
I don't want to see Adino break up the map. I want to see Firecrow use these pushes to the perfection that they deserve and advancing forwards, get this ball as well.
Semantic used to be a meme. Like, I'm not. That sounded weird. That sounded like I was making fun of him. Like, he used to always roast Ash and say it was bad. And then one time at MSI, he played Ash on this map, and it was like
Tough to watch.
the funniest thing ever. Because he roasted Ash so hard, like he was like blocking people on Twitter literally over Ash. And then he played it, and it was so funny, and it's the same map he played it on, so it's like reminding me of
And
it.
against the match point, it's now or never for them. For today, they'll have
Well
a second
played by
chance, they will be
Boss,
out of
good pull by
competition.
Adinho,
If they do
but good
lose this,
support by Boss, good help by
not a way to go
Semantic.
into the next phase
Busy
of
with the
the
5, it's
competition by
okay.
any means. You
We'll
wanna be
see you
able
at
to
Worlds this
land
year, I
something on the
believe.
board.
I
To
hope
really
so,
be able
Go.
to
I
have
hope
momentum
so.
Going into a later win. Loud really are not looking their finest. It's got to be said.
Especially given how the set's been played out. Humble have just had so much control, so by giving away that goal, they have no leg to stand on. Luki just throwing down shots. Bruce the Bear contributing. Adinho trying to grab the ball. Oh, it
Ooh.
stopped at the goal line.
I
but
appreciate
Boss,
the 5,
super
though.
shot available. Semantic right there with him. Drops those rats at a perfect time. It's just too easy for the world champions.
They try to play bad, just the best in their region. That's why they had everyone thinking they did good. The whole NA sucks. The whole NA does
It didn't
suck.
work
I
out well
agree.
last time, but now Firecrow has the hypercharge going in straight is the eye of Luki. Bruce the Bear stunned backwards.
I
as
don't
well.
know
This could
exactly
be a
what
goal for
happens.
Loud, but I don't want to speak too soon. No!
Firecrow. Firecrow.
Not like this!
Firecrow.
Just
Firecrow.
heartbreaking. Gonna be a huge uphill battle.
Firecrow.
And if they somehow find a way, we'll make the story that much better.
He doesn't.
But
He
right
just
now,
doesn't want to
they
play.
are
He wants to
collapsing
leave.
on
He's
a
seen
global
enough.
Stage. Firecrow
He wants to
right
leave. He
around
doesn't
this
want to
ball.
score.
Semantic from a distance, just looking to strike, and Luki throwing up a heart to his competitor, because that is just something we have not seen in a while from these guys.
It's a big push coming in, hypercharge there, stunned for the Bruce Bear as well. Dino is he cannot get the ball, and Humble have got the goal which they need. It lets Lau can advance forwards and get something to stay for it. There's not enough time. Calistic now 5 seconds down. The Loud are going to be going out of this stage.
Firecrow is my ranked
Today,
randoms.
But Humble,
Firecrow is my ranked
well
randoms.
positioned for South America. They are also now in the danger zone.
EU,
Certainly
bro.
not the way Loud wanted
EU,
to
one
perform
seed of
today.
each group.
Riding the high of a 3-2 victory over North America's #1 yesterday, but today, done and dusted in this opener. No signs of life emotionally, and certainly in that Brawl Ball set. Goodness, that's one of the most brutal sets I've seen in a long time.
A tough loss for Loud. They still got smiles on their
Katuda,
faces.
if it had been Argentina,
There's still
we'd have
second chance
won.
today.
Nah, for real.
But for Humble, again,
Firecrow did his
they've
best
got it done.
Neymar impression.
And they've looked so convincing in the process. It's a scary prospect. Still very
7-1
much
Germany,
back
Brazil.
on top of the world
Real.
as they were always going to be. Let's head
Real.
over to the stage for Barney. Hear what Humble have to say.
Real.
Thank you so much.
How close
I've
were you
got
to
Boss
making
here
Brawl
from
Cup?
Humble.
Not really
What a
close.
performance. You know, I've got to say that leading up to this on social media, you know, Semantic's been saying, don't vote for us. It appears that the anti-jinx has worked. It was a 200
Firecrow
IQ
MVP.
play.
Where's worse than
Walk us
Bilal?
through,
No,
you know,
nothing
how
could be worse
comfortable
than
that match
Bilal.
was, because you guys looked extremely strong.
I mean, we prepared a lot to this match. We were confident on making a 3-0 because we know their strats and the stuff. So yeah, we just prepared for that and we drafted them.
I mean, preparation was key. It looked like you guys had them down from the get-go. A few mistakes on their part in Brawl as well. Do you feel like going up against the world champions, they got a bit nervous?
I think they had shown pressure after beating Tribe. I think they had confidence on us, but we are just the world champions, current ones, and yeah, they can feel that.
I think finally, I just want to ask you, you guys must have seen backstage watching the SK versus Zeta match, after seeing the way that they performed, after seeing that match go the distance, any doubts creeping in, or how are you feeling about those two teams?
I mean, both teams are
Bro.
so strong. I don't really know which one is better.
What did I just see? That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I mean, both teams are so.
The South American supremacy,
That's
but they had
hilarious.
to end their
That's
run
hilarious.
on a couple of missed goals.
Hey, what can I say? You know, we're no North America in EMEA. We are top dog here. And yeah, I mean, tough match, wasn't it, really, for Loud? They just didn't really seem to have at any moment an answer for the world champs. I mean, yes, Humble are still looking better than ever, but we expected to see a little bit more from Loud, let's be honest.
Our storylines lined up perfectly. We called them the master of synergies, and they bring in the Barry, the Hank, Jae-Young, and Ash. It just worked out. And thanks to the mastermind behind all of this, Humble wins yet another match here. Semantic with the MVP vote. You get to vote on Brawl
Think
Stars.
Firecrow missed because of the aiming bug? No, that was
to get
bad.
The Pro Pass XP.
Go
Make
back
sure
a
to
minute,
do
you
that
missed a
also
new
for our
message?
next match lined up soon. Yeah, we are in Group B.
And we
go. They got a bit nervous.
Today, it's not over yet. We still have a little treat for you. We have yet another show match. It's going to be Brawl Arena, the brand new game mode in Brawl Stars. I'm super hyped for it. Yes, again, I get to cast it, so I'm super excited for that. And it's going to be 100 Thieves versus your favorite Brawl Stars creators from Tribe Gaming. So we still get to see a little more Tribe after the break.
This is rage bait! This is rage bait. There are kids, dude, I promise you kids know what a middle finger is before I just showed them. So this is NA's best team, lost to. Venice, is everyone just rage baiting today? Is everyone just rage baiting? Is this real? I swear every time I don't make it, I just get rage baited. Every time. Every time. Every time. Dude, Firecrow. Are they just showing Fire Chrome misplays? Why did Tribe fall off? I don't think they fell off. They just had a bad day. I still think they're good. Like, the first Worlds I went to in 2021. I'm just going to mute it, actually. Oh, I keep pausing it. First Worlds I went to in 2021, the best team there was SK, Jet and Sky, and Semantic. Everyone thought SK was going to win the whole event, and they got first rounded. Mind you, they got first rounded by Tribe NA, who at the time was also one of the best teams in the world. Which is the same Worlds that they lost when Tyrant spun on South America and then lost. But it happens. Sometimes the best team just loses. Not to say Tribe's the best team. I mean, clearly probably not. But like sometimes there's just good teams and they lose. You know, it happens. And I don't know. Like, it's like, I don't want to be too hard on them. Like, I do, because like Deranged with the $5 should have been Bob for real. I mean, they earned the spot, you know. I think I would have done better than that, but they earned the spot, so it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know, chat. Worlds and international competitions have existed since 2019, and that was like statistically and like literally and just in every way, like, you know, just the worst NA's done, and it's painful. Like, they're good, but like, come on, bro, like, you can't do that. It's year 6 of esports, like that, and that was the only team in NA's who's ever really been that dominant. Like, bro, come on now. Come on now, bro. Come on now. Gambits with the 5. Surge, Tara, Poco versus Lou during Hypercharge begins. Meeple, Finks, Crab. You're secretly the meta. Huh? What do you mean during Hypercharge begins? Surge? Oh. You're saying your brawlers. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of sliding the Poco in there. I didn't really know about the Poco, but maybe. Did you miss something interesting special? Nah, I just missed Humble Sweep. Slash with the $2. Zeta comeback. Sorry, you got to root for them? No. All right, everyone listen and listen closely, okay? Yesterday was a bad day for my region. Okay? Yesterday was a bad day for my region, but today's a new day. Elevate showed yesterday that they can sweep teams that are not on their level. Elevate showed yesterday, if they have draft, that they're good enough to beat Zeta. And today isn't yesterday. There's been so many times that the team who dominates on day 1 doesn't dominate on day 2. And you know what, chat? If I have to be the first to say it, I'll be the first to say it. Elevate's winning. Elevate's winning. Elevate is beating Saitempo. EVEX is beating Saitempo. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It is happening. And I'm the first one to say it. I believe in Patchy. I believe in Vegeta. I believe in Evelyn. I believe it. Menace with the 5. Tribe only won all NA monthly finals, outdraft, and knowing opponent's playstyle mechanically wise other than RBM, no one stands out. they've been good. I'm not going to roast them. Luffy's been good all year. Zeus has been good all year. Killer's been out drafting, and RBM is RBM. Like, there's, you know, I can't talk down on them. They've won all year. I could say they performed bad on lane because they did, you know, like I would say the same thing to my friends if they perform bad on lane. Like Patchy beat India and China and then lost to good teams, and I was like, yeah, bro, you played bad. That's my friend who I would be biased to and who also won some matches, and I told him he played bad. So yeah, if we're saying it like it is, they played bad, but like they played good the rest of the year, so I can't really roast them. Busy with the 5. You think it was the iPad, the reasons why you're not here looking for Vegeta? Oh my god. Yes, bro. He has my good iPad. I might have to take it back.
Those issues, especially the ones that appeared in the draft. I think this team's going to show us a little bit more. Now, they're realizing they're the last survivors of NA, the last hope. They're representing an entire region here in front of a home crowd. You better believe they're going to stand up to the challenge.
Yesterday, Evex looked particularly good. They did take a set, and they took several games off of Zeta Division in their match yesterday. Against Revan and X-Park, they completely
something you guys don't know.
zeroed them. And I think Revan and X-Park, they weren't too happy with that performance, had the chance to, you know, hear.
Is after month 2 when Elevate basically locked LC or MSI.
How much pressure Elevate did put on them yesterday that they are
Vegeta asked if I would play
Last hope for East
Brawl Cup
Asia,
with them, and I
also
said, nah, probably
last
not.
hope for North America. A lot of pressure on those two teams. I want to see
And
now
then time went on,
they
and
are. Let's meet them.
they picked up Patchy.
Another region's survival hangs in the balance. DreamHack makes some noise for your next 2 teams.
I just didn't want to go.
Division
After I didn't make it last year, I just didn't want to go.
Zeta Division.
I just didn't want to go.
Levi and Shizuku.
And Patchy played really well in monthly finals, and he's playing really well again. So, like, he's amazing. And it worked out for them because Vegeta's going away, so they needed someone for their team anyways. Damn, good arm, Patchy.
They're looking ready now.
And I think they're probably a better team with Patchy than they would be with me anyways. Patchy's been so good, so like it works out for everyone. All right, chat, here we go. Oh my god, what are these maps? What the What are these maps? What is this too? What are these maps? I take back everything I said. Zeta's winning. I take it all back. I take it all back.
They've OG to help them out here. Yes, the draft is the one part where we had said in the past that East Asia is exactly shining. We call them mechanical geniuses, wizards when it comes down to skillful plays. Let's see if they also have some ideas how to draft against OG already.
I got the chance to speak with their analyst, Lotus, behind the scenes just a moment ago, especially after their match versus SK. And he seemed to be, you know, a little displeased with their performance, okay? Because they went all the way to set 5 in terms of draft, outdraft.
Did he beat Zeta in skill maps?
A little resistance from the players in terms of the things that he wanted to go, because this is actually a quite classic Zeta Division thing. And also in East Asia, where they know that they can mechanically diff enemy players in other regions, but in some cases that does hold them back from outdrafting.
Because he conferring here with OG. Vegeta, 10-foot gaming.
All right, boys, I believe. I take it back. I believe. We are winning.
There's a lot of discussion
we are winning.
What role the coach should have.
Who is with me,
you tell
chat?
the players what to play they played, or more of a, you know, committee. It looks like on Zeta Division there's a bit of back and forth from the players. I don't think this is emblematic of the true odds of this matchup, but
I know I have one person who believes.
Game with a fire in their belly.
I know I have one person. I'm part of that 7%. I am part of that 7%.
Sorry for elevating this one, but they should take it as motivation. They want to gray out that flag just yet.
I believe.
Elevate. But so thus Zeta Division,
I
they
believe.
are hanging on by a thread here. Both of those
Evac
teams,
small? Yeah,
both of those
even
regions.
Small. Mind you, Patchy and Vegeta are both 6'2".
In terms of how they're feeling, I also spoke with
OG's like 5'8",
and there was a bit of a mystery also. This was before we even saw the results of SK versus Zeta Division. Confusion. They didn't really know who they were going to wind up facing. Came right down to the wire. So limited preparation time in terms of what they're going for. When I spoke with Lotus, though, a bit of frustration with him as well, because he knows that there's potential for them to play 2 matches today. And over yesterday, their repeat maps in this map pool.
Come on, boys. About, you know, being unable to cleanly get yourself into the bracket stage. losers here in day 1 and day 2 have to play, you know, pretty close together matches. They didn't get much of a break with how quickly Loud were dispatched on that stage. Gus going to be the first pick here for Zeta Division. Obviously, we're heading over to Hard Rock Mine here, so a very solid and safe mid.
They have to take shade counters.
For Elevate.
They have
Something
to
that we
take
saw quite
shade
consistently
counters.
in this matchup between Elevate and Zeta Division yesterday is that Zeta, they can go something quite consistent. Elevate, they feel inclined
You're not a part of the
to
7%. You are the 7%. Facts.
Tara now coming out here on Hard Rock Mine. That's one's going to be able to sneak all the way back.
They're going to go chest or middle.
To get
If it's up to them, they're going chest or mid.
As well for Zeta
Jackie
Division
counter
to deal
shade
with yesterday. So some real potential there. They're going to have to be quite knowledgeable also about the lane matchup. So
they're not trying to play legit. They're just trying to run at you.
Piercing could help.
Now, I know that Elevate haven't had much time to sort of prepare, but they have left Shade open here pretty late into the draft. That's obviously a really popular pick here for someone like Chitampo. And like you mentioned, allowed them to take victory in the March monthly finals out there in East Asia.
Yeah, I saw.
And it would be a pretty
I don't
nice
think he
way to
wrote
round
that. I
out
think
this
someone
current
gave it to him
competition.
and told him to take a
Patchy on the
picture
Tara,
with
of course,
it.
you have a really quite a bully of a side laner and someone who can
But
force the enemy
who
gem
knows?
carrier to give them up.
I think that's a little bit more
Always
likely, though.
scary when you're going up against those Tara comps. You've got to be hyper vigilant of the periphery on a map like Hard Rock Mine. Of course, the temptation here to go
Can't
with the
shade
shade
now
entry is
because
quite
Jackie?
strong for
Yeah,
Zeta
you
Division.
can't shade now.
A lot of directions they can still take this particular comp. And it's going to be Stu instead.
You can run this down.
Stu is going to have
you
trouble
can
with
run
those
this
Tara
down.
shades since he has a single target.
Beautiful.
Wow. Okay.
Beautiful.
Elevate's putting the gloves
Beautiful.
on, I guess, with Rosa now trying to penetrate
Beautiful.
the backlines. Now, this
I
is
like
actually
it,
one of
chat.
the
I
worst
like it.
matchups for Buster in
I
the
like
entire
it.
game. But they also
I
leaned
like
into
it.
a similar mentality
It's a good draft.
yesterday on
It's a
Pinnacle
good
Plant.
draft.
They decided to play into
It's a good
Zeta
draft.
Division's Buster
That's
using
what this
a
is what
Jackie.
they do to
It
all of
didn't
NA,
work.
bro.
That would have worked in North America.
This
but
is what they
versus
do to
Zeta
all of
Division,
NA.
and just
They
the
get
way that
clean
this region
drafts.
plays
Clean,
Brawl Stars,
weird
it is battle of the
drafts.
regions after all.
They can break grass. They
focus
have wall
on
breaks
synergy
too.
and staying together in the
But
one-on-one,
I do
wins.
like
But in a team fight, she
Patchy's
does not.
draft more for sure.
Here we go, folks. Jumping into our first set of the series is Hard Rock Mine. Winner advances here in the bracket phase. Loser will be going home. And like we mentioned, this is
Tara mid,
North
okay.
America's last stand.
Don't hate it.
Already off to the races. Suzuku trying to establish some dominance there on the left side. And here's the strat from Elevate. They're going to be building these
I like
bushes
it.
out
I
to
really
mid.
like
It's
it.
gonna diminish
Because
the value
you
that
can't
Levy's
play
able
mid
to
against the
offer
Gus
on
with
top
a
of
Tara
this.
or
Gus, Chitampo might
a
like to
Chester,
break
but you
open
can
from
if there's
this
just a
wall.
bunch
He's
of
already
grass.
rid of
He's
the
already
right
got
side.
pull.
Takedown
Amazing.
as well onto Chitampo.
Amazing.
Elevate with a
Don't pull in the
minor
grass.
advantage right now.
Don't pull in the
Both sides are
grass.
just trading out the
Patchy,
gems that
what
spawn
the?
closest to them. Long range takedown for Levy, who's running that vision gear, which is going to make those bushes not as valuable.
Strong stuff here for Vegeta, allows him to fight this Buster a little bit more effectively. Help from beyond cleared oh so easily, and Patchy is down to one shot as
Free
soon as he
kill.
returns to the lane. He went for a
That's
bit
fine.
of a,
We want
I don't
Patchy with the
know,
gems, right?
desperate
Patchy's got
Tara
pets.
scooper previously before getting picked off, but this is sloppy stuff from Elevate. Zeta Division are getting very comfortable in this round. Chitampo's been able to snatch up all those 3 gems, and Vegeta's
Okay, good play, Vegeta.
grasping roots, but so easily redirected away from the gem carriers.
The synergy is here. Suzuku.
Patchy
all the
just
way
needed a
Vegeta
warm-up
from the
game.
heart of their operation.
Patchy
That's
just needed a
countdown
warm-up
now
game.
for Zeta Division.
They
Chitampo
literally
running
had
away
such
with
a
it.
perfect
Suzuku
start.
providing
Oh,
as
Patchy?
much pressure as
Patchy?
he can. He's going to fall, but that's okay. Evex now pressuring into the back lines. Levy's able to pick up number 9 and 10.
Skill
Stay
gap?
as
That's not
close
even a
as
skill
could be.
gap. That's
He's
just
got 2
Patchy
brawlers
throwing
now
the
to
game.
act as a
Like,
buffer
that's
zone
not a skill
between
gap.
him and all of Elevate's might, but they don't have any utility. Patchy could be close
Yeah,
to a
Tara
sweeper, but
super
it's gonna have
5
to close
gems
around
in.
versus Suzuku. Now
And he
going
just
for
died
just
and whiffed it at
impossible,
nothing.
though. Taken down by the gadget in Zeta Division.
Chat,
run
that
away
was
with game
horrible.
1.
That was horrible.
Okay, in
That
terms
was
of
horrible.
ways to start a series,
That's
that's
horrible.
not what you're looking for.
Patchy's my friend.
No.
See,
Really
this is the good part
Patchy
about
looks
watching
shaky there
Patchy
on the
instead of
Tara.
Tribe.
Plays that
Patchy's
left-hand
my
side of
friend.
the map, but just
I can
straight
make
up
fun of
loses a
Patchy.
duel and then
That was
throws his
horrible.
super out to no effect.
But he learns
Throws it
from
in
his
the Buster,
mistakes.
Buster just shrugs it off
He
and goes
learns
back
from his
to being a real
mistakes.
nuisance there.
So
the draft is
let's get the same
fine,
start
completely
and let's
acceptable. I
just
think
not
Rosa
do that
definitely
again.
Is, you know, something that furrows the brow a little bit here. Already said is
They're
it's
playing
all
off
too
the
easy with
vision.
that slow-mo replay to drag Vegeta
When they
away
don't
from
have
his
vision, it's really
intended
easy to
target.
get those
Yeah, you
gems.
get incredible peel for your teammates with the use of that ability, and that's the way that Zeta Division play this game. They play it as a team game rather than a series of 1v1s, which we can usually see from a team like Elevate coming from North America. It's also a bit mysterious.
One
because
last
the roles
gem,
aren't clearly
but similar
defined
start.
on this comp for an Elevate.
Good position.
They can run Tara up mid, but she's not usually going to be playing that well as a mid. She's going to get most of her damage up close. Vegeta taken down by Suzuku on the left side. It's just
Connecting
Patchy
that
left to
grass
right.
is a
And
little
just
bit
like last
sketchy.
game, the team teams are simply trading out gems.
There's no pressure whatsoever here on Levy. Shitama able to move up there. Evex just blown to smithereens.
That's fine.
Oh, buddy, this is ugly. Vegeta forced
That's not
back.
fine.
That's super pointless in this kind of situation. Zeta Division are just stacking up these gems now, getting to 7.
That super could have done something if you weren't playing against literally one of the most mechanically skilled players in the game.
Patchy's got to be one off
the indestructible on the left side to avoid the pull. We'll see
Patchy's got to be one off pull. Play can be made.
Amplify the pressure on the left side, now shifting around.
Patchy, where's your pull?
Not really who you want to have holding a gem. Patchy would be the ideal one, but Patchy is
okay
with a super. He's
Chat,
also
they got a chance. They have a chance
super
here.
away from a hypercharge.
There's no reason why they don't have a chance.
Changing ability. Just has to be cautious of the positioning from Zeta Division once again. It's an elimination on Suzuki.
Okay,
for sure.
good. They're gonna be a little bit less afraid now to pick up gems.
It's an opportunity for
Because Patchy doesn't have super, but he did get a lot of hits there.
Get a countdown.
Vegeta can sneak. I wouldn't go for him though because he has hyper Gus. That's what I would hyper right there.
Will always represent some form of threat. Who's going to help Vegeta here?
Oh, Vegeta.
Okay, strong stuff used. He does have the edge in that matchup as Suzuki can just work his way into the back line. Now they're going to go for an elevate, pushing up here. Gravity thrown down, Levy low, barely able to walk away. He's 16.
Why is he alive? Okay. Okay, they have more than enough gems. Can they kill Suzuki?
Have Suzuki in a deadly situation.
Oh boy. They need that.
Up to 9 gems.
They have 10? Oh god, they needed that. They get next spawn, they get next spawn. Go, go,
All
go!
Elevate need to tie things up. Here comes the Chester.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Patchy! It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Trying to close in. He's got just a little bit of health to
it doesn't matter.
Trying to intercept Patchy's path in the bushes, but can't do so. Shedampo now has the super. He's got to make this happen. Gotta clutch
it doesn't matter how bad you play if you have a 100-0 draft. It doesn't matter how bad you play if you have a 100-0 draft. Just don't play horrible. Just don't play horrible.
And that's a round that starts
just don't play horrible.
In the strangest way. It is a solo
just don't play horrible.
To a Buster who's just a little bit overextended. Once Suzuki is taken down,
that's it.
Elevate leverage that player advantage into map control and just bully all the way into Zeta Division. Finally getting to that guy in their backline, making him drop the gems.
It's not 100-0, no, it definitely is.
From Elevate
it definitely
they don't have
is.
a well-defined mid brawler.
It definitely
They're relying
is.
on Rosa to get these.
They have no way.
There's limited wall break ability.
Pay attention to the vision gear of Levi. They don't even move up the map unless they have vision on Patchy.
Utilizing this wall as long as he can. But you see Shidetampa's put a high priority on breaking it as well, just keeping his distance for now.
They just gotta chill.
As well. They're going to get a little
see, look, now they move up the map.
Vegeta's trying to get this matchup versus Suzuki, but it's not made easy as Levi continues to get him the pressure.
That grow light from Vegeta is allowing Elevate to move their safe zone so close to the gym well, allowing them to snap up these gems for free. A little bit of a
Vegeta's not even trying to go aggro. I feel like Eve should be on vision.
He is the tip of the spear here for Elevate. They want to start these fights off and would give Zeta Division a free gem where he to do so.
No. Oh, really nice Eve.
We'll see that poison.
That's a kill. Really nice Eve.
But he's not really in a vulnerable position either. Ideal matchup.
Okay, Eve's getting to their grass.
Down one man. And they're up by a good number of gems as well. It's utter chaos on Elevate side at the moment. They're all low health, and they're just trying to back away as much as they can. Shidetampa's also with the back cap, looking for one.
Oh my god.
FX also at risk of going down. Levy only needs one more to get the safest possible position for Zeta.
I think he realized he was done there. He stood still for a moment, knowing that Zeta were converging on his location. Patchy has a hypercharged super. With Gravity's range being extended, can be so powerful, but he's got to use it just to defend himself. Grasping roots here for Vegeta. Levi able to knock him back, and there is Zeta Division.
If you can't win with like an 80-20 draft, 90-10 draft, you're not, you know, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. They had the fattest out draft you can like possibly get.
If you ask me, we're not seeing much of a mentality change over yesterday.
History game was at the 5. This is literally the clash of extremes. A team that can 100% utilize draft to its best. A team that can 100% a team that is 100% confident in their skill.
Ideas. Like, who really does this? Who runs the Tara mid and Rosa to put the bushes up mid? That's so untraditional. And I think it speaks volumes about how they're approaching this matchup. They're leaning towards the draft as their mechanism for taking down Zeta Division because they know that on a mechanics basis, they won't be able to defeat them.
Normally, we don't see Tara mid. We see her play a side laner. She's able to play a bit more aggressively because generally she needs to put herself in harm's reach in order to build those supers and even deploy them adequately. This moment here from Patchy, though, was nice. Chester, very powerful. That hypercharge allows FX to get those gems dropped.
I swear that was a free win.
Back into the corner. So
I don't know.
Bright spot there, at least for Elevate. Shidetampa's here was stymied by those shades. But in general, feels like Zeta are comfortable. They use Suzuki so effectively to trade his health for that map control. And then Levy really barely has a care in the world in so many of these situations.
Bro.
That's why, even though it's a 2-1 in round score, we depart with the feeling that it was pretty clean overall from Zeta Division.
In terms of comfortability,
They
Zeta
didn't do
Division
anything
should
wrong.
be
Levi hit too many shots in
comfortable
Bush
with their draft. But in terms of the gameplay, I think
bad.
that they should have some nerves as well. Because Elevate, I don't think, should be taking a game off of Zeta Division. Because that was a total outdraft, in my opinion, by Zeta. We're headed into another one. The draft, once more, could be questionable from Elevate.
Why
They
does
led
Gus
with this a lot
hyper
yesterday,
only
just
spin
trying to
sometimes?
outdraft.
Doesn't it
They
always?
overcook. It falls short. Mechanical difference between the two teams.
And we've honestly been seeing that from North America all over the course of this week.
Yes.
A lot of these like third picks from Tribe are also pretty
Watch
questionable,
round
right?
3
They
back
take
and you'll see
Brawlers
Levy
in odd
taps.
spots where
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't really
look,
work
bro.
out. Then have Lau.
It is a team game rather than...
Sorry. Let's just do this really quickly.
They're relying on Rosa to take downs. Tampa's put a
Look,
high
there's
priority on
okay, whatever. I
breaking
don't want to do this. I want to watch
Having him
draft.
integrated in the team and
I want to watch
you know,
draft.
just having
They weren't
a bit more
juking though. They were
oversight
just
with the
accepting
drafts
it,
is
you know?
something that
Like they were
is
like,
really
oh,
one of these
because we're in a
guys
bush,
normally
you don't
would
have to
just hang
juke.
out in
But like,
Vegeta or
I don't
MX's
know.
room, whoever it is, and just talk shop.
I don't know.
Kind of come up with the picks they're looking for. Now we have a I like this. Chuck Band here on bridge too
They
far.
just weren't juking,
Charlie
they were just
also
walking
taken out of
into
the
the
mix.
shots.
Zeta Division with some pretty spicy bands, but it does leave a couple of things open.
Looking especially at like Melody, Colette. Melody has been banned out. Colette wide open for anyone to take.
And still good on heist, even with the changes to the safe.
Exactly, yes. So now you're going to be blocking damage on the safe every 25%. There's still ways around this. Colette, first selection out here. One that I look at that can actually fare decently against
Can
Colette
go
is the
shade
bow.
here,
You
like
get a
all the
lot of
time,
damage
really?
here, working at pretty much the same range. We actually saw Zeta Division utilize this earlier in scrims as well to bypass that whole 25% shielding thing. If you're able to get your hypercharge down or even just an ordinary super and then pop tripwire to have it all proc on the same tick.
Couple of ways around that sort of all-in protection, we'll call it. Bridge Too Far is also a map that's really about being able to pinch into lanes that are not your own, win that matchup, and then help a side laner. Eve here, of course, creates just a lot of flexibility. She can drift between those lanes now, just ignoring those bodies of water. And honestly, with a star power that then reverses the order of her eggs, which is the only one you ever see with her, you don't have to hit all of your shots to actually really leave a mark in your opponent. She becomes a legitimate damage threat.
This is true. She has that hypercharge as well that's going to be instrumental. Bonnie, one of the strongest laners as well that is available on this map since she recently got a rework where she's able to instantly pop back into that super. It makes her much, much more viable, though she is actually one of the worst brawlers to play into Colette. Back in the day when Bonnie was one of the more meta picks on Heist, Colette was the way to deal with it. I think Zeta Division might have picked this Colette thinking that they could secure themselves a Bonnie, and if not, then fine. They have a good matchup for the Colette.
It's
But
not
in
the
terms of
craziest,
being able
Omi.
to switch lanes effectively on this map, that's very, very difficult. It's going to take someone to actually break down that mid wall. Bo is one of them. Once more, we already knew this was a favorite for Zeta Division based on scrim data.
Very much par for the course this look has been for Zeta. They've got an opportunity now to really round their draft out. They've got pretty reasonable range and decent laning potential as well. You kind of mentioned Bonnie can struggle a little bit against the Colette. That's because Bonnie, for all the damage that she does, is relatively high health pool, so really plays into the game plan for Colette, who does percent health damage, and she's not the most mobile. Also, she can't exactly vomit shots at you when he has that one shot in the magazine.
Surely
Carl
Miko,
here
right?
For Zeta Division, giving you a bit of modality, the ability to go forward, make that all-in happen, also just
Surely
dying on
Miko.
the safe. I think Heat
Or
Ejector is
Lily.
unbelievably powerful gadget. We've seen it be so good in Brawl Ball modes as well, just to zone people off the map, lock them into corners, and basically dictate your opponent's positioning.
Loads of safe damage available for a Zeta Division. In terms of Elevate, they've only got one so far. Here comes Piper as the last selection. You don't want to risk going a sniper or even two too early on because you do get risk of being run down.
What is
That's
that
not what we
Piper
see it
pick?
all from Zeta Division. They do have some brawlers that are able to pump up lots of damage on that safe, but they're going to have to win their individual lane matchups first. So now Piper, she's like the queen of winning
that
lane
Piper
on this
pick?
map. She's going to be instrumental. She does tons and tons of safe damage. But once more, it is a mechanical battle. We know how good Zeta Division are at getting jukes, dodges down the lane. And so if the shots are a difficulty to hit for
I don't know.
Elevate,
I don't know
then
if you
this
can
will
out
could swing
mechanic
in Zeta Division's
Zeta.
favor.
Elevate are really invested in having
I don't know
stronger
if you can
laners, Bonnie
out-mechanic
and
Zeta.
Piper especially. The idea is to manifest
Nice
a
shot
safe
for
damage
Zeta.
advantage after slowly transitioning out of these initial lanes. Patchy, of course, will always be able to help out with the side lanes. You can see, trying to help Vegeta just
Free kill,
collapse
beautiful.
into this position. FX dives forward,
Beautiful.
and there it is, straight back into the cannon.
Can they
Good
break
early
that
damage
first
on the side.
barrier?
Patchy now going to drop this safe down to 74%. Some inaugural damage as well from Suzuku on the safe, but he's getting largely ignored, especially as Evex has to rotate over to the left side. Look how cumbersome that is as well, with Bonnie being as slow as she is, aided by the fact that she has a gadget that speeds her up, but still taken down by those mines from Levy that weren't even not communicated. He popped them down in the perfect time. There's still one more lurking as well, but the damage is now coming in from Elevate. Vegeta popping the hypercharge, hammering away at the safe, and now down to 49 for Zeta.
Great mechanics, dodges a lot of those shots coming his way, pops the hypercharge just for the damage increase. Chitampa, we're looking to threaten the bottom.
Damn, Vegeta! Maybe you can outskill.
Vegeta in that lane.
Vegeta's playing insane.
A lot of mines getting thrown down, and that's why Bo is just so powerful. Of course, like we mentioned, being able to circumvent the sort of health protection on the safe, but there it is. Zeta are down to their last stage. The pressure from Elevate has been immense. And even with Evex down, they keep chunking away.
Oh my god.
Levy
Carl on the bottom, we got no idea what's going on there.
Set of mines, it's down to just 10% left. All the damage now rolling in on the
oh my god!
Elevate
throw
for their lives here. 1% to go. Levy, the last
throw
bastion of defense.
Suzuki just threw.
Now down to 8K. Vegeta needs some shots. Tampo looking to swing with the pickaxe. It's gonna be a fun
Oh
finish.
my god!
Elevate,
Oh my god!
Power, take it away. Elevate fighting for their lives. To just 10% left, all the damage now rolling in.
Oh, why'd he click hypercharge? He was close enough. Oh, he's lost. He's lost.
Up the map from
oh my god, yes. Yes. Yes.
To run away with the round.
Oh my god. He had a free win. He clicked the wrong button,
Zeta
chat.
thought they actually could just activate those mines and be done with it, but 1% short they were, and they gave Elevate a window to take the game back.
Win lane, win game. That is how it is played. Evex rotate on
how's
his
NA
right
doing?
Side once again, hoping that
they had a 100-0 draft set one and lost.
Doesn't look to be so. He's looking for the trade
now,
as soon as possible.
I don't like their draft as much,
won the matchup
and they're winning.
With the assistance of Vegeta, and now the
nice.
damage for and that's 2 lanes now won for Elevate. Suzuki's still holding off Evex on the right side, but that's what he's got.
Oh, I thought it was 81,
otherwise,
not
Evex
87.
can push in and get tremendous damage on the safe.
The hatchlings are such a problem for Suzuki. He just accepts his fate. He knows he's gonna lose out there. Evex flashes super. It's about finding ways to pressure Levy here now. Vegeta will return to lane. Chitampo just swaps out of that matchup.
Nice, Vegeta.
Cheers everywhere. Here come the hypers though. Levy's gone down. Chitampo tries to go for a gambit on the safe.
This is their chance. Break 2 barriers. Break 2 barriers. Break 2
barriers. And they don't need to leave. They can keep this pressure on from these forward spots.
Easily break.
And once the pressure begins to expire, that's when Evex can come in and make his move.
Attaboy, Vegeta!
Suzuku if he gets a little bit too close, but that's just a risk he's going to have to take. Here it comes. Suzuku goes for the
super,
but the damage is already done.
In this new
24% remaining, but they've eliminated a couple of members of Elevate.
It seems like if you have an early lead, you auto win. So
if
let's
they
just
can
hope
even
that's
get
the
into
case.
position in time, the Eve hatchlings have been too much of an issue for Suzuku to comfortably get in position. He's also far estranged from the push on the left side that Elevate are now bringing to a boiling point.
And now Elevator down to the last phase here of safe
it's over.
protection.
It's over.
So they can throw themselves at it. Should be straightforward.
Let's go!
And it's simple. Win the lane.
Let's go, Vegeta.
Very powerful.
Vegeta just ate them, bro.
Here for Elevate, and they dominate on Bridge Too Far.
Vegeta just ate them.
Union of mechanics and
Vegeta
draft.
just ate,
this was
bro.
A draft
He ate.
for
He
Elevate.
ate.
Not
He
only
ate.
that, but they played losing matchups really, really well.
He just
when we
ate,
saw
bro.
Evex on that
He just
body on
ate.
the right side, consistently
Chat, what if I was
keeping
never
the
good at
range,
Piper? It was
getting
just
hits
my
on
old
her
iPad that
without
was
getting
good at
hit at all?
Piper.
That was tremendous. But Vegeta, the genius level Piper last pick that somehow slipped by Zeta Division, was the star of the show.
Yeah, I mean, laning up against the bow to start with, just straight up just crushing that matchup. And it didn't help that Patchy could, with a moment's notice, just rotate over to another side lane, help collapse, pinch one of those.
How they win that and not the
players,
first?
and then
I have no
allow their
idea.
side laner to move up and start pressuring that safe down.
No idea.
And now, in this modern era, we'll call it of heist, you cannot simply play 3 tanks and run it down. You cannot all in remotely as easily. You really have to play that long game. And Elevate understand that quite well. Some moments here, of course. This was 1% on the safe after the bow mines.
Go, go, go. We gotta go. We commit here. Commit, commit, commit. Nice!
Wow, 1%, bro. 1%.
No frantic calls, no real stress. I think Elevate understood how to execute on the plan that they drew up in the draft.
Oh boy.
And that's great.
Oh boy.
You feel like they've got to be under a lot of pressure here.
Oh
They're
boy.
on stage in front of a home crowd. This is their last chance for the region. They're going up against a previous world champion, an incredible roster out of East Asia. It certainly feels like the deck is stacked against you, but yeah.
Oh boy.
We saw the social media from Elevate. they're pinning their hopes on Patchy to
Oh
save
boy.
them.
Yeah, we see UZ. Shout out to Patchy as well. He retired from the game. Now he's back, and it's like he never even left, fitting into this Elevate roster like a glove and contributing some expert level drafting knowledge to the team. That Piper last pick, I think, was really, really smart from Elevate. I'm curious how it slipped by Zeta Division. They were heavily emphasizing that safe damage portion, and were not able to win the individual lanes. I think, though, of any map that works well
Come
against
on,
Zeta
boys.
Division, it's got to be bridged too far, because now
Come
you
on,
split them
boys.
into individual lanes.
Oh,
You're
chat, how are we
de-emphasizing
gonna
the
win?
level of team play that
How
they
are we
worked
gonna win
so
Shooting
hard
Star?
on
Are they
that
giving us hope
usually
for
leads to them
nothing?
being champions.
Are they giving us hope for nothing?
As we head to Bounty, where once again the focus is going to be on how well you can coordinate these pushes, especially if you are behind in stars after getting picked off or something similar. But Elevate here know that they can, in theory, break this map up at least into 2 side lanes, right? And try and find ways to win those. They might just be picking these powerful, long-range brawlers. It's how they want to build a foundation of their draft strategy. Now, Jaeyoung Nani banned out here. So obviously a couple powerful sharpshooters being looked at already. Gene, double ban. Neither team wants to deal with the volatility that Magic Hand invites.
Not only that, but also the Vengeful Spirits can be such a great way to secure a KO at long range on numerous targets at the same time. Here comes Bell. It's a Zeta Division favorite. It's an East Asia
You got a
favorite as well.
Piper.
One of the more comfortable
You got a
brawlers.
Piper again.
They
After
were
that last
hesitant to play
performance,
yesterday.
Nani is
This
banned.
a good preemptive
Angelo
pick.
is
They'll get
banned.
into Carl.
They first
They'll be
pick
pretty
Bell.
good
You have
into
to Piper.
Lola as well. 2 brawlers that we saw Elevate lean heavily
You
into
have to
yesterday, so
Piper.
it's a preemptive one. And we also see Nani has
You
been
have
banned
to
out by Zeta
Piper.
Division. That makes things a lot more safe for them. I think it opens up the potential of like Angelo, one of the strongest brawlers on this map. They also have Piper as a phenomenal option. Mandy, you can't
Take
get
it.
reflected.
What are you waiting
because there's
for?
no
We know
Mandy
you're
to
taking
counter
it.
you. So some pretty plentiful options for
Yep.
Elevate. Going 2 snipers would be overkill, but Piper is an absolute must.
And Bell has pretty impressive range, but she doesn't exactly have the burst damage that someone like Piper does, so she doesn't always feel favored in that kind of matchup, especially that Piper's got access to homemade recipe and can straight up just face roll that. Here's Gus.
Okay.
Like you mentioned, maybe 2 sharpshooters too much, but Gus fits
No,
a great
it's good.
niche where he has
It's good because
the
you don't know what they're
defensive
going to go mid.
utility
They
he
can
can
go
offer
Carl,
when push
they can
comes
go
to shove.
Ollie, they can
I
go
completely
Melody.
agree.
Gus is a good
Usually
pick.
you're
It's
able
good
to do
support.
pretty well
And they
into
can't
close
punish you.
range matchups. You also have a
They
bit
can
of
go
KO
RT, I
potential
guess.
as well with the Kooky Popper. So pretty solid
But I think it's
selection
a good
for
pick.
Elevate. Maybe one that Zeta Division were considering themselves. Elevate has the power also of this last pick, so they can do something there.
Gray
We'll see
is
the Gray.
good.
This can enable a way of dealing with a potential thrower in the early game. You're also looking at a ton of aggression potential. It's a very mechanically weighted brawler. An RT, a final selection now coming out. I think this, safeguards again them
This
against
is a
any sort of like
juicy
cheese, like
Ollie
Go
game.
or something like that.
This
would
is a
absolutely walk
juicy,
all over what Zeta
juicy
Division have
Ollie
gone
game.
so far. Zeta are going something as
This
safe
is a
as they
juicy,
possibly can, trying to
juicy,
cover as many
juicy
bases
Ollie
as they
game.
can. They're leaving things open for Elevate to maybe shoot themselves in the own foot and go for something too aggressive, maybe something unorthodox.
I think they're going to Ollie.
has
This
been
draft
more
is too
confined,
obvious. I
to
think
these
they're going to
bounty
Ollie.
maps nowadays. In fact, is really being looked at less in the pick and bans lately, but it's almost like banned on every other occasion. This is a super out of left field kind of pick. Elevate do go for a throw. Realizing that Zeta Division, they do have the Gray and the ability to sort of attack that last hurrah is great.
I
but
feel like
didn't
that
allow
was a
him to
throw pick.
Have a bit of a shield if he does get dove in these kind of situations.
I feel like that was a throw
Obviously, that
pick.
hypercharge is pretty terrifying. You can also increase the health of your super, your head first with the right gear choice, and really pose a threat to these single shot brawlers.
Tick is one of the best last picks on this map, and a lot of times it would actually be worth a ban, but there's so
I
many
mean,
good
Tick is
brawlers in this
good,
game.
but,
You could
like-
get really 3 to choose between.
I
And we
don't
did
know.
see a sort of minor way of addressing this in use of the Gray. We'll see the mid matchup as well. Typically, it's Tick that picks up the blue star. This time, Patchy is going to let Levy take it. It's going to rely on the rest of the Elevate roster to get that aggression to chip that blue star off of Zeta Division.
Levy's pathing is incredible. I think he just walked through 3 shots from Patchy again, which is... You expect the Tick to sort of pick up some free damage there, but Levy's making sure that Patchy does not get anything that he doesn't pay for himself. So still a long way away from that first
The Bell
hit for
lane
the
has
super.
traps. The Bell's
Like
not
we
going to get
mentioned,
hit a
against
single
all of these
time.
single shot brawlers is a bit of a scary prospect. Patchy wants to get aggressive. They're trying to take a bit of map control. Here comes that head first. It's just blown up straight
Okay,
away.
good curve.
Homemade recipe allows a
Good
connection
lane
on the
switches.
Tampo, but Zeta Division haven't done much fighting
Good
back
step
here.
on the traps.
We saw
They
an
couldn't
honest
do anything
attempt
about
also
it.
from
Nice.
Patchy to block that shot, to block that.
I think he's got a curve
Levy,
again
thankfully,
soon.
wasn't close enough to be indestructible to be pulled through. He's got another super as well to get a bit of aggression going. If things get a little bit close to
Oh,
Shit
sight,
Tampo,
curve
who's
him.
out of shots, the curve hits Elevate in the lead by 1 star.
Apache hide behind his own head first, knowing that's going to block a magic hand for him should it come out.
See, now this is different. Now you got a Bell pushing into a Piper.
And it never really finds its mark. It doesn't quite make a connection. Here comes Shitampo. Wants to move on up again.
Hit him, hit him!
Pretty scary. Also has a gadget to confirm.
Nice, Vegeta, nice.
Talk about confirming kills. Vegeta gets a second one on Suzuku, and Levy now opts to shift over to the left lane. It's a more difficult matchup for him.
No, 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 no.
But no one's there to respond. Shitampo obviously clued in to follow up, but was just a little bit too late.
This is a scary position, chat. Oh, he missed the curve too. This is scary.
15 seconds to go. Patchy is the first to fall. 1 star separates these two teams.
Vegeta, oh, great super there from Evex. Keeps him alive just at the most important moment. Levy comes forward, but no, the shots can't be connected by Apache. And Zeta Division open up a massive gap.
Come on, get Levi, get him!
4-star difference. Levy needs to be the one they pick up, and it can't quite catch him. Slow and steady wins the race. Zeta Division until the last moment. Patient, then pull the trigger and explode.
Oh my god.
Playing with the clock here. That was way too close for Zeta Division, but I gotta hand it to them. Their target priority, Tick, would have been the easiest kill for them to go for first, but they knew that they could expand their lead by going for him last, since he is not a threat at all in close range. Have to see some adaptation as well from Elevate. They had that Tick hypercharge with 45 seconds left on the clock. They opted to use it and didn't really create any pressure off of it.
Sight versus Eve, bro, literally just ran in a straight line.
Holding onto this blue star and a firm advantage for Zeta.
It's a great gadget use there from Shitampo. Both these teams have ways of virtually confirming eliminations once they get hits. One, of course, from the Gus, one from the RT. And that was Shitampo just dominating in a virtual 1 versus 1. They just came out of a map where they were forced into a number of those single brawler assignments. Now, they were able to find success there, but so far so good for Zeta. They've got no reason to take any risks here.
Zeta Division's synergy has also come back online. We saw the hook from Levy and the follow-up from Suzuku. We saw the lanes shift as well. Shitampo now on the right lane versus Evex. Vegeta shifting over to the left. He's got to fight through some of these mines that are littering the ground right now. Getting tapped one time after the other by Suzuku. Now that's mechanics right there. Patchy also throwing down the head first to take a little bit of damage. Doesn't create any pressure really. Ooh, that's quite a curve out from Vegeta as well. It was entirely absorbed by Gray thanks to the star power. But he's going for any pressure he really can. When you see a Piper using curves like that, usually speaks a lack of confidence.
Yeah, Homemade Recipe just like try and gain map control via a health deficit. It's unclear. Vegeta hoping for anything. Elevate look a little uninspired now. The question is, what is their plan supposed to be?
I don't know. I don't know why they went Tick.
Shots? He's got to use Homemade
Patchy's got hyper. Maybe if you can juke a couple shots and get some positioning, mix it with the curve.
But doesn't have any way of guaranteeing a hit.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. He missed it too. That's a kill. That's got to be a kill. That's got to be a kill. That's got to be a kill.
One more shot would do with him, but he has taken up so
nice,
much of
nice, good focusing. Good focusing.
Doing in the meantime, though, that's the question. Oh, just winning the game, no worries. Find the last 3 stars right at the end of the set.
Oh my god.
So once again, take it away in the last second.
Icarus flew a little too close to the sun there. Got too close to RT in close range. Generated a win for Zeta Division. Once more, a last-second finish where they just pulled on. This one was much better than in game number 1, though. They escaped by the skin of their teeth. They were backed into a corner in really a second longer and would have gone the other way. Checking out the stats here as well, Vegeta leading the battle in terms of damage, but when we saw the individual lanes, I gotta hand it to Suzuku for reliably holding him off, getting those nest eggs down in a way that benefited his entire team.
Shitampo there in that top right corner towards the end of that round was just dodged an insane number of projectiles and those mines that came in from Tick. See, here was obviously the game plan, make use of that head first there. Vegeta throwing out gadget after gadget here, that Homemade Recipe just to get those curved shots. It's not always clear to see what the plan was supposed to be for him outside of getting that extra damage. This is where Zeta sneak away that key round in the dying seconds. Shitampo runs interference there. And this is when they end up running into the RT. Look at Shitampo at the top of your screen. Drops the legs and comes straight forward. He says, watch out. I'm coming for you.
Oh my god.
Close range.
Do I play for a space station?
We see that RT pick actually generate something in close range, it was more of a safe one to keep anything too aggressive coming out from Elevate. It worked, okay? They didn't go an assassin or anything like that. They went for the tick that usually just gets reliable damage, gets us supers, and typically they generate pressure. But Zeta Division, they didn't bend to that will at all. We saw Stetampo in the back right, didn't really even care. The hypercharged tick super came out, no one cared at all. They didn't even think enough to prioritize him in terms of a last-minute kill in game number 1. I think Elevate, they went something that was really on Zeta Division's level. This is a more consistent draft. Outdraft, a little bit more debatable between the two teams. Zeta Division are winning on a mechanics basis.
Yeah, you felt like you didn't mind the tick last pick on hideout too much. Pretty good for their map control, but the execution of the pick didn't really measure up to at least the hype it generated. Out in the open, we're headed over to next, folks. And a number of the brawls we've already seen this series have homes on this map as well. Namely that Guskin is really potent. Crucially, we've seen E picked up on occasion. Even here, that Angelo is the one that has great access to that left side of the map, being able to cross the water and be a real impact player all through the round from start to finish.
Angelo was part of the conversation yesterday as well. Notice that Elevate banned it out. Now, they do have the last pick, so that makes a whole lot of sense. Keep in mind, we said at the advent of this match that there are some repeat maps over the course of this one. This is one that we saw yesterday as well. I got the chance to speak with Evex about this backstage as well, sort of pick his brain on how that draft went yesterday, because if you remember, they went Angelo, Meeple, and Hank, which is a pretty dissonant composition. The Meeple and Hank works if you have more of a control-based comp that's able to move forward gradually. Here comes the Brock from Zeta Division. A far departure from what they ran yesterday. This is going to be breaking open the wall at mid. Usually, you wouldn't need
Brock
this
won after going undrafted last time. Brock won
on this map.
And he has been taken away, of course. Yeah, last time we saw the Meeple and the Hank sort of playing opposite sides of the map. So when we did see Mantis of Meeple come down, catch a player out, Hank wasn't in position to get a bubble over those walls, and there was no thrower in the composition from Elevate. So it didn't really look like it matched up. The Zeta Division players caught inside those mentions were never really threatened as a result of it just held in place. So here's the Gust. This feels like it's so hard to sort of
Henry,
look away
stop
from
spoiling,
this
bro.
ball through the pick and ban. It kind of gives you everything that you want on this kind of map. Kooky Popper gives you a bit of inevitability or kill confirm potential. Being able to, make use of that star power on your super, knocking people back if they do try and, get at you properly. And also, he does really reasonable damage.
This is true. We'll see Bell also as a selection from Elevate. They've gone with 2 snipers here. Bit of a risk. Shooting Star was a different conversation. Out in the open, you can go something that's very bursty, try and get a pick early on, and then win the 3-2 from there on out. Elevate, they're looking to chip things down at long range. They're going to have Bell applying most of the pressure by having those shots ricochet between teammates.
Well, they're clearly setting up for some type of aggro last.
For example, that wants to stick close to teammates. Yeah, so Zeta Division, we also know that they're very good at that. So this can secure things a little bit more for Elevate.
There was a time where the more all-in comps on this map also would try Daryl on occasion just to start those fights up. But RT talked about him, pretty ubiquitous on a lot of those bounty maps. And here on Knockout, also a really safe pair of hands. We have Gus versus RT matching up. Very similar brawlers in the longer range, the poke down game sense. Both having kill confirms available on their gadgets. Well, where do you go here from Zeta? Do you...
When are modes maps chosen? Do we know in advance? Yeah, usually like 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
And on some of these occasions, really seeing them run away with the
game. At most, like 3.5 weeks in advance.
You can go with wind up for additional damage as your one gadget. On the other hand,
usually between 2 and 3.
Go for some slowing residue that will give you way more control in the individual lane. It feels like Squeak's reload speed.
Kenji's not bad here. Ollie's not bad.
To hold down a lane for an extended period of time. So
you need someone to make space or else you're going to be trapped in a corner. Daryl too. Daryl could work easily.
Versus that Squeak, something, there we go, aggressive that gets in close range. An assassin is able to take down that Squeak.
Are you on the Ollie right now or real?
This is mysterious because you're diving into an RT that is going to have super. Against the Brock, it will be quite effective. But keep in mind, the pinnacle of Kenji's kit right now is the hypercharge. You have to earn that by running in and dying repeatedly. He has healing on his side, but you have limited lives here in Knockout.
Yeah, it might be good for a 1-round win if things line up for you.
Have a round 3 insta win, but it's rough before that. Yeah, you gotta finesse a round before that. But Kenji's good in endgame, like we saw last time Elevate was playing the endgame. Kenji was really good. So
let's see how it plays out. If we have the residue here from Lenny on the Squeak, he'll be able to really control that bottom bush that he's already trying to clear.
Typically, players will pop down that residue immediately. Nothing on the ground just yet. Zeta Vision fighting for control already.
Good taps by Vegeta.
All over mid. Elevate holding back for a little bit longer. They want to get Evex into position as soon as they possibly can. Big damage on Apache and onto Evex. Vegeta holding his own very effectively.
Vegeta playing really well.
Keeping Brock at max range.
And now Squeak can really start to punish you in that choke, can lock you out of the map a little bit now as one after one, those globs are threatening big damage on Elevate as they try and get into the center.
That was wind up on the right side as well.
Nice, good spacing.
Levy's going to have some pretty serious damage to offer against Evex if he decides to get in close range. But it seems like priority for Elevate is going to
Eve has no hits. Smoke's probably coming in soon. Suzuku's weak. Good time to push up.
He's one shot.
Eve is weak.
He's simply going to back up, let his teammates do the work. And
oh,
a little bit
Vegeta.
of peel. Wow, the damage coming in for both Levy and Shetampo. Gets the 3v2 available for
nice. This is a win.
On Shetampo makes it a 2v2. Levy now pressured into that poison.
This is a win, surely. Oh my god.
Take it to 1v1 between Evex and Suzuku. He's got to get 3 shots.
Nice.
Dash in from Evex gets the round.
Nice. Dude, the Kenji's just too good endgame. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Such a massive advantage in that
Beautiful.
1 versus 1. The upshot at least is that Suzuku maintains his super coming into this round.
Evex, he's also cycled a good amount of his hypercharge. It's going to be totally crucial. Elevate have a round under their belt already. They could safely go to round 3 if need be and rely on that hypercharge from Evex. Bit of damage coming in from that Squeak as well. It's going to send Patchy out of commission, but only for a moment. It's going to be pretty much the same lineup from Zeta Division as well. They opted to shift Shetampo a little bit more onto the right side than previously. Suzuki's also a super, and here's the hypercharge in from Levy, looking for big damage. Vegeta.
Oh my god.
90 and 45, a cycled super dodge for Vegeta.
Oh my god.
Patchy's the last one remaining.
And again, as soon as you
They
get
actually just cooked them. Bro actually got put in a blender.
It only gets worse that Levy's able to build up that hypercharge there. Patchy doesn't want to feed super to Suzuku if he can help it. He can't quite get to the gas right now, so he'll be awaiting his fate in the dying moments of the round. And bow out, we are even in this first round of knockout.
Question remaining now is
Kenji
how
hyper.
close is Kenji to that game
Kenji hyper.
Hypercharge. He's going to immediately position himself on the left.
That's what this game is on. Kenji hyper.
Into that windup. Thought he was going to juke out Levy, but he was just a little
hyper
bit
bell. You can get
behind
someone
Levy's
really weak.
train of thought.
I'd probably go for the
also
RT.
retreat into that same position as they have for the past couple of rounds. This time, you don't want to fall victim to that weak super and the hypercharge once again. What contact from Vegeta? Assassination at maximum range. Zeta Vision with a 3v2.
And now again, Evex has got nowhere to go. They can't get into the map. So once more, we enter the strangulation phase of Zeta Division's strategy. They simply man these chokes, instantly getting dropped down by the Brock. What is Patchy cooking, folks? Okay, gets himself
oh my god,
one,
Evelyn.
but when you're behind
Evelyn.
the brawler, that's
Evelyn.
really not going to cut the mustard. Evex comes
Evelyn.
forward now, flashing super. It could be scary if he goes through it. Shetampo dodges one of those flashes, though, and Evex does have the mark on him. It's easy pickings there. And Zeta Division execute on this plan where the Squeak is looking terrifying.
Still pretty good there from Evex in the final moments. If he'd managed to get that second shot off, he could have taken down RT, but he wouldn't have survived a close shot versus Brock. I think they already knew that this round was over, and they were ready to simply get it over with and get right into the next one. We'll see the same rollout from Zeta Division as the last game. Shetampo opting for the mid, and the right lane belonging to Brock, but Evex has decided to push up the left side super aggressive.
I mean, they got a lot more
They're
space
trying to
jumping.
force Zeta Division out of the map the same the way they were forced into chokes, but because Zeta have the Brock, they have an extra lane. It's impossible to deny them these sidelines.
Patchy is going to be working this long
good
range
taps,
against
Vegeta.
Brock. Actually just dodging the shots from Brock and opting to go for RT instead, trying to assist Vegeta. Meanwhile, Evex is still locked in on Levy on the left side. Huge damage
getting
on that
trapped.
Patchy as well. Since
Vegeta getting trapped.
Vegeta the first to fall once more. Evex with colossal damage. That's the mark to shut him down. Patchy does have a super. He can use this in the next round, but this one's in the books already.
They fought valiantly so far, ready, set, but the end of the line is approaching rapidly for Elevate. Zeta Division seem to have their measure here on out in the open.
It's over.
And this is the last chance for America's last hope to have some showing.
This is what it looked like. This is what it looked like, Rafiki.
Has a super of his own, but again, they've got to give
Fine,
the
it's
map
not over. It's not
to
over.
the
I believe.
station foes.
I believe it's not over. It's not over.
Once more,
It's not
Evex
over.
going super aggressive on the right side this time. He's not interested in facing Levy unless he's offered a good opportunity. Meanwhile, Vegeta really playing with fire. He's one shot by any enemy on this team. He's now opted to get back and heal up just a little bit more. Last time he was the first to fall. Elevate need to prioritize survival here above anything else, especially if they can get Evex to survive till the final moments where he will be able to enforce a close range matchup.
Why is Patchy there? Why is Patchy there?
It's too much damage. It's an absolute downpour. Shitapo might be marked, but Evex is trying to come forward. Legs are dropped here for the RP.
Stay alive. Oh, why'd you shoot? Why did you shoot? Heal.
Hypercharge popped. It's down to Evex now. He's got no super, no means of escape, and flying into the wind. Zeta Division once again rise high. They will be featuring in a final day of play their latest victim, the last hope of NA.
There are a few constants in Brawl Stars, and the East Asian Kings of Brawl making a top 4 is one of them. It happens every single time. And a similar story for Patchy once more on the big stage against Shitapo, shut down.
These last picks from Zeta Division have been absolutely backbreaking in so many of these drafts across the series. This team is a different beast than kind of the Zeta Division of old. Completely different lineup, different structure of team.
All right, Katuda. All right, Katuda. All right, Katuda.
Developing their draft strategy more than ever. They're aware. They know they were often criticized about being pretty weak in that phase of the game and kind of making up for it with their mechanics. But now they've been able to shore up those weaknesses. Now they're able to stand tall amongst the very best teams in the world.
NA is over.
I'm blown away by what we've seen by this roster so far, and they're far from done.
Very far from it. We'll get to see what they have to offer us tomorrow, but I'm blown away by what we've seen from them today. Hats off also to Elevate for holding their own against them for so long. We're going to get to hear from Zeta Division on stage.
Zeta Division stay alive in the competition, and the East Asia flag stays lit for the time being. You've made it through to Championship Sunday. Bouncing back from a loss earlier today is an extremely difficult thing to do. How did you guys refocus and, you know, stay composed coming into that match just then?
先ほどの敗戦もあって気分をこう保つのが難しかったと思うんですけども、どうやって気持ちの面でこう落ち込まないようにとか、次の試合に向けての切り替えをされましたか？
はい、今の試合勝てば明日また SK とハンベルと当たると思うんですけど、そこでリベンジできるようにとりあえず今日勝って、3日目につなげることだけを考えてプレーしました。
We're only thinking about, you know, if we win this game, we're going to go face against the SK or Humble. Yeah, we just thought about the focus on that thing and we try to win.
Well, you've made it into Championship Sunday. Congratulations. Is there anything that you guys feel like you need to improve or change going into tomorrow ahead of those difficult matches?
明日のまた決勝が準決勝決勝控えてますけれども、そこに向けて準備をすること、またあるいはそのオーディエンスの皆さんにこう証明していきたいことなどあればお願いします。
はい、ゼータが最強じゃないといけないので絶対明日勝ちます。
Of course, we want to prove that we're the strongest, so we're going to, of course, win.
Okay, confidence is key. I like that. Thank you so much, Suzuki, for joining me in this post-match. Give it up for Zeta Division. Let's head back over to the desk because we've got some more matches to play.
Thank you, Barney. We lost Southeast Asia already. Now the NA flag falls as well. It was lovely to see Elevate with some bold picks, some fresh ideas. Rosa entered the ring for the very first time in the Brawl Cup. Terra had some showings, but in the end, it still wasn't enough to beat the powerhouse from East Asia. They only said they won. Once again, it's a 3-1. It is a rematch, actually, from
I wanted another spot, bro. I wanted another spot. Why couldn't they have gotten us another spot? Why couldn't anyone have gotten us another spot? No extra spot. No extra spot. No extra spot. No extra spot. Acting like you didn't expect this? What are you talking about? I thought Tribe was gonna get us a spot at least, bro.
Comes for you ready here live from the Brawl Cup. This time we're gonna listen in to Zeta Division.
Thanks for the 2, James. Agreed.
俺右かもう行ってまうわ。
オッケー。
多分これ引いたら負ける。
一応あるからね。あそこ左の。
してる。 俺セクシー、俺セクシー。
俺やったら守る。
俺守る。
やったら守る。
ちょっと待って。頑張れ。頑張れよ。ナイス。ナイス。マジうまい。マジビビらんとこ。
Lovely to see every single time we listen in to Zeta Division, they're just complimenting each other. Nice play, oh that was great. Tampo giving out call-outs to his teammates, and he also takes the MVP home.
Shitampo, I think, according to, like, if you ask Levy and Suzuku, is the MVP of this team. And his response to them in return is, no, I want to have, like, more of a democratic thing here. I want us all to respect each other as equals. And I think he has an incredible opinion of his teammates. You can really see that they have this synergy, that they also have the comms where they treat all each other on an equal level with respect.
That is super sweet, super nice to see some power of friendship coming out also from those three. We are in Group A now, and as mentioned, it was a rematch we see there in round number 1, Zeta Division versus Elevate 3-1. We are on the same result now, Uber.
Yeah, look, I think we get what we want out of this Group A. We have undisputably the two best teams in that group advancing, and they're also the two most exciting, I think, to watch here. So I think we got what we wanted. Now I'm thinking about that next group and, you know, do things play out the way we expect them to, or do Toxic Lotus continue to play spoiler? But getting SK, getting Zeta out of that group, it sets us up for at least half of our top 4 being absolute bangers.
We have one more match of the Brawl Cup and then one more match of Brawl Arena. It's a new game mode in Brawl Stars. We don't get that too often, and we also don't get a MOBA usually in Brawl Stars. I'm super excited for that. We also can welcome 100 Thieves onto stage, as well as a couple of your favorite Brawl Stars creators. So see you again for our match after the break. Toxic Lotus versus Loud.
All good, chat. All good. All good. All good. Yeah, Elevate did alright. Elevate did alright. It was fun to watch. I enjoyed watching Elevate's games at least. Alright, chat, who's winning? SA or China? Be honest. Be honest, who's winning?
Eu ficava na escola o dia inteiro, né? Eu ficava na escola período integral, então eu ficava jogando bola o dia inteiro. Tipo, eu só precisava... Aí fora isso também, de final de semana eu jogava na praça, tem uma praça perto de casa, eu jogava lá, fazia escolinha também. E também, acho que o que mais muda na minha cabeça é a forma de competir, porque meu ídolo é o Cristiano Ronaldo, então sei o que ele faz para se tornar o melhor, então eu sigo muito, tipo, a disciplina dele. Tipo assim, é engraçado, porque antes eu preferia o Messi, até que o Messi goleou meu time na final do Mundial lá, foi 4-0 Barcelona contra o Santos. Aí já comecei a não gostar muito dele. A minha larica é hambúrguer artesanal. Comida favorita, aí eu comia toda semana. Eu assistia muito ele, minha infância toda assisti ele, e é relacionado com futebol, então eu acompanhei ele entrando no canal e ele
You know about the
fazendo
Chaos
o canal
and
crescer.
Firecrow beef? No.
Ele é uma
No, I
inspiração
don't.
pra mim.
No, I don't.
Coming into Brawl Cup, we had 6 regions fighting for an extra World Championship slot for the region. Now there's only 4 regions left. We already had to say goodbye to Southeast Asia and North America. We still have a couple of those regions though fighting now, and I'm super excited to watch 2 of those still fight for their last life. We're once again in an elimination round. It's Toxic Lotus versus Loud, and once again it's either Chinese mainland or South America dropping out. So we're going to have to say goodbye to yet another region, you two.
Right, but we're going to say hello to some fantastic Brawl Stars, because this game might be one of the most fun of the entire group stage. 2 teams that really had no
I can't believe it, chat. I can't
on their
believe it.
shoulders coming into this
I
tournament.
can't believe it.
Now are poised to enter our final day of play. Let's see what they've got left for us, because I'm quite sure they've got stuff up their sleeve, especially this Toxic Lotus team, whose drafts have been fantastic. We don't get to see much of them all the time, but they've been watching the rest of the world, always. And now they're showing us what they've been working on.
They're playing on a different patch as well, so crazy stuff coming out of them.
How many times has patch you lost the site now? 4?
By Humble in Group B. Both of them then beat
Can I do another
Tribe
speech?
Gaming.
No.
3-1, respectively 3-2. Toxic Lotus didn't even make it close, really, ready. It was a 3-1 win for them.
I'm out of speeches.
It was huge for them as well. It seemed like they outdrafted pretty much every single time. Their mechanics have been on point as well. I think a lot of the world has been waiting to see what mainland China has had to offer, since we've seen these guys year after year after year in a BSC postseason, and we just have not seen them perform at this level until right now.
I mean, glimpses of it. We got glimpses of it up until now.
Uber, you mentioned that Toxic Lotus was watching all of the other regions. We also asked them what they think about the other
Tribe would
teams,
have beaten
specifically
TL if you
Loud.
didn't give OU a jersey.
我觉得他们队伍比起其他强队会
Maybe
比较容易赢吧。可能
Maybe
中国赛
I
事
don't
的
know
打法更克制他们。
Maybe.
We want to shine a little spotlight onto the brains behind Toxic Lotus. It's Star Dragon Uber.
I think he's been great. I mean, the Miko pick in Heist was ridiculous, and actually had me and Kenny scratching our heads until we kind of realized why and how the star power really empowers Miko to take on those inanimate objects and really beat it up. So, blown away. I thought the shade was also great. These guys are showing the best of a lot of regions' favored meta picks, even working the Finks into a lot of comps and making it look pretty good, even if they weren't able to get away with it against Humble.
On the other side, we have Loud. Had a great run so far, 3-0'd by Humble, but then beat Tribe Gaming ready.
They came back and they got to pick some of the stuff that they were comfortable with as well. It was pretty outstanding that they were able to take down the favorite of North America. We characterize Tribe as the best North America has ever been. And now to see a team from South America, a region that has not really shown up on the big stage.
Oh, you don't need an extra slot. You can do it without.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We also
You're
had
right.
a little chat
You're right.
with Loud. Let's
You're right.
hear what they have to say
Okay.
for this match.
Weekend. Just would have been nice to have that extra spot, you know? It's like a comfort
muito
blanket.
diferente do nosso, a gente vai ter que estudar bastante aí para jogar contra eles.
Loud, they've been looking very strong, and also they have
Role.
a brain behind their draft.
Role.
This is true Roll. He's so incredible at this game, and we've seen him in the past really show that greatness. He was part of that greatness behind the 2022 Totem Miracle as well, where we saw him and Joker combine brains to form one of the strongest rosters that we have ever seen in Brawl Stars history.
We're gonna see some great drafts, I'm sure, from both of those brains. First up, though, we need the players on this stage. Let's bring
I
them
put
out,
on
Dark.
my Joker totem jersey, but it's like 17 sizes too
DreamHack,
small for me.
this is their last chance to stay in the competition
Both
and
teams have
claim
beat
their
Tribe,
rightful
but got
place
beaten by
in
EMEA.
Championship Sunday. It is
This is
Loud
true.
versus
Well, by
Toxic
Humble.
Lotus. Loud have Kyle Dog, Edinio, and Firecrow. Toxic Lotus consists of Tok, Engine, and O.
Dude, Gambits, I'm streaming. What do you want, bruh? What am I supposed to do? Is it the pin for people who are there? Chat, who's winning? Who is winning, chat? Who is winning?
On the one hand,
Who
we have
is winning?
the South American powerhouse Loud. Firecrow qualified for every single World since 2021, Uber.
I mean, it's pretty insane. And it's been every single one has been on a different team. This guy has just gone from roster to roster and added his influence to them. And the rest of his teammates, by the way, only missed one Worlds as well. So these guys collectively have like, I don't know, 13 Worlds appearances. That's crazy.
And then on the other side,
It's gonna be a good
we have
match.
Toxic Lotus,
It's gonna be a good match
China
either way,
mainland,
guys.
that got better and better with every single showing. They had on a global stage last year, LCQ, they beat Navi. Now they make it to Day 2 ready, hanging on by
China
a thread,
wins,
but
they
they
give it
still have a
$2.
shot.
There are numerous elements to their success
I would
as
like
well.
to see
One that I
China
wanna point out
take
is
the
Star
next
Dragon,
step.
their coach.
You know,
The
China's
passion
always
that
been
he
like
has for
a
this game
meme
has always been there.
Brawl
We're
since,
only
what,
now starting to see that come to fruition in such a large way. We started to get a glimpse of it in Last Chance
They just keep
qualifier last
slightly
year,
getting
where they
better
took down
and
Navi,
better
and that was
and better and
astounding.
better and
But
better.
now
So
to
it'd be
take
nice
down
to
the
see
best
China
in
win at
North
the same
America,
time, though.
and now to advance to the next stage of
I
the
can't
Brawl
root
Cup
against
is a different
Firecrow.
level.
I can't.
Put the spotlight on those
Gotta
two
stay
coaches.
true to your friends, you
Uber,
know, I can't root
main
against them.
question, who's the better drafter, Star Dragon, Roll, or you?
Me? I get to be in there? No way, Star Dragon I think is actually the best drafter, and that's crazy that I'm
So I'm
saying
gonna
that
have to
about
go with
Roll,
Loud
honestly. But I
for
do
my
think
boy
that Loud in day
Firecrow,
one, their third picks
but-
were really, you know, sometimes a little bit suspect. I think in the
Just
in the
hope for a
losers
good
games
match.
they looked much better, especially up against Trio. I think they sort of recovered that. But
The
they're-
PSG Chinese?
some of it is
No, they were
questionable.
from
Sometimes a
Singapore.
good draft can be
And it
made
was
to
like
look
an
bad because
online
the
world, so it
execution's
was
not
kinda
there, and then sometimes the eye test
whatever.
can lead you in the wrong direction. But Toxic Lotus have had some great innovations, and that's what gets me excited about their draft.
I hope everybody used their time to put their predictions in onto eventtheprocess.com to get the Pro Pass XP. Ready, who did you vote for?
I voted for Toxic Lotus.
Oh, wow.
I think that they might be able to take the draft away this time. You pointed out some of the drafts from Toxic Lotus still predicted Loud. I decided to go for the Toxic Lotus approach because I think Star Dragon is really just that obsessive when it comes to getting the best picks generated out here.
And I just want to point out, it has taken Toxic Lotus about 4 years to get to this level. They have been playing catch-up with the rest of the world for 4 years. And it's always been this team in some form or another at these international events. But now they've got a
Think
chance to
Firecrow
actually put
sold on
themselves in a
purpose because
top
his goals that
4
were
of an
way too
international
open? Yeah.
tournament. So every year,
Yeah, he
they've
just
been
wanted to get
taking
out of
one
there.
more
He
step
knew he wasn't
towards
winning. He
greatness.
just wanted to get on to the next
Hardly baby
match.
steps at all. These are giant leaps from one stage of the competition to the next. With the consistency not even being a question, it is an advancement one after the next. We're going to start off here on Brawl Ball for a bit of aggressive action. Just to point out once again, the drafting style that we usually see from Toxic Lotus, they love to get some of these cheesy picks if they can. If not, if it looks too risky, they'll go something safe and they'll win on a mechanical basis.
The predictions are crazy to me. From the caster desk, Uber and me have actually been the only two voting for Loud. Everybody else said Toxic Lotus because they had such a great showing, 3-1 to Tribe. Loud made it close against them. They also won, but it was a 3-2. So you could argue that Toxic Lotus is looking a little stronger, yesterday at least. Heading into the draft now, Toxic Lotus versus Loud. We have Frank B and Stuban. And of course, whoever has lost
Triple Dribble is
pick
such a
here
weird
has
map. I wonder what
always
first pick is going to be.
those two bans, Lumi and Kenji, are just a
Surely
must
Lou.
ban.
Yeah, it does feel like if your second pick, you're priced into banning Kenji, Hank, and Lumi, or at least 2 of those 3.
Surely
the
Lou.
upshot of that is that you get
Surely
last pick.
Lou.
So you have the chance to find a really nice like pick 6 here that can take your opponents by surprise. That means the Toxic Lotus can't get unanswered cheese at the end of their draft here. But look, if Lou is left open, you kind of have to take it.
You do, and I think Toxic Lotus had a feeling that it was going to be allowed for them to pick here because they did
know,
get rid of
Marshall,
one of
we
the
know, we
better
know,
ways
we
to
know,
deal
we
with the
know,
Lou
we
out
know,
here.
we know.
So it's going to be more challenging for Loud to fare into this Lou over here. It's going to limit also their aggressive options that they have. We did point out that they do have that last pick, but if that is a tank that they were thinking of, it's going to be facing
Something
against
happened
pretty much
to
the
the
best
draft.
tank counter in the entire game.
Someone dodged? Yeah, maybe.
And Lou is a real problem for anyone who needs to take time to walk up on him and great at controlling that space. He doesn't do too well against brawlers that are able to close the gap in a pinch quickly, sort of get in his direction. We've seen Lily picked up more and more lately, often in double tank composition, so sometimes even like with a Frank or something similar. So there are ways to challenge that Lou's position, but overall, even though he doesn't exactly pack the biggest punch when it comes to his individual damage, the utility that he offers and the disruptive capacity that he has makes him so desirable early in these drafts. If he's not banned, you've just got to first pick it.
He's a tank counter, and this is a tank meta. So by proxy, the tank counters are going to be a high priority, and then later on, when it's safe, that's when you can start to pick up those tanks. Or you could look for something to support those
Dude,
tanks.
who be
and punch through
dodging,
the
bro?
tank
Who
counters.
is dodging?
That's where something like Poco starts to come in, where you're able to completely negate the effects of Lou's freeze. Now, it is only for a short period, and his protective tombs, that's a very spammable gadget that he has at his disposal. So that would be a strong selection for Loud as a response to that Lou. Though there are ways to counter him. If you can break open the map and then approach him with B, which was banned out, then that's a pretty good approach. But once again, B was banned. So that one is now out of the playbook.
Outraging Lewis, something we've seen a couple of teams attempt to do. Sonny dropped a little knowledge bomb there in the intro. We didn't actually get a chance to talk about it. This Toxic Lotus team are on a different patch than the rest of the world. Obviously, the way the Brawl Stars works in China, if you've ever seen it, it's quite remarkable. The skins also look crazy different. But they've had to, go back and go, okay, what patch is this tournament actually on? Or Star Dragon especially has had to go back and go, all right, what are we actually looking to target here through these drafts? So not only do Toxic Lotus have like a lack of information, the opportunity to scrim against these other top teams, but also they're on a different version of the game and have had to adapt and adjust here to teams such as Lao. We had to remake the draft very quickly. Our expectation, though, is that, we are still going to see that Lou first pick here out of Toxic Lotus, and then we'll proceed from there.
Okay, Lou has been selected. Poco, once more, very viable option.
All right, we're back,
Toxic
chat.
Lotus
We're back.
Anticipated this. Juju now coming out from Loud. It's the regional comfort picks. Got the chance also to interview Roll after their win yesterday. And the question was, hey, why are you picking Juju? Do you think that other regions just don't know how good she is? And the answer was, we had the best Juju in the world on our team. We can make her work really well.
Good at Barley game, but then you kind of get worried about
It's not exactly the spiciest claim to make. It's like, yes, we have the best thrower player in the world. It's like, okay, fair enough. If you think so. But, Juju, not only does she dominate throwers at long range, right? She forces, less optimal thrower answers like this one here.
I feel like it's a weird one.
Special.
It's like a good anti-tank, but doesn't punish the Juju
takes on a completely different role. She has an ability to just flip the game on its head. That hypercharge coming into the game hasn't really impacted her hugely in terms of play rate overall.
No, it makes her invulnerable for the duration of her super. And generally, she was quite exposed during that, but also you're not really using the Willow super in an unsafe position. A lot of times it's going to be used to get a goal scored. So there's been potential for Willow to do stuff in Brawl Ball for a very long time.
What a weird
It's
call.
heavily reliant, though, on the presence of those
What a
walls.
weird
That's
call.
going to be a struggle into the Chester especially. Once he gets those bombs down, then we'll start to see the map change shape. He has also a 1 in 4 chance of getting that as well. So it's another consideration. It's going to be a little bit luck-based for Firecrow to start breaking down the walls. He's going to have to also consider the fact that, hey, we need to leave some up for Adinho.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Janice is going to be the final pick here for Loud. I've seen a map like Brawl Ball is very good at sort of crossing the map quickly,
shut up.
pressuring down the person sort of carrying the ball and can deny some of those more turtley strategies. But Toxic Lotus's composition
it's
is
definitely a weird
going to be
ad
going for the jugular more often than not, especially with this max.
Why no Shade? I mean, it's not a crazy Shade game. Shade's not the greatest
Willow is
Lou
not, particularly revolutionary, I think, to bring into this game, but still very potent. She will be outranged.
Semantic is so right. Yeah, he can be right. I'm still telling him to shut up.
Or whoever is on Janet duty can cross the map and pressure down those throwers pretty effectively.
They got some insane Poco.
And we're off. Toxic Lotus already positioning their Willow at mid behind that Indestructible, trying to get the advantage over Firecrow, which has been decently successful so far, but facing a lot of the pressure from Kyodog on the right side. Invisible now sneaking up, down into the ground, but Adinho falls up with a 1-2 to finish things off. And
Two people surviving at 100 HP. Leonard with the 250, Humble.
He's on low health. It's going to be easy
I know
for
you love
Engine
your
also
Humble,
to swap
Leonard. I
on that
appreciate
lane.
the
And here comes the
250. Thank you
super
very
in
much,
as well.
Goat.
Needs the freeze. They're going to freeze Firecrow. Talk now around in the goal for the first one on the board.
No allow looking for off the back
a world champion. Who are you?
Lotus do very well by pressuring Kyodog down first. He tries to play a really passive angle, and he gets dug out of position by
He plays
Tok.
Fire Primo.
And now OU has that super
I
available.
own that kid.
Loud had to be very, very careful. It's so simple. You take the ball, you pass it to your opponent, you hit them with the super,
all
and then
necessary?
you control them to score a goal.
Yes,
It's a sequence that is honestly really hard to counter in general. Glad to come forward, though. They've gotten rid of Tok. That's
Fire
the beating
Primo
heart
to
of this
get you.
competition.
You're
Max
Fire
now taken
Primo
down.
out of here,
Firecrow's
bro.
looking to pressure Engine out.
You ever
Hit
played
that
Semantic
hypercharge
at
by
LAN?
OU.
No, Semantic and Joker are two
controlling
people I've
here.
never played at a LAN.
Adinho, though,
It feels like they're
is
the only
released
two people
eventually.
I
The
really
ball's
have to
back in the
face.
middle of the map.
Kind of a close call there as well for Loud, because O was just a small amount away from generating a goal for Toxic Lotus and finishing off the game. That is the looming threat that is Willow's super if you leave one side unsupported by a teammate. On the right side, Kyodog is at risk of getting pinched by Engine. Adinho in with the invisibility, looking for the gank on OU once again, but he's too fast. Last shot in from Adinho is going to confirm the kill, but Adinho falls. Kyodog on the right can't
Red
get this ball in.
Chester,
Tox
what red?
looking for one. Kyodog tried to duck around the corner, but got taken down. And Tox running into the corner, actually. Now pushing up the effective line of scrimmage beside of Loud
after losing
and
to Zeta?
opting to go for a more defensive maneuver.
Like really sad, obviously.
You're ahead by one goal. Loud, despite find themselves a little
wow,
too
he
squishy to
four
convert
tapped
the
him when he was
end
using
there.
his
Control,
hyper.
to bring Engine down,
That's
and
clean.
goes into a dive. Tok
That
is
is
a little bit
clean.
low, though. Pressure
Could be a goal.
starting to mount. Tok has to phase shift across the map and
Nope.
avoid the shots coming in from Adinho, but now they're
Good
trapped inside
focus.
the goal of
Good
Adinho. It's a 2-for-1
Really
special.
clean. Leonard with another
Dominates them with the
250,
juju, and
thank
it's an
you.
easy conversion to
Purple,
even
not
up the
red?
game.
Oh, I thought it was red.
Lucky break there on the jawbreaker as well from Chester.
Appreciate the 250
Nothing
always,
else
Leonard.
could have
Love
gotten
you,
them
bro.
stunned in that manner and gotten the goal for Loud to equalize the score. It's a wide open field now. Tio's
Good clips by Engine. Does that hit? It does. Free kill.
Just needs to wait a little bit longer to get that for free. Take down
Hawk
for
has
Engine on the Kyle Dog to
hyper.
start things off. O has the method. He has the super to make someone
Engine's
walk
like
into
2
the
off
goal, but he
super.
needs
He's got
some support from his
another.
teammates so that he can stay
Good
safe.
area
The freeze
denial.
down
It could
on
have
the
been
right
better
side
probably
opens
though.
things up just a little bit around the goal. A super from O could do it, but Kyodog is sneaking into that position on the right corner.
What they need to do is pass the ball to one of these Loud players. That's the first step. Loud won't be able to interact with the teammate that is mind controlled at the time. They'll only be able to look on in dismay as he walks it in. 27 seconds to play. Oh, you now with that hyper developer. Here comes Kyodog first. This could be devastating. He's about to unleash it on them.
That hit all 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's game. That's game. That's game.
With the damage.
Wow. Wow.
Toxic Lotus didn't have
Holy.
the endurance to exist at the enemy goal
Holy
for that long.
dudes.
They had their
Kyo
moment.
Doggy.
They had their opportunities. to
Kyo
maybe get a little
Doggy.
super in, but they could not find their opening. They were so reliant on getting a pick
Wow.
before they decided to move in. They didn't want to risk it. They didn't want to commit. Instead, they dropped all their abilities. You got to pop it or drop it. That is the MO when you're in such a sticky situation and you're facing a Chester hypercharge.
Toxic Lotus have the max composition. You'd think they're the ones that would be empowered to dictate the pace of the game, to be the instigators there. Top trying to do just that here, forcing Firecrow to drop a gadget down. He just gets
That's a goal,
dominated.
huh?
Who's there with
Nope.
the damage of Dino. Has to deal with the threat of the max in front and doesn't see the thrower shots coming in.
Engine has this super for when the final teammate comes back. They are all back to normal. Talk
In my opinion, mid, lose super. Like, you don't need a lose super to finish a kill. I think if you have an ollie, you can just pinch it out. Or not
It's going to
ollie.
take at least a couple of kills to get that
Willow,
out of
you can
its
just
position.
pinch it out.
Or perhaps O to get a kill on Adinho, since it doesn't seem like anyone else from Toxic Lotus is able to get within reach.
One of the most annoying things about Willow is not the damage she does, but the fact that she does damage in ticking increments, delaying the passive healing from brawlers that are affected by her shots. It's just longer before Kyodog can actually get out into that lane. You can see the tick down now is only starting to heal up just here.
Oh,
So
good
the next
juke.
couple of seconds out of commission. Engine though.
Good juke
just
by
collapsed onto.
Adinho.
Nice pinch there from Kyodog, but he's going to back away in mid, and Firecrow now feeling the heat. Loud haven't had an advantage to be able to get the ball out of this corner. They might have it here. With Tok being low, the reinforcing player from Loud might be able to uncorner the ball.
He's getting a little bit sloppy there from Toxic Lotus. You can tell they're getting a bit desperate to get a bit of momentum on their side. O even using his super to reposition someone to the right side so that Tok would have an open lane. Loud do not want to allow this ball out of the corner. They don't even have a ball advantage. No goals, no nothing on the board. They're intent on winning this in the end game once again when all the walls are broken down. The hypercharge
Can I get
out
any
from
momentum
TOC
from that though?
promises
Nothing.
Something, and that something
Nothing.
is only a hypercharge, and a bit of a waste of his
OU
super.
does have
Shows how
hyper,
Loud
which is
were
pretty good.
stalwart in their defense.
Engine has developed his hypercharge. That is potentially devastating.
Good
You're
shot.
gonna freeze your opponent's instantly
Overtime's
if they
gonna be
caught inside
weird,
that
bro.
super.
Like, overtime with
However,
2 throwers?
by all appearances, Loud are trying to specifically play for overtime here. At no point have they really tried to get the ball out of that corner and go on the aggressive. They think that they have a deterministic win in that endgame phase.
It looks like Loud are going to be relying on that Chester hypercharge to do all the work for them like they did in the last game. That poison gas hit every single member of Toxic Lotus when it was placed down, but now there's just a few seconds left to go. All these walls are going to break down. Engine went for the
Rush,
freeze, but couldn't get
definitely
anyone
rush.
trapped within his grasp. At least O still has a hypercharge of his own. He's invincible
OU?
during the duration. Kyodog is a close range
Where's
kill.
the ball
It's only a
chat? Is it
trade.
on the top?
Still a 2v2 with Toxic Lotus standing firm at mid.
Tok will step forward here. Takes some damage from the Chester. Has the super available though, so now pretty nimble are Toxic Lotus as they try and move around the map. Where's the bloody ball is my question. Finally, it's been taken out of the corner.
Can he get the
And
kill?
super
He didn't
from
get the
OU
kill.
Eventually is used just to force Kyodog to give
I don't know
some
how
space
Adinho
back
didn't die to
Toxic
Engine
Lotus.
there.
Kyodog now
Oh, boy.
repositioning his ball on the left
Oh,
side,
boy.
and Firecrow coming in, looking for a team wipe. Engine, the first
Oh,
one to
my
get up,
God.
clear it over to the right side. Brutal.
Sheesh,
Unable to do it.
set
The Will walk to the
one.
goal line, and Loud
To
runs
Loud.
away with a 2-0 finish in set 1.
Generally, really interesting brawl ball set. You can see the Loud have full confidence in their overtime comp. And we see why. The Janet Super with hypercharge.
Is that guy sitting front row with his mom with a
exactly
take notes Bobby
bombs
sign?
are
Like,
going
this
to be
is
dropping.
not real,
Yes,
bro.
you lose
This
or
is
push
not
control for
real.
your Juju to be
This is
impressive,
not
but
real. I'm
if
telling
she's
you, this
got
is not
you through
real.
that overtime, she's done her job. Right, that's really all you want out of her at that point. Dog, of course, with big damage potential with that hypercharged super. But again, it feels like Toxic Lotus watched a couple of opportunities to score, just pass by them.
There were moments where we saw Toxic Lotus use utility, but not in the sense that they made use of it. Just, you know, they pressed the button and then couldn't get really much beyond that point. Some good moves from Toxic Lotus. They did get that inaugural goal of the match, but they weren't able to do much beyond there. A lot of times you saw TOC was the last member remaining on the roster. There were times when also he popped his super, but no ground was actually gained.
Tribe lost the bows?
I think a lot of
yeah, we're not talking about that right now,
from
bro.
Toxic Lotus. It was the
we're not
super
talking
from
about
Lou,
that
it was
right now.
Hypercharge from Lou. Hypercharges out from Max as well that didn't generate any value.
And there was like a Willow super there towards the end, just before this actually, where Dog was just walked back away from the ball. They didn't sort of try and use that to score. I think they were just under pressure. And yeah, that Janet hypercharge, you can see why she's made her way back into the metagame and it's been pretty hotly contested through the pick phase. Strong showing here from Loud, and a lot of the predictions from us as a talent team actually had Toxic Lotus advancing out of this game based on what we saw from them yesterday. But that's really solid play from Loud, and honestly a draft that you can't really sneer at.
This is true. We saw that Willow, if anything,
Right,
most
Tribe is still
going to
dominate
monthlies.
monthlies.
The star player,
Yeah.
running above them all. But Loud, they had the mechanical difference there.
Yeah.
They played things out
Do I
till
look like
overtime.
Peter
We
Bot?
saw
No.
whipped abilities from Toxic Lotus. Loud, they had the better composure above anything else.
Gem Grab is coming up next. And we are on the lookout for more of these innovative picks from Toxic Lotus. It's going to be last stop, so this is the kind of map that really demands strong side lanes. We saw Toxic Lotus play this map out against Humble, right? Where they themselves actually got a fix, right? They're one region that's looking for it. South America as a region have not really been prioritizing Finks.
I like last
at
stop.
all, at least not in
It's
the
an
lead up
interesting
to
map.
this particular tournament. And we've seen just how good he is, and how good he is against the B especially, or anybody with those faster moving projectiles. It just feels like if you're on a side lane with that Finks and you get super
Wonder
down,
how they're gonna draft.
you won the lane.
This is the
instantly.
map that
There's so many
Lotus came
brawlers that
closest
Finks
to
completely
beating Humble.
disables once he has the super, and from there on out, not only are you protected against the enemy brawler, but you're able to cycle your super more easily. It is this positive loop of reinforcement in Finks, which makes it a top ban, but not for either of these teams. It's
I like
completely
Loud's
available as a
jerseys
first
too, to
pick,
be
which is
honest.
the usual role.
I need a
that we've
Loud
seen it have
jersey.
this weekend.
I need a
First
Loud
pickable
jersey.
here, surely. A couple of other
When
options.
its K's
also.
coming out, I have no
On
idea.
a map like Gem Grab, the Lou is less desirable, but still very
You know what, you
reasonable
just
to try and
reminded
take
me of
early. I
something.
think the Otis ban here is so interesting. Talk about trying to target these oppressive side laners. We've got two piercing brawlers in Amber and Janet, and then the Otis taken away. Toxic Lotus are they're determined to make sure they have a consummate duelist first pick here by the looks.
Bruh.
It's not at the forefront of the meta. One thing that maybe it was aimed to guarantee
'Kay.
is that Tara, since Tara is going to have a tough time against
bet.
that Otis in close range. Also, the Shades, totally meaningless against a brawler that's able to dispel them every single time with a gadget that, as of a few months ago, with the gadgets now being on cooldown, quite spammable. And as a result, they've actually entirely given this Finks over to Loud. We see two top picks coming out from Loud. This
Janet
was delivered
underage?
from Toxic Lotus. Something I will point out, though, is that Tara is one of
yeah.
the strongest brawlers on this map.
Finks
Seen
and
her
Jae
use
Young.
so effectively. Again, in the
Could
cover
be
of bushes,
GGs.
in these side lanes, and against
Could be
single shot
GGs.
brawlers,
It
you
could really be
absolutely, you know,
GGs.
want to make use of that help from beyond gadget to overwhelm people. But, well, I mean, Jaeon can pierce, doesn't do quite as much damage, but seen him sort of come into a little bit more. Crow is actually a brawler that's quite often taken on this map, but this is looking like a circa 2022 draft from Toxic Lotus. All these brawlers released 4 or 5 years
Why is
old.
Finks so good?
Back in the day,
You can't
this
play
could've
any
been a top pick
aggro
on
into
this map
Finks
that's
outside
actually
of
more recent
Fish.
addition to Brawl Stars as well, at least compared to some of the other maps
Because
that we have.
he
in
just
the
does
map
too much
pool.
damage
It's also an important
with the
thing to
super.
keep away from Loud is
Plus,
that Crow that they are so
he has
so
that
good at
teleport
that's actually
backwards.
incredibly characteristic of the region.
Ooh.
Back in the day, also, this would have been a good pairing with Piper. Seems that Piper is the
and then on
pick
top of that,
Loud
his
have
gadget's
decided to
just
take
broken.
here.
So
They'll
it's
be able to
like, Finks
outrange
just doesn't
that
allow
Gene.
them to go any
Something
type
that
of
Gene is gonna
aggro.
provide, though, is not
And then the
necessarily a
super's
mid
broken
that's
and the
going to give
gadget's
everyone,
broken,
but
so
more of one that
he
provides
can
adequate
even play into
support
like
to
normal
everyone
match.
else.
Like he doesn't get
Gives
hard
that
countered
visibility
too
to everyone
badly.
within the bushes with
It's
vision gear
basically
equipped. You're also looking at
what it
vengeful
is.
spirits that will get additional damage on such an open map with no obstacles.
It's a really good
obstructing
Piper
your
game.
view to enemies that you can see with vision gear. You'll be able to reliably hit vengeful spirits onto everyone on the
It's a really good Piper game.
The Piper
But
to close things out is pretty fascinating. That's obviously
I don't know. It's going to be
juicy
interesting.
target for the Crow to sort of dive towards in general. Kaido, of course, will be on that left side.
Curving
of the map
pets,
here on the
Fire
J-Op.
Crow? Come on, Fire
Work
Crow.
mode, of course, for the time
Kyle
being.
should have a
Actually
really
has that
easy
gadget,
lane
forced
here.
to-
It should be
to
really,
make it a
really
little
easy
bit of
for
a harder hit. They're
Kyle.
actually forcing OU out of the lane. Okay, bro.
Yeah, it's tough as well, since Pro doesn't have good burst damage. It's more about holding that control over time. And he's able to diminish the amount of healing that Kyodog is able to muster. But by spamming his
Good
gadget, he
switch
can
by
heal
Toxic
quite a
Lotus.
bit over time if he needs to. Fire Crow's putting the hurt on him, and the pinch is coming out. Adinho over towards the right side, cycling back to his
Shield
previous
Crow.
position, using the gadget, and a diff as well for Kyodog in the left lane is securing this throughout for Loud.
And this is exactly how Humble dealt with Toxic Lotus on this map. They played the Piper. Lukey went 4-0, I think. Semantic was 0-7 on that map, just basically running it down. But as long as your mid is getting those eliminations and staying alive, and Firecrow might be one of the best Pipers in the entire bloody world. So this is a comp that fits Loud like a glove. And
Good tap.
Toxic Lotus don't really seem like they know what to make of this. OU's carrying 2 gems, which
Oh!
is really the person you want to have them. What a magic hand connection onto Firecrow. Kaido thinks about coming in and trying to scoop these up. He actually gets away
my
with
God.
a couple of those gems, and Adinho falls.
Oh my God.
Incredible trade
Oh!
there for Loud as
God.
well. Takedown. Firecrow claims his revenge over TOC as well. And he's not going to get pulled again. You can fool him once, but you can't fool the guy twice. He's got to be ready with his super for the next pull that could come out of TOC. It's looking good for Loud right now. They only need one more
Nice
gem.
by
It's
Adinho.
quite
They only need
close
one
to
more.
Firecrow's side. They know that TOC has a super. And Firecrow's going to have to earn his super before he can safely get in that position.
He had to make that. Oh, another hand! That is unreal!
Fire Crow! What are we doing, Fire Crow?
Arm of the law. Loud! Not a damn thing they can do about it. Kaido's able to hold on the 6 gems here. Toxic Lotus don't have a countdown quite yet. Adinho deals with yet another one of those shades, and Firecrow inches forward, takes the last gem, starts the countdown. When you see Louder,
Oh my
do not
God.
want to give up the middle part of this map, and they are terrified of Engine, as they should
Oh.
be.
Adinho,
Oh
vulnerable
my
in the back
God.
right.
That Gene did
Engine's
not
gonna
deserve
try
to
and push it,
lose,
only
bro.
5 seconds left. He missed his opportunity.
That
with the
Gene did not
hypercharge.
deserve to
TOC with a
lose.
last-ditch effort, but it's simply not going to be enough. How are those Gene pulls hitting? When Piper has a super to
Elevate
jump
1?
away,
Yeah, Domi. Yeah,
and a Gene
yeah,
pull
yeah,
coming
yeah,
from
yeah.
max range, I can't believe it that they've managed to scrape through.
I mean, more important than how are they hitting? How have 2 of them hit in a single round onto the Piper? And Toxic Lotus are not able to convert that because they don't control the side lanes. That's the problem. You know, Kyodog's able to step up and get 5 gems. Adinho's able to get 2.
Ugh.
Toxic Lotus need those gene pools, and they need to walk away with the gem advantage.
Different approach from Toxic Lotus this time. They've all decided to stack the left lane. Not even a consideration of facing Adinho. They've already disrupted the back lines. There's 1, looking for 2. Kyodog's on low health, and O knows that it's over. He's just surviving a little bit longer, trying to enforce some close range so he can cycle out that super that's going to be so impactful in this game. Also a risk for Kyodog to go down. What a long-range shot from Firecrow with a homemade recipe. But here's another homing shot out from TOC.
Good gadget.
Firecrow a little bit lower. We see O trade into the right side.
They have no positioning now, though, for the first time in a while, so it's kind of on the Piper to get that positioning back.
Where the gem carrier usually resides.
Adinho was trying to die there. They shouldn't have
That
killed
was
him.
intentional for Adinho. He kept firing despite being at 80 health because he wanted to give those gems over to Firecrow. Make sure that there's a consolidation of resources.
You gotta curve the Piper. Easy way to get, I mean, not the Piper, sorry, the Crow. Easy way to get position back.
Close than Jaeyong. Firecrow, though, look at they're going to split the map now, east to west. OU under a decent amount of pressure. Adinho is able to put this super down in the middle part of the map and dodge these shots, but the guy refuses to stop. He's still at 95 health.
Adinho also threaded the needle between some of those shots from Engine. Perfect positioning to stay alive.
Chat, is
It's loud on the
Firecrow
map.
getting
They
pulled
only need
again?
One more gem to get a countdown. Firecrow's equipped with all the tools in the world to stay alive. He's got a hypercharge. He's
Oh,
got a
good
super
shot
to
by
jump away
Kyle.
from this Gene super. It's a 3v2 for Loud. It's an absolute winning position. Kyodog's going to try and put an exclamation point on that by coming around behind. He's getting dropped quite low health.
2
Now
big
Toxic Lotus have
supers,
utility
Piper
on their side.
jump.
10 seconds to go, and Gene
Gems are split. I think they only need 1 reset.
Talk is threatening that hand. Adinho knows he's going to give up 3 gems. He tries to pop the gadget preemptively, but Talk catches him anyway.
What's even happening, chat?
Super comes in for the tower, and that's going to be up to Firecrow with 9 gems, and they let him get away.
Oh
with
my
it.
God, that
Toxic
curve.
Lotus walk back to the middle of the map here. They'll be up to 9 themselves. This could be a photo finish.
Oh.
Countdown now for Toxic Lotus. Not quite retreating all the way to their own base. They still need to play for the tie. Loud is at risk of getting it. Firecrow looking for number 10. Engine equipped with a hypercharge. So much utility for Toxic Lotus right now, and absolutely nothing for Loud, especially they don't have that fake super. Here it comes. Oh, around the right side. Big pull.
What is happening? What is happening? Oh, they won. Surely it's over.
With 10 gems, they know his position exactly. No shot. He gets taken down by the shade.
Over.
In the air, midair,
Wow.
taken down by the crow poison. It's
Wow.
3 gem carriers on Toxic Lotus.
Wow.
They're as safe as can be.
Wow, wow,
Seconds, and there's
wow.
nothing Dog can do to get these gems back off them. What a bounce back from Toxic Lotus. Slow start for them yet again, but they come forward, they take the map. It's a magic hand, it's a Tara super. Saving up those important crowd control abilities to stun Loud into submission.
Wow.
It's so easy to get excited over some of these Tara moments as well, because we saw this
China
in our
Eagles
previous
best
match
region,
that we
you know
just
it's
watched,
super
where
loud, you know
Tara
it, bro.
gets a pop-off play, it steals all the gems in the
All right,
final
big match
second.
here. I
Okay,
mean, like,
but
big
there's
difference
only one
between
game.
1-1
You
and
still gotta play the
2-0.
macro. You have to win
I
this
still
set
think
overall.
Loud definitely has
Loud
comp,
looked
so
so strong in that game number 1.
let's see what
There was
happens.
a moment where they retreated too quickly, where they surrendered things. to
Firecrow
Toxic
starting to
Lotus.
tap.
Toxic Lotus are also going to stack this left lane once again, not getting that inaugural kill like they did last time, and not getting the wall break that they did in game number 2. But they do have a firm position. They just haven't really managed to grab any gems quite yet.
And so it's going to be a big lead here for Firecrow if he can get this gem on. Honestly, I decided that well, if I'm honest with you. But the way the map is split means there are no safe gem spawns now for either team. Toxic Lotus really have to fight for this mid control, and Firecrow says, you know what, I'll just go up to 6 here. If you're not going to fight me for these, I'm going to put my team that much closer to winning the set.
Little mini pull there from TOC. It's a winning matchup, and he gets the assistance as well from O from the top side. Now Firecrow looking for the close
Oh,
range.
Firecrow's playing so good this game,
Engine
chat.
gets the chance to pick up a couple of gems, but only really because he needs to. He's not the ideal gem carrier for the team. He just has to keep them away from Loud, who are at risk of climbing up to 10 very soon.
Ooh.
Super has to be used there by Firecrow just for safety's sake. 8 gems. 2 Loud's name. One of them sitting on Dog right now.
Edinho not getting much value. I guess he got a super though. Oh, good kill. He's got no jump.
He doesn't quite stick the landing,
Oh,
but he
pull
found
him.
enough damage to take Firecrow down. Magic hand on Dog. He pops the gadget.
Oh, Kaio?
For some more damage on
Oh,
Engine, and he gets
Kaio.
him. This will pave
So
the way
good.
now for Edinho to
So
come
good,
through
Kaio.
and scoop them all up. Top can't do a damn thing about it, and he knows it.
Oh my God.
Magic hand slowed
Oh
up
my
by
God.
the Finks
Kyle
field.
just saved the game.
Looks like decoration.
Kyle just saved the game.
Loud now get themselves to 10 and start the
Holy
countdown.
Kyle dog. Holy Kyle
Toxic Lotus,
doggy.
it's drive time, but they don't have any utility. They do have TOC's hypercharge.
Oh boy.
He's going to use it just for the buff. A little bit of damage, resistance, speed, damage. Firecrow's low, jumps to the sky, slowed down. Super
Wow,
out.
Kyle doggy.
Of taking things back. A close call, but still a Loud victory.
Wow.
And Loud had limited time
Yo,
to
Loud.
prepare for this team, right? Just overnight. They finally knew it would be
Wow.
Toxic Lotus at the end of the day yesterday. And honestly, they've done well with that time. They have beaten Toxic Lotus on this map the exact same way that Humble have dealt with them. Pick a powerful, long-range mid laner like the Piper to really punish this closer quarters, more
You hate
all-in
Genie 'cause
reliant
he unadded
Tara
you
and
even though
Crow
on
set
Brawl
up. And
every
despite
day?
Top getting some
Zalo, how dare he,
ungodly
bro?
magic hands,
How dare
it
he?
wasn't enough for Toxic Lotus to walk away with the win. You get Finks in the side lane. Even the Jaeyoung hit for Dog. Look at him. He was brawling. He was in the mix.
Dog, I think, is the single reason that Loud was able to take that back in the final moments, because he kept that survivability going on the left lane and was able to generate things. We got some replays as well of the voice comms just a moment ago for Loud.
É aquele lá que puxou. É, viado, é, né? Fila da puta, cara. Boa, boa, muito bem. Boa.
Calm, cool, and collected there from Loud. They've shown up and they've done exactly the job that they intended to do.
I mean, this is a Loud that were basically pushed to the very limit to even make it here. There was a real uncertainty about it. They ended up going down 2-1 in the semi-final game that
It's
they
got
had
to be
to
over,
win to
right?
qualify.
2-0? Do you think
I mean, look at
China
this.
pulls
This
off the
pull, by the
reverse
way,
sweep?
is
That would be the most
magnificent, but look at
oriful
Edinho
thing
and
maybe of all
Kaidog.
time.
They're healthy enough that at least Kaidog can salvage that situation, come in and pick up a bunch of gems. Engine losing that all in there is pretty important.
yeah.
And once again, it's another good magic hand, but Kaidog's the one with the gems.
They're
here.
cursing? Are they?
On these polls, I'm more impressed by the fact that we didn't see a Piper super away. Like, she had the ability to escape both times. In my mind, that's almost inexcusable, like a careless error.
Real Piper mains
Loud.
don't
Like,
jump.
Look, it looks amazing.
So that's
for
how I know
Toxic
Firecrow's
Lotus,
a
but it was
Piper main.
completely avoidable for Loud, and they cannot afford to make that mistake, much less make it twice in a row.
Real Piper mains don't jump.
And I think we saw Firecrow sort of shrugging at the end of that round. Like, I don't know, bro, I didn't see the hand. I mean, it blended in with the
Cap? No,
cobblestones.
it's
You know,
true.
it's like about the same color. I don't know what to tell you. And Toxic Lotus, you know, with a composition that we could have seen at any point in the last like 3 or 4 years, it's very strong, but it is pretty significantly counteracted, I think, by the Finks. Not only does Sphinx slow down all the projectiles, but also the Magic Cannon. So the Magic Cannon slowly, like, lurching through. Yeah, much easier to dodge a lot of that stuff. I liked it. But the theme of Toxic Lotus's, I guess that this team coming into today was that they had this really innovative drafts, not like drafts from the Stone Age. So curious to see where they go here for knockout. And again, they're running out of lives. Ready, set. Down 0-2. Loud looking imperious. It's time for Toxic Lotus to turn up.
Toxic Lotus need a lifeline here.
2022
Previously,
August Layer
yesterday,
Cake.
we saw them take some cheesy drafts when they were offered the chance.
Those
This
who know.
was more of a safe one that they
Those
were
who
offered
know.
in the last set, and they almost managed to out-mechanics it. They had good calls as well on when to use those hypercharges. I think Jae Young pretty much just outdid them mechanically in the final moments to afford a catch-up opportunity for the rest of the Loud roster. Now Toxic Lotus, remember they've been equipped with stuff like the Miko that's really, really good on Heist. You can get some fun, cheesy things going here on Bell's Rock as well. Not saying they got to go for the Miko, but it can shut things down. They are eliminating one of those, you know, quote, cheese, easy brawlers in getting rid of the kit, which isn't a great first pick, but it can make a great way to accent a last pick, so it's a must ban for Toxic Lotus.
That kick can really come out of nowhere on a map like Bell's Rock. They'll just use that cardboard box gadget, and all of a sudden they're in your lane and they're supering you. If you have a thrower or anybody who really can follow up on that damage, it's kind of curtains for you there. We've seen Loud really prefer to play a bit of Ollie on maps like this, right? I think Bell's Rock has definitely been the kind of scenario for it. Goldham Gulch as well, maybe to even greater a degree. The Rico gonna be the first pick here for Toxic Lotus.
Surely you go RT something,
You
right?
talk about drafts from the Stone Age, and Rico feels like one of those to me, because Rico has a great matchup at mid, for sure, but he gets outdone by something like Sprout at mid, which is a possible last pick for Loud, some sort of thrower. Sprout has countered Rico since Sprout was introduced in the game 5 years ago. So it's one that has to be considered out here. Now, he does have a hypercharge, which is really, really strong, but also he's
And
not
RT.
reliant on destructible
And
walls
RT.
on the map. This Kenji out here is quite interesting. I think it's just a priority for Loud because they want to keep it away from Toxic Lotus. They can't get some aggression off of
I wonder
that
why
for
not
sure, but
RT.
We already saw what Kenji does on Knockout. Admittedly, it
I
was
really
more
wonder why
open
not
map,
RT.
but he has to earn that hypercharge to make the most impact possible.
Right, yeah, out in the open it was. This is in that previous series for Elevate. Avex looking pretty scary on that pick. Loud, of course, bring the Kenji in. And it's usually one of the brawls that just gets banned straight away. Loud in any other map would have gone Hank, Kenji, Lumi, just got rid of those, but they don't want to deal with the G. Too many of those Magic Hands, man, putting the fear of God in Firecrow. Toxic Lotus here with the 2-3 opportunity. Berry comes in, obviously short-range brawler.
Interesting.
A very powerful
What a
flank
weird
charge.
draft this
Basically
is.
Can cover the map here with
What
those,
a weird draft this
healing
is. Chat.
field. But you often think
Make sure you're all subscribed
he's
to
there
the channel. If you
supplement
guys
a
aren't
tankier
subscribed,
brawler. So wait to
no
see,
matter
like,
where
is
you're
it an
from,
early
South
follow-up or
America,
something similar?
Europe,
In the past, it was Humble.
Asia, North America.
To try and play like Berry.
Make
and
sure
like
we
Ash,
are
for
all
example,
subscribed.
so that's
Ooh,
Daryl comes in
I
here.
don't know how I feel about that.
Mistakenly
I don't know
credited
how I
SK
feel
for
about that.
innovation
And like the stream. Let's
Semantic
give me
let
likes
hear
you
it
have.
yesterday, so that's definitely
708.
the Humble side, but
Come on, chat. Let's get that up.
expectedly,
Let's get that up.
The tank to round out this Toxic Lotus.
Let's get that up a little bit.
Daryl's a trickier one, though, because he is a mobile brawler. And yes, Barry can place down some of that ice cream preemptively where he thinks Daryl is going to go, also get a good thrower matchup. But a lot of these things, like Barry's going to lose a lot of the thrower matchups, first and foremost. Second of all, it's tough to catch up with that Daryl a lot of times. You're going to be getting that super and then getting a push united. Here comes the wall break from Griff. They save it for last.
They're targeting the Rico.
Exactly. That's what they're doing. They're going to diminish the value from Rico for absolute free, might I add, since he gets that wall break with the gadget. He's got good stuff in close range.
Dude.
Versus Daryl has the hypercharge now if things get a little bit
Give
more
you a
extended in this
shout-out?
knockout set. So
No.
I think well-rounded draft here from Loud. I'm still questioning the impact of the Rico here because Toxic
I like
Lotus,
the
they
Griff
have to
last
be
pick.
well aware that wall break totally dismantles this.
Toxic Lotus can't really lane against Loud here with this competition. They actually have to group up and try to get exactly. Just try
I
and play
take
the middle of
notes
the map,
yet?
try
A
and
couple.
Get Daryl
Couple.
with a hypercharge build up. OU's playing right out of the map. Loud kind of know this. So all of a sudden, it's like, okay, let's see if we can drag them out of their hidey hole. And that's exactly what Kenji has done. Bit of a global taunt there is Firecrow steps up and sort of rattles the hive briefly.
Toxic Lotus not really intent on moving out of this position. They've already lost a couple of their crucial walls. They knew that they were going to bait a wall breaker with this Rico.
Firecrow playing really well, getting his super.
And in spite of that, they've still decided to go for a thrower. Maybe just to throw off Loud entirely. Still retreated into their own ranks. O is going to be getting a hypercharge for free the longer that they can keep this going, so maybe that's what they're hoping for in round number 2 especially, and then to steamroll into into round number 3.
So no real walls here for Tok to work with, and he's definitely feeling the absence of them. He can't play them. Oh my goodness, that super hanging about. And Inyo ripped to shreds. Nice super there from Engine. Firecrow now has to go for a super of his own. Knocked back.
Nice, well played by China.
Looking awfully alone out there in the middle of the map.
Well played, well played.
Oh, stomp in the first
I do
round.
think into this comp, Kenji is going to get hyper.
They saw the opportunity and they took it. The Barry now has a hypercharge from healing himself and his teammates.
I would think that's a round win. Adino just keeps dying.
Kyodog shrugs him off with a super, pushing him back, but Firecrow's on low health, and he almost doesn't stand a chance in close range against O. It means that he's going to have to go for TOC, who's well equipped with a gadget that will do tremendous damage in close range. He's looking to fight this one-on-one. Kyodog, he's left out to
Gerald gets
dry
rolled.
on the left side.
I would have just gone for the
refocused
Gust.
over to Firecrow. Loud retreating. It's just 2 members strong. Oh, now
all right, it's over.
Solo. He's got one on the Kyodog. Firecrow, the next to fall.
It's over.
And Toxic Lotus.
Adino's got to lock in.
Not many options there for Loud. I mean, you're forced out of the map. You get one of your players basically blown to smithereens really early in the round. You're playing from behind, and you can't give the map up against the Berry. Yes, he's one of the shorter range throwers in the game, but he's the only thrower in this set. And that's why Firecrow is constantly out in the open, baiting shots, trying to force Toxic Lotus to remain more compact. Adino's got to stay alive here as long as he can and have that great sustained damage impact that Loud are looking for out of their grip.
I also feel bad for Firecrow over here because going into this, it looked like, hey, he might actually be able to farm up some super, some hypercharge.
Possible reverse sweep chat?
But
Possible reverse sweep?
Back so far, Engine and Talk are doing a great job of controlling. It's not really an option for him. And that movement is not something that Adino and Kyodog can appropriately follow with their brawler selections.
OU's got no real reason to be involved in these early engagements.
With
he can't
Rico.
reliably build super in a way that doesn't feed them.
Adino's slowly just breaking the map.
He falls back. Loud don't have a brawler to punish the grouping here. They don't have a bell. They don't have a thrower. The Toxic Lotus can stick together as much as they want to get value out of this very area of effect healing.
They have 2 supers on their side. Loud have been denied.
I don't know if Firecrow is a hit yet. I feel like he doesn't.
With Talk lurking around these angles, but
oh, big value by Kyo.
Good
Good bait by OU.
From Kyodog.
Wow,
taken down by Adino at close range. Firecrow now tries to claw in, pushes things into the poison. Kyodog barely surviving. Engine needs one more shot.
Oh my God!
Round 1
Holy
secured.
griff!
Gets stuck in the top left corner inside
Holy
the gas.
griff!
2,500 damage and has to use an earlier super ready than he would have liked to. Loud have to be more proactive here. If they give this Daryl time to set up for the dream engagement, look, he's got a hypercharge Daryl roll available. That feels like it's going to be hard for Loud to come back from.
Loud don't really have many angles of entry here. They need to stay away from O and Engine, who both have their hypercharges, while at the same time somehow staying out of the clutches of Talk, who's threatening to beam away like he did in the first game. He's got that super ready. He's flashing it. Adino's nervous about it since he was the one on the wrong end of that Rico super in round 1 of game 1.
The fact that Talk's able to turn that into an instant kill speaks volumes of his ability as a player. We talked about how Rico has felt a little power crept. Even on maps like this, with all the wall break potential that Loud have, he's still been able to be relevant.
There he goes.
Got the gadget out of him, but not quite the super. Firecrow didn't want to stick around to find out what else was in the arsenal of Toxic Lotus.
This is going to be a interesting endgame for
working
sure.
For that Rico hypercharge. Talk has had 2 of them so far. Here comes the
2
super
hits.
from Firecrow. It's drive time. OU now to the top
What is
right
going
corner.
on?
All the healing in the world doesn't seem to be
What
enough.
is going
Talk now
on?
trying to circle around the right side. Beams down.
Adino!
Finish. It's not enough. Here comes
Ooh.
done. The takedown. What a
Wow.
finish. Toxic Lotus with a set win.
Wow.
And you'll have to see it from our team from mainland
China.
Wow.
Staying alive in this elimination
All right,
game.
reverse sweep is alive.
With everything on
reverse
the line.
sweep is alive.
They go up a gear.
Here we go.
And Loud have no idea how to counter it. That was not a particularly close knockout map at all. Looking back at the DPS, Talk, even though most of the map is broken up, we said that last pick Griff was used to target the recode, remove the walls that would empower him. He's still able to find so much damage on this map.
Typically having mid control is paramount on this. That does now change when you have Barry, when you have Daryl that are going to get their supers for pretty much free, and then they can get that momentum towards the end. They don't need to have that prior positioning to exist within mid once the poison forces everything close. There were some hairy moments. It really did get quite close in the final seconds with everyone converging towards the mid, but we saw Talk reliably chipping things down. Look at this final moment as well. Oh, he got his super at the perfect time off of Adinho, survived that super, and then closed in for a close range kill before the super from Griff returned.
That was crazy.
Is there a better hypercharge to have on those dying moments of a knockout map than the Berry super? So much of the map was covered with that healing.
Ring of Fire. Ooh, I just love watching Knockout. Watching Knockout is easily the most entertaining.
And now we're headed to Hot Zone.
Oh, baby.
Still a decider here.
Oh, baby.
Of course,
Oh, baby.
have to take one more set to get themselves into tomorrow's games to make top
Genie streaming
4
for an
in the
official
world
BS
as it
English
stands here at
stream?
Brawl Cup.
No.
And
They're
one
just-
step
he's just
closer
doing a
to
watch
claiming
party.
an extra slot at Worlds
Genie
for
official
their
caster
region.
chat?
SA, that would be
Knockouts
unimaginable.
only good at the end? I hate
Casablanca,
Knockout. I don't like Knockout.
we might have to go through this nonsense.
I do
at
not
LCQ
like
this
Knockout
time,
one bit, bro.
No doubt home region cheering for their
Do I belly
regions
fat?
here.
No, not really.
Mainland China would love to hear. what
I'm
they are
so
saying
hungry,
as
chat.
well.
It's just
Toxic
gotta be
Lotus
said.
have put
I'm
on
so hungry.
Quite a show. They came out of nowhere yesterday,
But I'm
showing us some of
locked
the
in.
greatest mechanics, some of the most fantastic drafts that we've ever seen out of this region.
Oh,
The
did
man
I say
behind it,
Knockout?
Stardragon, has been working hard.
Did I say
to
I
get over
just
to
love
Ring of
watching
Fire
Knockout? Chat,
right
I meant Hot
now.
Zone.
It is about consistency. It is about survival.
I meant Hot Zone,
staying on
chat.
that point for as long
I
as
do
possible.
not like
There's
watching
also
Knockout.
interesting
Knockout's the
selections
worst
here
mode.
earlier as well. Pam being a reaction to
I meant
hate
Hot
on
Zone.
this
Because
map
Hot
was
Zone's
one
like
of the
hectic,
more
high
interesting ones that we
HP,
saw.
all that
kind
stuff.
Kind of fun to see her brought back into the metagame. She's
Said you like
always
watching
been good on
Knockout,
hot
but
zone
I
maps
doubt
where she
that.
can drop
Yeah,
a,
no,
you know, like
I
a
meant Hot
healing
Zone for sure.
booster just off the point. You can sort of sit at the bottom of that hot zone and heal
I
up.
have
It'd
to
be
eat a
really
couple
hard to
pretzels.
shift. I see double tank compositions
I'm
for
too
into this map.
hungry.
Ring of Fire is fascinating because the side lanes matter a lot. Trying to wrap around. Draco's been so hotly contested here. That's obviously a brawl that it almost always sneaks through the ban phase. Is Loud. They have to do the thing where they ban Lumi, Hank, and Kenji. They're just priced into it because they're second pick.
Hello, inspirational.
Even
wealth.
still, with some of these brawlers being like repeat occurrences, I think Ring of Fire is just a beautiful map because there are a few different ways that you can play it. You can opt for how many brawlers you want to stack at mid. Do you want to send someone like play recon, get into those enemy bushes? Lou, hands down, got to be one of the best brawlers that you can select on this map, and just in Hot Zone in general. I see the brawler with a super that is the same size as the zone.
It's
you
a
can't
circle.
enter it. Yeah.
I love circles.
A big old radius that you can't walk in, otherwise you're gonna die. But there are ways to react. Loud, they have one of the best stews in the world in their ranks, and that's one of the most effective ways to deal with the Lou.
Really hard to catch Stu. Every shot gives him the ability to dodge out. And Lou does not cope well with those hypermobile brawls.
Representing
He really
an
wants
A, Tribe, and Elevate.
to fight against. B is also a really acceptable, reasonable option to try and fight against this. Her honeycomb star power means that she, you know, has the
Good start for
durability
Loud,
to
in my
shrug off
opinion.
a lot of damage that comes back as a result of her maybe taking a slight risk in order to get, you know, that second consecutive shot. Hypercharge is very powerful now that Iron Hive can catch onto multiple targets. You get a real genuine area of effect slow. And in a pinch, we've seen that Rattled Hive pick off some really important eliminations if you're positioned correctly to take advantage.
Yeah, you do have a lot of damage at long range. Since Louder Red Team, I do have like my questions about whether that Rattled Hive is going to impact at long range. But, you know, we'll wait with bated breath. Here comes a Stu that we really expected to see. Kyo Dog, just a phenomenal Stu. Going to be an excellent selection into that Lou. Toxic Lotus, we're aware because we know that Star Dragon's been labbing out all of these possible selections. Yes, and this is also like the interaction between some of the top 4 brawlers in the game. B, Lou, the Stu, Poco, one that's being considered. The only reason that you see, well, one of the main reasons that you see being picked here is because of the presence of a Poco, since it's such an effective last pick into that Lou to negate the effects of his super.
All right, wise guy, what do you do about the Stu? If you know it's coming, if you're Star Dragon, what are you trying to draft into it?
you're trying to get stuff that can block his shots, especially. And, you know, even reaching back into history like Spike, you know, even just having a little plant that exists
I'd
for a
rather
little
have
while
last pick,
is quite
I think.
effective. Anything also that's able to keep
depends
the
on the map,
distance,
though.
if Void giving him his super is especially useful. Don't generally want to play a tank into a Stu. He's not an anti-tank, but you can never get close to him. Ash fills the role of a tank that has range.
I think it's
and
a weird
also
draft,
can get those
chat.
rats down to block the shots from Stu. So if you're gonna play a tank in a Stu, this is one of your best options.
Little helpers is the super from Ash. Very powerful against single shot brawlers, of which Loud has 2. They can only deal with one of those rats at a time, and the hypercharge, well, I mean, Ash just gets more rats than he would otherwise have. So even harder to deal with, but he's a really mobile brawler for a tank. Once he builds up that rage meter, he's hitting very hard. Carl is going to be the answer to it. Has cleave damage, can cut through, you know, like a lot of those sort of spawned creatures. Definitely.
I don't know whose draft I like. I don't really like either
towards
draft.
the Juju's position,
But
providing she doesn't have that super available, and also go
probably
after
Loud
the Lou.
because
It's a pretty powerful draft for Loud. It's, you know, a
3B.
snapshot, I think, of the most powerful, most popular brawlers at the moment. It's a draft that feels a lot like Tribes in that it's very straight down the line. It's no messing about. It's no nonsense. But Toxic Lotus have got this Ash. Whoever is on that brawler, will they be able to be the difference maker here? It's going to be Engine. He'll be trying to run Loud down at every possible opportunity.
TOC also given the most difficult role on this map. That's usually the way that this team operates. Since he's the most mechanically skilled player on the team, they're going to get him the Lou that really doesn't have many good matchups here. He's outranged by the B. Carl's not going to go anywhere near him. He's a little helpless against the Stu as well. We'll see the lane rotation as well. Kyodog now moving on to the left has a phenomenal matchup into this Ash where he outranges. He can slice through rats once they come down. An attempted a burn that is baited by Engine, which is going to afford him a bit of time to now try and rotate.
The Dino got shit on. That's really all I'm
Starting to
missing.
get a little bit more confident here. He's
Fire
actually
Crow
moved out of
starting
the
to
bushes
tap.
and is starting to be oppressive. Even daring to duck into the bushes for that range increase. Someone has
Why
to do
is Kyle
something
not
about
Stu?
this
That's a
Juju
good question.
on the Loud side of things. Adino, though, is kind of mirroring the same movement, though.
Come on,
Threatening,
Fire
pushing
Crow,
forward,
step up.
breakthrough
Get in
even
that zone,
used
bro.
there to start
Counter
to
all
put
of
pressure on
them.
Engine. He will burn down as a result, and now Loud have a
There
power
you
play, a
go.
chance to make up some of this deficit.
They have the chance to spawn trap Toxic Lotus as well. Kyodog has positioned himself on the right side. If enough players line up in these bushes for Toxic Lotus, then he can burn them all at once, and he's going to get crazy value if they decide to all push in at the same time. O's having also a difficult moment attempting to push over onto the right side versus Kyodog. Another missed burn from Kyodog, but it's not the end of the world. This is unwinnable for O in close range, but he knew that he had to
I don't know why I
get
went to
over
the
there
Juju
at least
pet.
find the
He just
position.
died for no reason.
Hypercharge super, but Firecrow has that map control. Gregory's looking worse than wear. Sent off to the glue factory awfully quick now as Adino.
Both teams drafting and playing a little bit mid
Simply
right
by
now.
standing in between the rest of Loud and Toxic Lotus on this capture
I
point.
just think it's so much
70%
easier
and
for
counting
Loud.
They've definitely started to ease themselves into the lead.
Ash is playing
Bo's
probably as
also
good as he
operating
can
with
play
a
as an
slow
Ash
on the right
here.
side. It's annoying for Kyodog to have to deal
They're
with as he's
losing.
hit by one
He can
slow
definitely
shot
still
after
win,
the
though.
next. Bo's still trying to find his position inside of there. Here comes the hypercharge.
Don't
want to
go with the
Dino,
Ash,
going
get him
zigzag all the
free
way back
hyper,
lines. Engine
'cause
blocking
that
him off, shuts him up with the Ash Rats. And here comes the super out from Talk. Notice that he had the hypercharge, but opted not to use it. He expects to be able to cycle things and use that hypercharge in a more
Oh my
impactful
God.
moment. Engine taken down by Adino on the left side, who's out
No
of position.
rats, but
Toxic Lotus
it's such a
now
hard
all over
Ash
this
game.
point.
Yeah, heads up play there from Top. He
sometimes
actually
you just
already
gotta
had
do
some
that.
slow percentage on Loud, so he was able to complete the full stun with the super and nothing more than that.
This is
Engine
game right
falls.
here.
Kyodog's able to find that hypercharged super, but he's not able to
Wow.
clear you off the point. Toxic Lotus now
Wow.
has gotten to 96% and counting, and Firecrow can only look
Wow.
on in dismay as a 30% lead for Loud evaporates.
I don't know,
Toxic
chat.
Lotus continue to dig in their heels.
I don't know.
Total
I
outplay
gotta.
here from Toxic Lotus. They looked
I think Loud's
phenomenal
gonna
on
win.
some of these matchups, even ones they were not slated to win. Engine, just the intellect also to opt for that close range
I really
matchup
think Loud is
versus the
gonna
Carl,
win.
since he knew that he did have the Gree ready to move, popped it down under himself when Carl decided to give him some of that value for free. Then we saw tremendous value also from the Gree getting in long range matchups, taking down Adino.
He is,
especially.
Jomi, he is.
Toxic Lotus have had a tough matchup with this Lou, and it ended up being really not the worst brawler that they had on their roster. So it's quite impressive. that
They're
they were
not
able to
feeding the Ash
mechanically-
this time.
different
This
approach
time
once
they are
more
not
from
giving the Ash
Toxic Lotus. This
anything.
time Engine has been able to move up on the left side. That's a
Yeah.
takedown for Adino. Talk also retreating back into the ranks since he doesn't have a
Like,
great
you
range
can
matchup
easily
to
not
start.
feed the Ash,
Oh,
and then you
now
also
have
have
to
B
move back
versus
towards the
Lou. Like,
bushes
this
and
in
benefit
theory
from
is a
that
free win.
extended range. Kyodog struggled in that previous round to do anything really about the Juju. Outranged.
Juju behind the wall means that Carl cannot really threaten her. Look at this from OU, using that Elementalist gadget to get up and get some stealth by being out in the open.
Good shot.
Doesn't
It
really
does like
stop,
no damage though,
Firecrow
'cause he's
from
frozen.
Giving him a tickle. Here's another rattled Hive now as Loud do have a bit of a healthy 12% lead to work with.
Engine once more going to try and force
Engine
his
doing
magic
his
on the top
best.
left. Idino's
Firecrow.
keeping the distance more effectively. Now the hypercharge in from Firecrow as well. Looking for the pinch onto Engine and Talk in the back
Yeah, they're
left.
just bullying
Engine's
this
the first
Ash
to fall, and
now.
Talk remains alive. Kyodog positioned himself in the back right corner where he was so difficult
Kyodoggy.
to number one. Even though O managed to prevail there, it took an entire trade in order to do so. And here comes Engine in hot pursuit, gets him, and Loud has been forced out of mid.
Okay, there's that super from Talk. It's a zoning super in every sense of the word. Nobody from Loud was caught by that. But Firecrow wants to get back into the map. A rattled Hive here now just to signal their intent to come forward. And Engine takes a fairly large chunk of damage from it. Slowed up there by that Iron Hive.
Oh, you speeding around, you speed demon.
To wrap around from behind.
But Kyodoggy said, nope, not today.
Protect the pirouette comes in from Kyodog and he decides the damage, the
Oh my
threat is
God.
enough for him. But Engine comes in and
Oh,
look
they
at all the
can't
little
do
helpers
anything
now.
about this.
Overrun Loud. Adino
Oh
not
my
able
God.
to deal with those single targets.
Oh my God.
And Toxic Lotus have gotten the lead.
Oh my God.
Goodness. And they keep shutting down Kyodog
Oh
one time after the next. Dino
my
falls. Firecrow, the last
goodness.
bastion of offense for Loud, retreated all the way back into their base as Toxic Lotus continues to climb. Now up to 85. A last-ditch effort from Carl on the left side. He does have a super, but now it's up to 95%. Oh, and TOC so healthy right now. Oh, shielded.
China reverse sweep?
Win. Mainland China.
Is this possible?
in set 5.
It's not just the set 5. It's the threat
It's
of the
off!
reverse sweep against your representatives from
Chat.
South America.
Chat.
Got off to a hot start in this series, but over the last couple of sets, Toxic
What's
Lotus
the last
have
map?
distinguished themselves.
What's the last map?
With some pretty sick drafts. The Ash here was the last pick.
I can't believe what I'm watching.
Does a bang-up job here of contesting that
I cannot believe what I'm
punishing
watching.
Adino. Kyodog often felt a little bit homeless on the map.
Nice.
Didn't quite know where to put himself.
Ooh.
You constantly pressuring him down, whether slowing shots from being in the water or just peppering him. Look at OU here in the middle of the map. Knows when to go aggressive to snatch some free capture percentage, and then when to back up and again play more defensively.
One of my favorite plays that we saw over the course of this last set was when Loud got real aggressive. We saw Kyodog playing aggro in the bush that belonged to Toxic Lotus on the back right. And O decided to trade that out, take the close range matchup. He knew he was going to die. Look at this one as well. Kyodog, he decided not to commit all the way. Engine ended up taking the kill, and this was wonderful. Yeah, that's a single target brawler's worst nightmare. And now double that as well. Since B, Stu, they really had nothing that they can do into that. After that, Carl was targeted once more, and it all started to crumble from there.
Yeah, I mean, using a hypercharge super only
I think
once
it's
the
Kaboom.
Carl is down is extremely
Oh no, it's
DM,
safe zone, it's
extremely
safe zone.
powerful. Loud Symbols getting up there in the crowd. They definitely need a bit more support. They have fallen off what feels like the face of the Brawl planet. Over these last couple of sets, Knockout and Hot Zone were straight game sweeps by Toxic Lotus. And now we're off to a decider. Both these teams' dreams, their destinies hang in the balance as a spot in tomorrow's Championship Sunday beckons.
It's incredible. It is possible for us to see history made for the mainland China region, or we see a redemption arc for the South American continent. Which will it be? It comes down to Safe Zone for a bit of heist action to decide it all.
What a map to do it on. I feel like this is so interesting, so draft dependent as well. There's so many directions that you can go in. Of course, that second pick team has to ban out the current boogeyman of the format, so to speak. But there's so much you can do in terms of bringing some decent long-range
Reverse
brawlers.
swept by China would be a bad look for South America.
Others. Bell is a great option here as well. B is someone who's always going to be contested. Loud might be the kind of team also that says, give us the Piper. We'll put Firecrow on that. Try and win it our way.
I have to wonder if that Miko is going to be target banned this time. It was such an issue yesterday. And Toxic Lotus, let's throw off the gloves. No Miko ban. It's wide open.
Still better than an A.
But Loud or hyper
Still better
aware
than
of
an
the
A. It must be
possibility of
said.
this. They could
But it
get
would be
run
a
down
bad
on the
look
safe
nonetheless.
play. Anything that is going to generate some incredible value on top of that safe. The aggression that they wouldn't be able to deal with. This was really their downfall on Hot Zone as well. They had some great control options. B is phenomenal. She's a real KD brawler, but she cannot establish any sort of presence on the point. Really, like, sneeze on her, and then she'll be one-shot, so she cannot safely reside there.
Bella's a really reasonable first pick that doesn't telegraph anything else about your intent, about your comp. The safest way to start to build your team here. Loud, also, there's a question of like, do they try and go for the Bonnie? I think the Piper is a great option for them as a last pick. Doesn't necessarily have to come up here. They can try and secure some more of those more hotly contested brawlers. Daryl's been brought out on this kind of map, have something to try and run down a team that's trying to play extra safe. It's a more defensive pick here from Loud. It's almost like they're expecting Toxic Lotus to try and build some more into their comp, but they've got that Daryl element now.
The Charlie's here because they want that Daryl. Has the added benefit also of producing spiders that Bell is going to struggle to fight through. Toxic Lotus need to lean into something that can actually get through some of those spiders now. Maybe they want Toxic Lotus to play something like an Ember, and then they get a Crow on their side. All possible selections with the last 3 brawlers coming through fairly soon here. But the Charlie mentality is more leading with the Daryl in mind. And it's quite early in the draft to select this as well. Bit of a hazard, I would say.
Loud might be reserving that final spot for a sharpshooter here. Toxic Lotus again go for a Carl. Again, it's a brawl that doesn't give away too much. Obviously, great safe damage with access to that.
Oh, you lose your new favorite player after Joker?
Leaves a burning field, and there it is, the Miko.
Rounds
out the draft for Toxic Lotus. Truly a signature pick for his mainland China representative, and it looked so good on Bridge 2 file. Will Safe Zone also be a friendly environment for it?
I can't believe they just went monkey.
That it will.
I can't believe they just went monkey.
One of the main things influencing picks on this map is whether you're able to cross the obstacles on the right side of the map. Can you get over the wall? Can you get over the water?
Yeah, it is kind of a W, Lily.
And Eve sneaks in here. Kenji is going to have all that
momentum.
Oh boy. We actually saw Kenji be a tremendous issue yesterday when played by Loud.
Oh boy.
And it's able to sit in the bottom left corner. Okay, if you don't have wall break, which Toxic Lotus don't, then it can exist there for quite a while. But that's only if you decide to play into him as well. He's going to be maximizing his damage if he is getting hits on enemy brawlers to charge a super. An idle target is going to take a lot more damage from Kenji's super. So if Toxic Lotus opt to not play that at all,
who's winning?
Just go all
Say it right now. Who's winning?
Out DPS Loud.
Yeah,
who's
winning?
Might
just race right against this comp. That's why Loud maybe bring in a defensive element.
Say it right now.
Charlie, if you can catch the Miko.
I don't know who has draft. Like, what is this?
There's no guarantee of that. You see, like, Firecrow knows what Engine's up to. Oh, he throws out the slow gadget, still gets caught out by Kaya Dog, though. And here goes Firecrow, starting to work on the safe. OU deals with Adinho in the middle of the map. Firecrow seems to be more of an issue now. And Engine is doing his best to studiously ignore everybody else on the map and go straight for that safe.
This safe cannot be ignored, not with Charlie on top of it, since those spiders are going to do so much
Adinho.
damage. So far, it's a damage advantage for Loud. Kaio Dog doing tremendous stuff on this safe. Firecrow now pushing in once again, alternating targets between
I think he leaves.
TOC
I think he
and
leaves.
Oh,
Adinho, why'd you stay? Oh, good play, good play, good play, really good play.
To return, OU now out with a hypercharge and the super combined.
But he probably could have finished the safe, to be honest.
Scoreline, and Adinho is going to afford a bit more time for the next.
Oh, he definitely could have finished the safe if he left, I guess.
Recoiling rotator was devastating. Great gadget used, but here comes
no,
the
not
Kenji.
the monkey. Why would you super the monkey?
Finally,
oh boy.
Trying to take down enemy brawlers, but a hypercharge from Adinho says bye-bye safe. This should be Loud, taking away a first round. What a rip-roaring affair. As both teams opt to go for the race.
This set's just a mess. This set is absolutely just a mess, bro.
What do you do as a Bell in this situation?
That is just
You're
a
facing
mess.
against spiders. You're facing against Kenji, who continues to heal himself. And the mark found its way onto Charlie when it eventually was used.
You sink back into the hedge like the Homer Simpson meme.
Yeah, there you go.
Just
cut your losses at that point.
Nobody look at me. You nest egg your own safe. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, here comes Adinho. Gadget pops a little early there. There might have been a bit of a miss for Adinho. Safe damage coming in.
He
Loud
breaks the
struggling
first
to do it with
barrier.
Miko.
Very good first
done.
slide.
Gets it down to 73.
Very, very good
Looks
first
like Toxic
slide.
Lotus have changed strategies. They're going to place OU and TOC on defense.
Firecrow, what are you aiming at, bro? Oh my god, OU is stunting on these guys.
Frustrating position for Loud, as well as OU is now getting tremendous value on the save. Here it comes with also the fire coming down on the ground. Adinho tries to reposition.
We're going to double match point, aren't we, boys? We're going to double match point, aren't we, boys?
How are you supposed to come back from this? 33 to 92.
Oh god.
A great start here for Toxic Lotus. Engine gets to do exactly what he wants to that safe. Adinho looks a little bit awkward out in the open, doesn't have a great matchup to play into, and it has to be defensive against the Daryl. You don't want to be in that position. Then there's really no safe damage being applied, no pressure
What a
here from
juke
Loud.
by
Toxic
OU.
Lotus can just regroup and end the round.
Loud are really racing against the clock, but it's not the one in the middle of the screen. No, it's the one generated by Miko, since he's going to be creating that aggression quite reliably. Right off a spawn, a single super in could finish the job.
Miko
Just
super,
need the
this is
additional
over.
speed to get to the enemy side while
Goodbye.
invisible. Engine's going to go for
Goodbye,
it.
Miko.
They're going to get whatever they can. Hypercharge, it's super available. As much defense as possible,
Wow.
but you can't.
Here we go, chat. Last match.
Dread it, run for it. It comes to us all, folks. The
For the final spot
right on top of
on the
stage.
final
Next
day,
spot, baby. He lasts
double
all the way
match
to the
point,
bank.
SA
We are evened up
versus
in our
China.
final set. It is a double match
Big
point
moment
scenario.
here. Big,
And
big,
it's all on the
big
line.
moment.
One team advances to day 3. One team
Here
goes
we go.
home.
It all comes
Here
down
we
to
go.
this. Just one rapid game of safe zone. The first push in from Loud. Already
Well,
fended
we
off
don't know
by
what
Toxic
happened
Lotus.
because they're always late for
They've got
some reason.
Miko on the safe exactly where they want it. TOC
Not breaking the
also
first barrier
looking
yet.
to
Carl's
really
definitely
roll
going
the
to, though.
punches, just adjust with the waves. Also marking up
Adinho gets the kill. He's marked, though. He has no ammo. Probably going to gadget. Nope.
Engine will shut him down. And a sizable lead already on the board for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten the safe down to that first stage
Good
of
kill
protection
by
as well.
Firecrow.
It's a big, big lead for Toxic Lotus. Here comes Engine again.
Good defense
Adinho
this
can't
time,
do a whole
though,
lot
by the
about it.
Daryl.
Eventually, he's dealt with, but not
Can't
before he
break the
gets that
second
9%
barrier.
of damage for free. Loud have to go
Is
quickly
he just going to
here,
gadget
or
out of
they're gonna
there?
lose the
That would
long
be
game
such rage
easily.
bait.
OU in close range.
Oh my god. Oh my god, OU. Oh my god, OU.
Getting lots of damage. TOC
Oh my
shuts him down.
god.
What an advantage for Toxic Lotus. Engine exactly where he wants to be, taking down all of those spiders.
You know what,
in
though?
one blow. Now super up to the flag. 700
Oh my god, they're going to win. They're going to win.
Now returning from spawn once again to go for the defense. Adinho closing in range.
Can Firecrow
OU
defend
does
that?
Damage. It's chipping down to nothing.
He defends.
Another layer of invulnerability there for Toxic Lotus is safe.
Oh,
The
boy.
19% is left, and they're
Oh,
still
boy.
going after it. OU sends a couple
It's
of
over.
boomerangs in
It's over.
first. It was a set win.
Wow.
Toxic Lotus
Wow.
top 4 teams in the Brawl.
Wow.
Challenges to advance to championship
Holy shit.
This one's for all the haters, the non-believers, that Toxic Lotus,
Holy
the mainland China
shit.
region, are who they say, among the best in the world.
And to do it, of all ways to do it, it reversed
Holy
to
shit.
against a team that has had their name in lights year after year after year, whereas Toxic Lotus came as the wild card team, the one that was
Wow.
overlooked by everybody, reasonably so.
Wow.
But now they truly earned their place amongst the best in the world, and they look to etch their name amongst the legends of the past. Incredible showing here. The run is far from done for Toxic Lotus. A true Cinderella story. Let's head to Barney on the stage to get some thoughts from our victors.
Holy.
You can tell by the emotion on their faces right here on the main stage. Not only have they
Holy-
secured a
I'm gonna
spot
wash
in
my hands, one
Championship Sunday, but doing it in that fashion, in a reverse sweep. Star Dragon, I got to get you to ask Engine. I can see the emotion on his face. You know, get him to talk us through those final moments on that last map.
Not real, bro.
空前的冷静，我要赢下这一场对战，这关乎着 CNBS 的崛起。He feels really excited, and this proved the rise of China Brawl Stars.
I can see the energy. He's having such a good time here on the main stage. You know what? You truly are the dark horses of the competition, like you've already self-proclaimed. Going into tomorrow, how are you going to tackle it? What are you going to do tonight?
准备训练赛，争取明天也拿下。We will prepare and also win tomorrow.
I love it. I'm going to take the microphone back off you. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time for Toxic Lotus. I love that
Wow.
energy.
Wow. I mean, good for them, man. Good for them. 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 Good for them.
Thank you,
Good for
Barney.
them.
Congrats to
Good for them.
mainland China. You
Good
can
for
see the
them.
emotions rushing through those players right
Good
now.
for them.
After Southeast Asia, North America, we now also lose the South American flag. Both of those regions had so much to prove. Mainland China kept surprising and overwhelming Loud with some niche picks. We had Willow and Miko once. Rico wasn't picked up at
Holy
all so far in the
damage.
Brawl Cup, and he ended up being the star player in that set over.
Yeah, really interesting map for it as well, because that knockout map, you know, like, it gets targeted pretty heavily. It's a first pick Rico, which is extremely daring. The draft strategy here for Star Dragon is sometimes utterly inscrutable, but it pays off in that map just because of the raw individual skill of this team. I think they can even take some less optimal drafts, make them look good, but when they get great drafts like we've seen in most of their sets, they're significantly advantaged even up against a legendary team like Loud.
Shout out to
Amelia. Is one of my
Is it Amelia or
favorites.
Amelia?
One max range pull after another.
Yeah, for sure. For my Scott goat, shout.
Stuff.
Did I say
Let's hear it
Scott
one more
goat?
time
For my
from
goat
the
Scott,
team that
big
has
shout
this
out to
reverse
Amelia.
threat. Loud.
I hope your day's going good. Hope everything is good. I can't believe that happened, chat. I can't believe that happened. Who is Jersey Joe, bro? Chat. Did they really
Nice.
get reverse
Let's do a
swept by
fist bump.
China?
Why not, right? Reverse sweep Loud, and they're definitely now are up to speed in both draft and mechanics. Uber. We
Wow.
talked about this coming into this match.
All right, chat. Well, I'm starving.
This is not a
Like,
team
I
that we
need to
say,
eat.
Oh, they're really good, but
It's 4 o'clock, and all I've had is
glaring
yogurt,
problems here. You're
apple,
actually
and
looking at, like, an
pretzels.
extremely
So, like,
complete roster,
I gotta
which is,
eat, bro.
I think at bare minimum, what you need to stand amongst the top 4 in the world.
I
to make
appreciate
it
you
to
guys watching
tomorrow's
again.
play. So it's great that they've got that down. Now
You guys
we're
are the
looking
goats.
For the magic. We're looking for moments like
I appreciate everyone choosing me to watch over the 100 other people who are streaming.
Hostily targeted. The walls are
Your
being
friend-
taken out, so we couldn't really benefit.
How do I
from
say
those
that?
bounces.
Zarlash?
They've got everything they need. The ingredients are there.
It's kind of a fire name, Zarlash. All right, big shout out to Zarlash
Now to
too.
stand against like your SKs,
That's
your
a cool
Hubbles
name.
of
I
the
like that
world,
name.
and
I
go
like that
even
name.
further. This is already
All right,
another
but
huge
yeah,
step forward.
NA's ass.
First
It
was the
happens,
seven.
chat. I don't
We
know
got
what to
excited
say.
about
I
that.
can't
Then a
defend
match
us.
with
I appreciate you
Force
guys
Gustave
picking me to
LCQ.
watch.
Now,
Same time
taking down
tomorrow.
Loud, making
Same
it to
stuff
the top
tomorrow.
4. Each time,
Said you were fire.
continuing to further their goals.
Beautiful.
No more catching
Beautiful.
up from mainland China.
Beautiful.
You see Blow Me already.
Well,
Stick around
I'll see
still.
you guys tomorrow.
World Cup is
Much
over
love.
for today. We still have a lot more going on tomorrow
Peace.
for matches.